Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome to Thursday stream. It's a very exciting day. I have fixed a couple of issues this morning. I'm going a couple minutes early because the feed is up and I haven't really realized how this court works in terms of starting early or starting late on time. Yesterday we had the first day. I give them a bit of let go on the first day in terms of being early or late because it's the first day. They're still getting used to everything else and everything. I have done quite a lot this morning. So, good morning, Denise. Welcome in. Good morning, Kay. Good morning, Paula. Good morning, everybody. Nightbot will be here shortly, and hopefully, good morning, Lois. Welcome in, everybody. I'm really excited for today. Today, on day 2 of the trial, we've got our counter up. We've got everything that is normal. We are almost set, and also, I went. Oh, thought I had some noise from court. I went down a rabbit hole yesterday, guys. It was not pretty. So I found a bit of information that I was like, because you know that the neighbors yesterday were talking about that one of them, what the porch lady, was on the porch all the time and was looking everything. And I was like, oh, I want to see the house and everything just to try to get an idea. First of all, if you go on Google Maps, you can't really see the community where they live because it's a gay community. Google Maps can't go in there with their car. Sorry, I forgot to do something before, so I started stream. One quick second. My apologies. So I I know I'm gonna try to keep. I have a paper with all the nicknames so I can try to keep myself in order, but I will explain who the witness was as well for those new coming in, and everything. So like I was saying, I went down the rabbit hole and I tried to look at the community where they live, and the house where the porch lady lives was exactly opposite the house. But I thought, and I was the one wrong. I was in the impression that the house where the incident happened was the house. Oh yeah. So Paula, we have given nicknames to the witnesses, and we've throughout the trial we are trying to figure out names for the witnesses. So at least to keep things a little bit more kind of lighthearted. I know it's a very heavy subject, and we still are respecting the victim and everything. So it's just a little bit different and just that. But I have a list of them, and I can explain who is who as we go through. We have the attorneys. We have the prosecution attorney. His name is Mark Levine. Is the Han Solo because he's flying solo or was flying solo yesterday. So that's his name. And then we have the defense attorney, Amy Thornhill, and she's the chicken lips. So that is the two ones. And then like the witness is kind of a little bit lighthearted. But like I was saying, I went down the rabbit hole. Apparently, I don't know if this happened to everyone. um Things do move quite fast here lately, which is good. But yeah, I understand. But hey, we're always here to help each other out, to explain our weirdness and our thing. Oh, by the way, I have a new chair too, which is awesome, and it's way more comfortable. I'm very excited about it. So I have now a proper chair, which full supports my full back and my head when we have our long days, and it's a lot comfortable than the other one. So I'm very happy about that. So Yay, it's new chair bonus. Exactly. So I was able to, me and I bought get this chair this morning, which is good, and it's better, and I am more comfortable than I was before. So yay. Again, I keep getting diverted, and I'm not talking about my rabbit hole thing. So like I was saying, and I need to stop getting distracted, is that I did not know if you guys noticed, but the house where the crime was committed was not their home. Was not Colin's and Catherine's, the victim, home. The house was Susan, the grandmother house. So the crime happened in the grandmother's home. Because when I was doing investigation about it, and I saw that it was a closed community, and all the rules about the closed community, if you wanted to buy a house, because I checked online, like you can have all the information about it, the neighbors, the ages, and everything. And then I went to the community page of the community that's where it is, and I found information that you only can live there if you are 60 years older and above. And I was like, but then how do they live there? So they did not live there. They lived I think it was about an hour away. Let me check again on Google. Because then I went to the Collins indictment, right, on the court docket, and I saw the address that was on the indictment was different than the address where the crime was committed. And I was like, that is rather interesting. So, and then I was reading and I went down to the rabbit hole. Sorry, I'm trying to see the address. There you go. What the distance between the, yeah, it's 2 hours apart. So the Collins house and Catherine's house is 2 hours apart where the crime was committed at the grandmother's home. So, and I was just like, "But why is the address different?" So then I went to the rabbit hole and I found a news report that says that the crime was committed at the grandmother's home, Susan. So I did not know. I don't know if you guys knew about that, but I went down that rabbit hole. And then guess what I found? I found Catherine's the mother's social media page. So I found her Instagram, where it's not too hard to find. You put her name on Instagram and it comes up. Because you remember that yesterday we were looking at those pictures, right? The Toxie did send us. And I was like, "Oh, there's a name of the account." So I went to Instagram and I put the name, and the account is still up. The account came up. So like nosy like I am, I looked through everything. So when the dad wasn't alive, there was a 6 month gap where Catherine did not post. So she posted, I think it was a few days before the unaliving, and then she doesn't post. She goes radiant silence until June, I think, of 23. And then all her photos change. She still posts a lot about cruises, a lot about the travelings, and all the things that she did prior and after having Colin. But her pictures changed a lot, from going her and with some friends to her and the son doing several things, going to oh yeah, sorry, I really went down a rabbit hole that was not healthy, but I loved it. I had so much fun. And then she has on her Instagram a Latin phrase, like a quote, an inspiration quote, and it means it's out. I'm gonna butcher the Latin, by the way. It's aut viam and viniam aut faciem. So it means that I shall either find a way or make one. So she had that on her description of the Instagram, because again, I was nosy to know what that meant. And my days, you guys, I should not be able to have internet, because I just go down rabbit holes and investigate things. And yeah, but I mean, I loved it. I am not complaining about it. I absolutely love doing that, and I'm going down this rabbit hole, which was amazing. So yeah, that's is a lot of information, I know, that I just probably dumped on you guys. And but it's useful information. I mean, it's information that we can use probably to ourselves throughout this, because I don't think the Instagram posts will come. And apart from that one that I shared yesterday, the one that she said she wanted to um quit, would like to unsubscribe to life, basically. That's what she said. And one thing that I did as well was I was trying to see, because she only follows two people on the Instagram post, and but none of those people are Colin. But I don't think Instagram would let anyone and an alive account be up, because as soon as you are arrested, and if it is a very high profile account, all the social media platforms delete those accounts. um Good morning, Toxic. Welcome in. Oh, Toxic, you missed my rabbit hole experience. I went to the rabbit hole because after you yesterday shared a lot of stuff with us, and I really appreciate that. I went down a rabbit hole that was not great. I found a lot of good information about this. So I can show you like this. I'm gonna put myself bigger a little bit so I can show you guys. Try not to show you my notification. So this is the mom's Instagram account. So see, it's just there, still there, all the photos that she has, and she has some reels and everything, and just yeah. So that's the mom's Instagram account of the mother of Colin, the victim on the case that we are following. So sorry, that's just I need to stop at going down that rabbit hole. But it's just good information, I guess, for the case. Oh no, it's okay. I'm just saying that I went down a rabbit hole that was not very, probably very healthy to go down, but I enjoyed it. Going down that rabbit hole, because it gets more information and more clarity, I think, for the case. And also, in terms personally, before there we have 1 minute until court probably goes live. I've made an upgrade on the internet on my side. So I I've upgraded the internet. They are gonna come on Valentine's Day, which is hilarious, to do the replacement of the cables and install the new internet and blah blah blah. I think they should be fine before we even go live anyway, because it's in my morning time. So that will be your very early morning. So they should be gone by the time should be going live, if we are following a case at that point, which we probably will. But it shouldn't affect the stream, but the quality of the stream should improve by then. Of the quality, because of the all the devices and everything that I have to have on. And as well, Nightbot also uses internet at the same time as I do, so he's not been using as much because I've been asking him not to use. So we've decided to upgrade our internet, so the quality of the stream to be a little bit better, which is yeah. Oh yeah, no. Oh, -26. Ow, that is no. Oh. Okay, I'll see you soon. Warm wrap up. Very good, Toxic, because that is a lot. I'm gonna try to take notes, and then we'll give a bit of a recap of the first hour of the court, because if we go at the same speed that we were going yesterday, I think we are gonna go through this prosecution list, because the list of the prosecution is not that big anymore. So I think we are gonna go fairly quick today, and I've lost everything. I've lost things. Sorry, 1 second. Here you go. There you go. You guys are back. Oh yeah, you gotta love it. It's like right now here it's 6 degrees Celsius, so it's not that awesome. I hope to see you back very, very soon. But keep safe and keep warm, please, because we need you. It's not the same without you. So I just gonna try to see how it is on. Okay, I'm not gonna complain. It's 42 degrees Fahrenheit over here, so it's not. And where I am, there's a window here. In this is a curtain for the window. The sun hits and it warms up so much, and it's so perfect. And I barely you need my all my blankets that I have. I still have them because I want to be comfortable. So court is officially late. So I think we are finding out that this court is late. Oh, also, and I'll say this throughout the days and the day anyway, have done the Google form for the verdict game. So if you guys want to participate, just go on the link there, do fill out the information, and then yeah, I've come up with a price. I am gonna have them ordered and made, and I'm working on them. So it's gonna be something simple, but it's something simple game. It's just a verdict game. So if you want to tell how the deliberations, the time and everything, there's there. And court is about to start. So here we go, everybody. Or so I thought that the internet the judge was gonna start talking. I forgot to do research about him. I got down the rabbit hole of the case that I forget to do a rabbit hole about him. I think that will be tonight then, the rabbit hole of the judge. And then I'll share with you guys possibly, because the thing is, oh, I forgot to share it as well. I share it in a break. I made a little drawing of the case. It's just hilarious. It's just something for fun, really. So yeah. I don't I need to go down on a rabbit hole. So if on the verdict game, if you want to participate, just make sure that you have your I have a contact email address, so then we can talk about how am I sending you the price, and as well your YouTube name, because sometimes people have different names, which is absolutely fine.
Mr. Griffith is present.
But yeah, and then just Mr. Levine is here for the state. 2 questions about the verdict and about the deliberation. Verdict has to be correct. But deliberation is the most approximate to the actual time. And they are talking, so I'm gonna shut up.
I have objections to just 2 of them. I don't know when would be appropriate to address it.
Is it something that's in the lengthy argument?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and take care of it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what exhibit numbers they are.
It's gonna be a couple of videos there on that are relatively short. I can pull those out there. They're gonna be witnesses for later today.
Okay. And before I see them, what's the issue I'm looking for?
Hearsay. There's snippets that are taken out of a larger conversation. One of them is just Deputy Jankowski asking Kathy Griffith the domestic violence checklist questions. Has he ever strangled you before? Has he ever used a weapon against you before? It's just that, with no context at all. It is one of several clips that are coming in from that day. And then the second one is a female deputy, and I don't remember her name, talking to Kathy Griffith in the road after they've decided to take Collin to a Baker Act facility, and the officer explaining why they were taking him to the Baker Act facility despite her wanting him to stay with her. The deputy talks a lot about, I'm afraid he's going to kill you, things like that. Also hearsay.
Your Honor, we'll start with the first exhibit, which will be for the record 189.
And which one is that?
That's gonna be the first one you were talking about.
Okay.
Couple quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. Has he ever used a weapon against you or threatened you with a weapon?
Yes.
And has he ever threatened to kill you or your children? And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
Does he have access to a firearm?
No.
And Has he ever placed his hands or an object around your throat?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before we leave? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time. A couple quick yes or no questions.
Mr. Levine, as to the admissibility of that video.
Yes, sir. And this comes from November 13th of 2023 at approximately 10:20 p.m. It's related to the domestic violence battery case that took place the same time. This is part of that subject matter, and this would be admissible, Your Honor, under the state of mind exception of the hearsay rule, because it goes directly to the victim's state of mind as it pertains to the defendant. And out-of-court statements are admissible under the state of mind exception if, one, the statement shows the declarant's future intent to perform an act that is at issue in the case, or two, the statement shows the declarant's state of mind when the statement was made, or at any other time when the state is when that state is an issue in the case. This is particularly true when the purported statements to a third party were made by a homicide victim. And then the case law goes on to hold, and this I'm reading from Kingery v. State, 523 Southern 2nd, 1199. It says, indeed, a homicide victim's purported statements to a third party have been deemed admissible only in three general categories in which the need for the statements appears to overcome the possible prejudice. These categories are: one, the defendant claims self-defense, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he feared the defendant, which that's right on point with what we have here. Or number two, the defendant claims the victim committed suicide, which can be rebutted by statements of the victim that are inconsistent with suicide, which would be relevant as well here. Number three, which is the third possibility, the defendant claims the victim's death was accidental, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he, or of course she, feared whatever the instrument of death proved to be. So I would say there's an argument for all three of them in this case, but if one is appropriate, then I would submit that it's supported by the case law and by 8033, the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. So what do we hear? We've heard in opening statements and as part of the evidence in the defense of self-defense / accident / she was suicidal, all three of those things. So because of that, Your Honor, this is admissible evidence.
And Judge, there's plenty of evidence coming in about Kathy's statements to police about being fearful, about what he allegedly did to her on November 13th. I'm not objecting to any of that as hearsay. I think it does provide context, but this is different for two reasons. One, it's an officer asking her specific questions about past events. Remember, this is happening November of 2023, so 10 months before the incident at issue here. And he's asking about past events. That, I think, is very different on a checklist. It's not her state of mind. He's asking, has this ever happened in the past? So I don't think it meets the state of mind exception. The second reason it concerns me is the checklist that the officer is holding in full view of the camera has other questions and answers that I think are irrelevant. And finally, a 403 argument that these specific questions regarding past incidences, when there's plenty of other admissible evidence about their interactions, her fear of Collin, that I'm not objecting to.
Your Honor, I would point out it's not just past incidents. One of the most telling things, and the reason it would be admissible pursuant to the case law and the hearsay exception, is the deputy asked about the future, which is exactly what the case law and the state of mind exception is made for. Not the past, but the future. And of course, in order to predict or think about the future, there has to be some discussion of the past or some reason to have that fear. And there's specific questions about, has he threatened to kill you, and do you think he has the ability to kill you or will kill you? And she says yes. So that goes to the future, which is why it should be admissible.
So Ms. Thornhill, as to those particular statements that talk about, and I agree with you that the statements about has this happened in the past, et cetera, that should be excluded. I also agree that the video portion that shows the checklist should be excluded. So I'm inclined to perhaps allow some of the audio. So what is your response to the questions that relate to her present state of mind? And
I don't have any further argument as to her statements about her fear of the future.
so I will grant your oral motion in limine in part. Mr. Levine, any statements that relate to present or future state of mind will be admissible, but only by audio. Any questions and answers related to past occurred events are excluded. So I don't know if you'll be able to get that editing done before you have the witness call, but if you need a moment to talk to your IT person, I can give that to you. But let's handle the other piece of evidence.
Well, Judge, I will say that because I don't think this was going to be admitted this morning, and the reason I brought it up now is so we could deal with it. I think that there's time for it to be edited. At least that's my understanding of the procedure we're following today.
What's the next piece?
Oh, the second one is the county talking to the deputy.
Your Honor, that's going to be State Exhibit 194.
You're on that.
What
Southern White testimony will from Catherine and Griffith.
what date is this exhibit from?
Your Honor, yeah, and that it's
I can't read it.
195.
This is one that I have no objection to.
That one, the one that I was explaining, right?
Correct. That's the one where they go inside and,
Here's 195. Your Honor, I said 194, but it's 195.
And what date was 195 from?
I can tell you that.
November 14th, 2023.
It's going to be from 8:20 in the morning.
Because we want what's right for him.
I
We also
understand.
want,
I know
but we
yours
have
are
an
trying to
obligation
protect
to
me.
protect him
I understand.
and protect him. We have to protect both. Because even though he didn't threaten to harm himself, he threatened to harm his mom. And either way, that
I know, you beat the shit out of us.
Yeah.
I know.
And with all due respect, you can't have them here last night where you were fearful, and then 4 hours later you're recording, because recording's not helping you when he chokes you out. And what's the recording gonna do? What's the recording? It's not bringing you back. You'll still be dead. You know, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's an easy task, man, because I'm sure it's a tough thing to do. But I struggle with a kid that's being released from jail and saying, if you bring me back there, she's gonna die.
If we don't do something,
Shame on us.
yeah, then we're not.
Shame on us that
And
we
we
did our
failed.
job and we failed you. And I'm not failing you. nor am I gonna fail your son.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, same arguments as it pertains to the state of mind exception as well as excited utterance. You can clearly tell that she's emotional. She's under the stress of the situation. It's right on the heels of, granted, it's the next morning after the domestic violence battery, but it was pretty much an all-night affair in terms of the investigation, and then the body cam footage and the in-car footage going through to the early hours of the morning. So I would argue under the state of mind exception, with her responses to what the deputies are saying, as well as her visible emotions and her excited utterance regarding that the defendant beat the shit out of her or something to that effect, and her agreeing with the deputies regarding her, she should be concerned and is concerned about the future violence that he will perpetrate on her. So I would argue that that's admissible as well, Your Honor.
Judge, this was many, many, many hours after the domestic violence battery incident. Collin had gone to the jail. As I indicated in opening, he had been released from the jail. This was after his mom brought him home, and deputies were called by jail personnel to go check. So excited utterance regarding the domestic violence battery situation, I think, is a little bit of a stretch since it was hours later. But additionally, I mean, an excited utterance about her son being Baker acted because he threatened her. I don't know that that's what's established here. The second thing is that most of this is the deputy offering her opinions about what might happen, and I understand Kathy Griffith saying, I know, I get it, but it's testimony from an officer that is improper.
Anything additional, Mr. Levine?
I would say it's not testimony from an officer, and it's in the context of Kathy's responses, both visibly, emotionally, crying, putting her hands over her face like an acknowledgement, and then her saying, I know. So that's critical to her statements making sense in the context of what precedes them and what the deputies say. She can either agree, and when I say she, Kathy could either agree, disagree, or whatnot, but you could tell what her response is as it pertains to in relationship to what the deputies are saying and her responses.
I'm going to grant your motion. 195 is excluded. Any other evidentiary issues we need to take up right now? Mr. Levine?
No.
All right, we're ready.
Could I have just 1 minute to put this back in order, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was distracted. Sorry. I think the jury is coming in now. I was just asking our assistant to turn on the light for Nightbot in the bedroom. Even though he said his own name in chat yesterday, I'm still gonna use Nightbot. Yeah, I was like, true. You're all right. We'll see. I mean, whatever happens. I think those were not on the record. Well, they are kind of on the record. Well, we count one, we won't count the other one. It's fine. So we are just counting the objections. I started. So was that last audio that we listed, evidence 195. That one is excluded. So the jury is not gonna hear that. So that is, I don't know how I feel about that one there. Oh yeah, Lewis, those headphones, I think it's the ones the guy is talking. I think it goes there and it connects there instead of putting in your ear. I've seen a lot of people wearing those kind of headphones, and actually they are quite cool. I like the style of them. So they were just talking about some evidence objections that I think was defense she didn't even want in. I'm not sure. I got confused a bit there because I thought it was I was gonna say Adam Levine. I'm thinking about the singer of Maroon 5, Mark Han Solo. He didn't want it in, or I don't know. I got confused. I got lost track of the thing. I think jury's here. And it's interesting that this attorney is blocking Colin. So I think because probably of the cameras being zooming in on Colin all the time, it's just a bit far back of the attorney. So this attorney is blocking him, and we can only see like his chin or something, or when he approaches the table. That is a rather interesting move. I never seen that one, but we will be able to probably see Colin when this attorney is crossing or
Maybe see
asking questions. So we'll see. Here we go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Again, thank you for your continued service in this case. Mr. Levine?
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls forensic investigator Brandy Baines.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Baines. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your names for the record?
It's Brandy Bange, Brandi Bange,
And where are you employed?
at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
What's your position?
I am a forensic investigator.
Tell the jury about what that means.
We respond to different types of calls for service, and we generally just document the scene, collect evidence, and write reports.
How many years have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
11 years.
And tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have a bachelor's degree from USF. I have a certificate in crime scene from Hillsborough Community College. And then we have 800 hours of on-the-job training, as well as continuing education.
Do you have any estimation about how many scenes you've been to during your career?
I don't know,
Is it in the hundreds
probably yes.
or 100 or more?
Yes, yeah.
Now, during your career, have you responded to countless homicide scenes
Yes,
and scenes of violent crimes?
yes.
All right, now, Investigator Baines, directing your attention to Sunday, September 8th, 2024, around 7:22 in the evening. Did you respond to the crime scene in this case?
I did.
And tell the jury about when you got there, what was your focus on?
So when we first get to a crime scene, we want to document it the way it is when we get there. So we generally take video and photographs at that time.
Are you one of the more senior forensic investigators that responded to the scene?
Yes,
Earlier, the jury heard from Investigator Ellis. Was she also there performing multiple things along with you?
yes, she was.
Now, did you have an opportunity to see the outside of the scene as well as the inside of the scene?
Yes.
And what caught your attention about as you proceeded into the house and made it back to the kitchen? What caught your attention at the crime scene that was of note?
So on the outside of the house, there was an AirPod that was on the ground, like in the mulch area in front of the house. And then there was some blood on one of the steps. And then going into the house, there was another AirPod or earbud, I should say, on the floor. And then an AirPod case and then a knife. So it kind of was in a line from outside to inside.
As if something started outside and continued inside?
Yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity to walk further into the kitchen and see the victim?
Yes.
And were you able to see firsthand the wound that she suffered?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you saw and what that meant to you.
She had an apparent stab wound on her neck. It was a very deep wound.
Have you been to multiple scenes where people have been stabbed?
Yes.
And the injury that you saw on the scene that you saw, was it consistent with somebody being attacked and stabbed?
Yes.
Now, as the scene was documented and photographs are taken, of course, does somebody video record the scene as well?
Yes.
And it sounds pretty self-explanatory, but explain to the jury what you did to accomplish that.
So we just have a regular video camera, just like you would imagine. We go and do the outside of the house, and then we go inside the house and do the interior of the house.
And I take it you did that in this case?
I did.
Have you had an opportunity to previously see State's Exhibit 166, the crime scene video?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 166 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Now, do you recall, when did you first see the defendant at the scene that night?
It was after 11 o'clock. I can give you the exact time if you need it.
Well, that's all right. But it was after 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Now, as to what the defendant was doing before that, do you know or do you not know?
I don't know.
Where did you first see the defendant?
We have a crime scene trailer there on scene that we usually bring on scene. So it was out in the roadway, parked out in the roadway. And he was brought on the trailer, and then I came onto the trailer.
Describe that crime scene trailer.
It's almost kind of like an RV, but it's made to be more specific to what we do.
And what can you accomplish inside of it?
We take photographs. We have we have processing, fuming processing for fingerprints. We have all different kinds of stuff, supplies. We have that kind of thing on the trailer.
So is it fairly common to bring a suspect into that in order to photograph them and accomplish those other tasks you mentioned?
Yes.
Have you been to crime scenes where family members or spouses are present and their loved ones have been injured or killed?
Yes.
And how do they usually act?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
When you came into contact with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was emotionless.
Emotionless?
Yes.
Did that change at all while you interacted with him?
No.
Did that surprise you?
Objection, relevance.
Now, describe to the jury, what was your interaction with the defendant like? What did you do?
So I photographed him, and I obtained some blood swabs that we had seen on him from apparent blood that he had on him.
Judge, I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
If you could speak up just a little
Oh,
bit.
sorry.
Thank you.
So
If you could answer that question again, please.
yes, so I obtained some blood swabs that were on him. He had some blood on him. I obtained fingernail swabbings from him, and I obtained buccal swabs from him.
Starting with, where were the visible parts of his body and or clothing that you saw blood?
So he had blood on his ear, on the right ear, on the right arm of his glasses, like right here. He had blood on his fingernails. He had blood on his shoes and some apparent blood on his shorts.
Were you present when somebody from Polk County Fire Rescue washed off blood off of his arms and hands?
No.
So your photographs would have been after that, is that correct?
I believe so, because I didn't see fire EMS, I don't think.
Okay. Do they usually leave the scene after they tend to a victim?
Usually, yes.
And there was a description of that there was blood on from his like elbow to his forearm and on his hands, and that was washed off. Did you see blood on his forearms and his hands to a great extent?
No, I did not.
All right. You mentioned, what did you mention about the fingernails, the swabbings?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you do to accomplish the swabbings.
So he had some apparent blood on his fingernails, and we take a cotton swab, and sometimes we moisten it with some distilled water to loosen it up, and then swab all around the areas of the fingernails.
Now his hands weren't bleeding, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, I kind of asked that question confusing. Were his hands bleeding?
No.
So did it appear that any blood on his hands would have been from his mother, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Now,
Sustained.
in terms of the
I
buckle
move to
swabs,
strike that answer.
Sustained. You'll disregard the last answer, members of the jury.
in terms of the buckle swabs, if you could explain to the jury what buckle swabs are and how you accomplish those.
So we do that the same way. We use a cotton swab, and we just swab the inside of a person's cheek. We do the left cheek and the right cheek.
What's the purpose of that?
Usually it's for DNA purposes.
Is their agency then able to send those buccal swabs from the defendant or from somebody else or a DNA sample off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement lab for them to do any DNA comparison or analysis that they want to do?
Yes.
So when the defendant was in the crime scene truck, were you able to take photographs?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to see those photographs in the state attorney's office? Those are numbers 100 through 124.
Yes.
And do those appear to accurately depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 100 through 124 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
Did you also take some photographs of the defendant's clothing and shoes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document anything that I found on the clothing and just to show how it was that day.
And did you have an opportunity to see state exhibits 156 through 169, indicating the pictures of some of the clothing and
Yes,
shoes?
I have seen the pictures, yes.
I'm sorry, I still can't hear very well.
I'm sorry. Yes, I have seen them.
Your Honor, the state would move 156 to 169, the pictures of the clothing and shoes and evidence.
Any objection?
No, but I have a question about the numbering. I have 156 to 164 are photos, and 165 is the 911 call.
Oh, you're correct.
Is
So
the-
what are the exhibits?
I'm sorry, I couldn't read my own writing, Your Honor. It's 156 to 164.
Any objection to those?
No, sir.
All right, the others are not received beyond 164, but states 156 through 164 are received.
Thank you. Investigator Baines, in terms of the defendant's shoes, was he wearing shoes?
Yes, he had on a pair of black tennis shoes.
And did you see blood on his shoes?
Yes, he did have apparent blood on his shoes.
What about his shorts? Was he wearing black, like basketball shorts?
Yes.
And did he have any blood visible on his shorts?
Yes, there was some apparent blood on the shorts.
Where was it? Do you recall, front or back?
It was on the front.
And then did he have a shirt on?
No, he was not wearing a shirt.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the state would publish the photographs of the defendant.
Amen.
Thank you. Number 100, that's the defendant.
Yes.
.101.
That's a side profile of him.
And if you look is it on your monitor too?
Yes.
And if you see where I'm pointing, is that what would appear to be some blood on his glasses?
Yes.
So you know that mouse allows you to point as well if you need
Okay.
Well, that would be good. If you could point out to the jury that the blood.
Right here and here.
Moving on to 102,
This is the back of his head.
103.
This is the front of his entire body.
Now, it's a fair statement. He's pretty tall, maybe 6'2" or so.
I'm not sure how tall he is, but he's taller than I am, yes.
104,
Yes, this is just a closer up of his top half of his body.
105,
A side profile of his whole body.
106.
This is the lower half of his body side profile.
I think that's 107. I'm sorry. 108,
This is the back of his whole body.
109,
This is another side profile of his whole body.
110,
This is a mid-range of his arm, his left arm.
111.
This is a picture of his shoe, his left shoe.
And going back to 110, were there some apparent marks on his arms?
Yes, there were.
And any idea how those marks got there
I don't know.
or when they got there?
I don't know.
111. Was he
Um,
mentioned the blood on the shoes?
Yes, this is the shoe with the apparent blood.
And could you, for the jury's benefit, point with that red arrow where you see blood?
Sure. So there's apparent blood in this area here. And then there's more apparent blood here. And then there's some here. And you can see a little bit here. It's light, but you can see it. And then it's on the bottom here.
112.
This is his left leg.
And tell us about that mark on his below his knee.
It's an apparent laceration.
113. It's at the back of his leg. What were you highlighting there?
Yes, it was like an apparent abrasion.
114.
That's a close-up of the apparent abrasion.
115.
This is his right forearm.
Were there marks on his right forearm too?
Yes.
Were there multiple marks on both of his arms?
Yes.
Did they look like super fresh, like they had just happened?
They looked fresh
And when you say fresh, like how fresh?
in the last day.
Were you able to tell how those marks were caused?
No.
$116.
This is his right forearm. And there's some apparent lacerations on the top of his forearm.
$117.
That's his left forearm. And you can see the abrasion or the apparent lacerations.
Have you been at scenes where you've seen people that have cut themselves or marked themselves?
Objection.
118.
This is the palm of his hand. This is his other palm.
And is it a fair statement he has no defensive wounds on his hands?
Objection is to the characterization of
Is it a fair statement that he has no wounds on his hands at all?
Right. I did not see any wounds on his hands.
Going back to 118. So that's 118 and 119.
Yes.
Besides just his hands having no marks on them, did you also get pictures? Well, I guess you did. Pictures of the back of his hands, 120,
Yes. The tops of his hands. Yes.
and 121.
Yes. This is a close up of his fingernails.
Going back to 120, did he have any knife cuts or wounds on the top of his hands?
No.
What about neither in 121? Is that correct?
No, I do not see any.
And then 123.
This is apparent blood that was on his ear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to that.
Yeah.
I can't really see that.
It's
but
very
can you point it?
small, but it's right here. This is the area that I swabbed.
And then finally, 124.
This is a close-up of the apparent blood on the glasses, the right arm of the glasses. You can see a little bit better now in this picture. There's apparent blood here, here, I think right here.
All right, now we're going to go to 156, please. All right, 156 appears to be a close-up of something. Tell us what that is.
This is the short, sorry, there's a little bit of a glare. I'm gonna move in.
Is
This-
that
You can adjust that if
Okay.
you need to.
There we go, that's better. This is the shorts that he was wearing. This is a close-up photo of the front of his shorts. You can see some apparent blood in the picture. It's kind of hard to see. I can point to it if you need me to.
please?
Okay. Sorry. So this area right here, and then there's a little more here.
All right, let me move on to 158. The shoes, 159, 160, 161. Could you point to the blood in 161?
Yes, there's apparent blood here, apparent blood here, here, and then all down here on the bottoms of the shoes here and this whole area right here.
162. Is there any blood there?
Yes, right here, 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 and then this area here.
163.
There's apparent blood right here by the laces, this area.
And 164.
There's apparent blood right there.
Investigative Baines, we're going to move on now. Approximately how many minutes do you think that you were with the defendant?
Probably about 20 to 30 minutes.
During those 20 to 30 minutes, did his demeanor change from being emotionless at all?
No, he remained the same.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to publish State Exhibit 166, the crime scene video.
That's been received.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Has it been received?
It has, Your Honor.
Any objection to publication at this time?
No, sir.
You may.
you guys want me to talk over this? Because we sit here in a silence, not listening to anything, and just gets a little bit uncomfortable. I'm like, so she's watching, or they're watching a video that's apparently we can't hear the video or see it for that matter, and we just sit here looking at each other and nothing happening. I mean, Amy today, the Chicken Lips attorney, she is objecting more today. She is getting there into the objections, but nothing much more. I don't understand why we can't see any of the photos, because I mean, it's not like they're showing any of the body uh, photos or anything, and just showing evidence. And I don't know, I was tried to look if there's any other like feed out there or anything, but I can't see. And the sun is illuminating my screen where I am streaming, so I cannot really see much. I'm just waiting for the cloud to come by and cover the sun so I can like see anything and see if I can find another feed that they are showing. But it's just crazy. There's like they are not showing the images and the videos. I hope that they show the body cameras when it comes to the body camera time. Otherwise, that is going to be a little bit of annoying. I can't see my screen because the sun is just covering. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust to see if I can move to see something on the screen, because that's not possible at the moment. So just trying to look for other feeds, because this one they're not showing. Now they're showing the judge moving along. I don't understand, honestly, why not. It's like it's the way that probably the courtroom is. You can't really properly see or set up a camera, or if they haven't set up a camera in a proper way. But it's just so now also, like, we're not covering now, and I'm not gonna spoil it if you don't want to know, but the mercy phase for Natalie Cochran is ongoing right now. I think the prosecution and the defense are supposed to do their opening statements on the mercy phase for that. We will cover that on Saturday. I'm gonna be showing. We're gonna be doing a catch up. I don't think it's gonna take more than today. That one. So yeah. I mean, it's okay. It's all right. No worries. Paul, I appreciate your support. Anyway, I can understand you in terms if you don't have your earbuds, completely understandable. We'll see you soon. You can always catch up on replay, and we appreciate your support no matter what. Anyway, darling, thank you very much for popping in, and I'll see you very shortly. Anyway, have a great day. Hope work goes quick for you, and have a great day. And I'll see you tomorrow and Monday. So see you soon. We can't even see the defendant that and as well, because is hiding behind the attorney today. We are looking at the gallery. I don't know who this is. It could be a family member of Catherine. Could be. I don't think it's the grandma, because the grandma is a witness, so she should be able to. Oh, okay. Yes, thank you. I need to text you about that, Paula. Actually, I will do on a conflict break that will take sooner or later. I will definitely text you on about that. Thank you very much. I'm very, very, very excited. Um, I will miss you all too, and we've missed you. Oh, hello, Nightbot. Welcome in. Good morning. Fancy seeing you here. And we miss you a lot, and I'm really, really glad that you have joined us. And this thing's happened of forgetting earbuds. I'll see you very soon. Um, so yeah, very, very, very soon. Lots of love and a big hug to you, Paula. Love you lots, and see you soon, darling. So we carry on watching the courtroom. The camera is moving backwards and forwards. So yeah, we're looking now at the Han Solo that is still Solo. That's the prosecutor. So we started doing something in this trial. Is trying to come up nicknames for the witnesses to try to make a little lively. We need suggestions for this new lady. We have a first witness of the day, and we haven't had a nickname for her yet. And like, obviously, we'll keep it civil, keep it yeah, chicken lips. I don't think she likes what she's looking at the screen right now. So we need a suggestion. Obviously, we still keep it nice and fun, nothing rude, nothing. So, oh, okay. I'll check that for you in a second. What's wrong, Nightbot? Is it? Oh, oh yeah, that is normal. Sorry, that is normal happening. So it's fine because you weren't here before you said your first hey. You don't see the rest of the chat. Sorry, I know I can see Nightbot's chat because he's my partner and it is literally next to me. Ooh, blood evidence brandy. That could be a one. Yep. I will write it down, Willow. Thank you very much. So, I'm writing down on the piece of paper so I don't forget who is who. And okay, all right. I check that in a second, night. But sorry, give me a second. When court starts up again, I will go. And I'm saying that Nightbot, one of our mods, is my partner, and he's literally next to me. So that's why I'm saying I'll get there. So yeah, I can I can sort him out quite quickly. And figure out what to do because he's just there. So yeah. I mean, this is a bit of annoying. I thought Florida had the sunshine law that we can, like, we are privy to look at this kind of things and see it, and today we're not. Just a bit annoying. I've already started as well because this case apparently is not going to be that long, so I've already started trying to hunt down for our next case. I know. We're not even halfway through a case, and I'm already hunting down for the next. I know. I'm a bit weird, and I like to to have content and to do this. So I've already started doing some investigations of seeing something what's out there. There is a trial starting next week out of Judge Boyd's courtroom. I think it's on Friday that it starts, but I need to check that one first. It could be an interesting one, and it could be a good one because it's Judge Boyd. We all like Judge Boyd's cases and courtrooms, so it is very good. Also, talking about that, next Friday you're gonna hang out with Nightbot. Oh, they may have been finished with that video, and I will be quiet, I think, for now.
Good morning.
Investigator Bange, the blood on the step that you pointed out to the jury, that was never tested, correct?
I don't know.
So you're not aware of it being tested?
I'm not aware of it, no.
And you don't know when that blood was deposited there, do you?
No, I don't.
In fact, you said you didn't arrive until many hours after the incident, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, because the 911 call came in at about 6:10 p.m.
Right. We arrived on scene, but I didn't go into the residence until much later, yes.
When you arrived on scene, do you remember what time it was? You may have already said. I'm sorry if I don't.
I can look at my report. I believe it was around. I got there at 7:22.
So over an hour after the 911 call came in.
Yes.
Collin was already outside of the house when you arrived?
He was not inside the house. I don't know where he was.
And EMS had already, or Polk County Fire Rescue had already been to the house, been inside the house, stomped around, did life-saving actions, and then left, correct?
Yes, I believe they went into the house, from my knowledge, yes.
You also said that Collin, at some point you're aware, had blood on his forearms and hands.
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Just now in court.
Oh, okay. So you weren't aware before.
That he had blood on his arms prior? No. I did know about the fingernails. He had blood on his fingernails.
Right. I was talking about the arms and hands. And he could have dripped blood on his way out of the house when he was escorted by law enforcement, correct?
I don't know.
But it's possible.
It's possible, yes.
The blood that you pointed out on Collin's fingernails and his glasses and his right ear. You're aware that Collin did several things at the instruction of the 911 operator, correct?
I don't know. I do know that they sometimes give instructions, but I have not heard this call.
So let me ask you this. If the 911 operator had told Collin to get towels or something to absorb blood and place it on Kathy's neck, and he did that, he could have gotten blood on his fingernails that way, correct?
Yes, that's possible. Yes.
And there was, in fact, a bloody towel by her neck when you entered the scene.
Yes.
And you're aware that he also did, well, maybe not. If the 911 operator had instructed him to kneel and do CPR on Kathy, and he did that, that could explain how he got blood on various parts of his body, right?
It's possible, yes.
And if the 911 operator had instructed Collin to get the knife far away from him, he could have gotten blood on his hands that way as well.
Yes.
And the knife was, in fact, far away from where Kathy Griffith was laying, correct?
It was in the same room, but yes, it was not right near her.
You said that, oh, well, let me go back to the blood. You don't know if Collin, in his obeying the instructions of this 911 operator, came in contact with the blood that was everywhere as he's tending to his mother. Maybe at one point he had blood on his hands and adjusted his glasses.
I don't know.
But it's possible, right?
It's possible.
The blood on the bottom of the flip-flop, you didn't really talk about that. You talked mostly about the blood on the shoes that were collected from Collin. But there was, in fact, blood on the bottom of one of the flip-flops that was laying in the kitchen.
Yes, I believe there was.
And finally, you said that Collin was emotionless when you dealt with him. You're aware that people can go into shock sometimes from a traumatic event?
Sure.
So that's one possibility here too.
Of course, I'm not a doctor.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot I do have one other question.
You may.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
The photo of Collin from inside the trailer, there's a mark on his torso about midway between chest and hip.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
That corresponds with a slit in his shirt, doesn't it?
There was a slit in the shirt.
In the torso area.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect now, Mr. Levine?
No, thank you.
Still free to go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call forensic investigator Michelle Peters.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Peters, may you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Michelle Peters. I work with the Polk County Sheriff's Office in the Forensics Unit.
How long have you been employed with Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 20 years.
Now, let's talk about specifically in this case, did you have an opportunity to go to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And what takes place at the medical examiner's office as it pertains to the homicide cases?
A post-mortem examination of the body, which is actually called an autopsy in layman's terms. And they examine the body and we take photographs and collect evidence.
Now, when you take photographs, does that give us a frozen in time picture of what the victim looked like? Any injuries or markings, anything of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And what evidence do you collect from an autopsy?
Standard autopsies, we take head hair samples, we take inked impressions, which are fingerprint impressions, and we take a red top and a purple top blood tube. And then we take, depending on the case, we will take fingernail swabbings or clippings. We can take clothing, any weapons that may be present.
All right. Now, in this particular case, were you able to take blood samples from Kathy Griffith?
We did.
And is the purpose of that so that it could be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Yes, sir, for further testing.
Now, in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs, State Exhibit 125 through 155?
I did.
And are those autopsy photographs taken of Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what date it was that you actually went to the medical examiner's office?
I'd refer to my report.
Yes, ma'am.
It was September 9th of 2024.
So if September 8th, 2024 was a Sunday, you went Monday morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll go by your word.
What was the time that you were there?
I arrived at the medical examiner's office at 7 in the morning.
And is that common for an autopsy to be performed the day after a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Did Assistant Medical Examiner Dr. Garavan perform the autopsy?
He did.
And were you present for that?
I was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibits 125 to 155 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
With permission from the court, may I publish the photos? Thank you. All right, that talks about the time and the date and where you are. Moving on with the autopsy photographs. Is that Kathy Griffith that she's transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And typical victims typically transported in a body bag of some type?
Yes, sir.
127, 128. Some identified information about Kathy Griffith. Does that say she was 39 years old?
It does. Yes, sir.
She weighed 126 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to personally see the stab wound?
I did.
Is it a fair statement that it was a wide open, gaping wound?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on with 133. Were you able to see where the knife actually exited the other side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
134. Is that a close-up of where the tip of the knife went through her neck and out the other side?
Yes, sir.
And that pointer or the metal rod that's going in through the entry wound of the knife wound, and transects through her neck and goes out the back left side of her neck. Who put that there?
Dr. Garavan.
And is that able to show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
And they can do that for like a knife wound or a gunshot wound? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One being the entry wound and one being the exit wound?
Yes, sir.
Now, 137, as part of the autopsy, does the doctor sometimes remove parts of the internal organs that he or she feels is important?
Yes, sir.
And does this the metal pipe that goes through the esophagus and or trachea, was that done by the associate medical examiner, Dr. Garavan?
It was.
And does it also show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
Next, we have 138. Did you notice a wound on Kathy's right hand in the webbing of her fingers between her thumb and pointer finger?
I did.
138. 139. Is it a fair statement? That's not like a little paper cut or a little straight line, but it was an open wound?
Yes, sir.
140. Next, we move to 141. Did Kathy have a number of scrapes and bruises on her limbs, her arms and legs?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
On what?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
141, does that show some of those on her left arm and elbow?
Yes, sir.
$142, is that a close-up of some of the bruising and scrapes and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
143, does that show some prominent bruising on her left wrist?
Yes, sir.
So some marks or bruising on the inside of her forearm as well?
Yes, sir.
Now moving to her right arm, did there appear to be some bruising on her right arm?
Yes, sir.
And going to her hands, was there some bruising on her hands
Yes, sir.
and her fingers?
Yes, sir.
That's 148. Were there some marks or cuts or bruises on her legs?
Yes, sir.
149. Is that a close-up of one of those?
Yes, sir.
150. Some bruising apparent on her shins and the front of her legs as well.
Yes, sir.
$152, $153, $154, and $155. All right, Investigator Peters, I don't have any other questions for you.
Investigator Peters, some of the bruises that the jury saw in those pictures were different colors.
Yes,
right? And you have no way of knowing when those bruises got on Miss Griffith's body, do you?
No, ma'am.
They could have been days old.
Could have been.
Do you know how much blood Kathy Griffith lost?
I do not.
And the weighing that resulted in 126 pounds. That was done after she had passed away and lost blood, correct?
Correct. That was at the examiner's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Michael Schneider.
Stand right here, raise your right hand for the folks for you.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. What you stepped on up there.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Alan.
Levine, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Sergeant Michael Schneider, Schneider. I'm currently employed with the Florida Southwestern State College in Fort Myers.
And tell the jury a little bit about what that entails.
I am basically responsible for the security of the college, managing my crew, and a lot of it is community policing as well.
And how many fellow officers do you supervise?
Currently, I have a crew of 14.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience in law enforcement.
So I went to the academy. Backing up, I have an associate's degree in AS. I went to the academy in 2010. Worked for the Fort Myers Police Department from 2011 to 2000, January 22. I left there, basically retired due to age, took a small hiatus, and then I started out with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, and I left there in November the prior year, and I've been at the FSW Police Department since December of 23.
Approximately how many years in law enforcement do you have?
It was about 14 now.
And you mentioned your degree, and you said some initials. What does that stand for?
An associated science degree. It's in the automotive field. I used to be an auto mechanic a long time ago.
Okay. All right, Sergeant Snyder. So the time frame I want to ask you about is very specific, going back to the year 2023 in September of 2023. At that time, were you employed by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position at that time?
I was working as deputy in road patrol.
Now, when you're a deputy on road patrol, does that mean you can see anything and everything and respond to countless different types of situations?
Yes, you basically you listen to the radio and see what's going on. If there's another one of your fellow deputies has a call that you might need help, and we also have a screen on the laptop that shows what calls are basically in service currently and which ones are holding.
And is Port Charlotte, is that in Charlotte County as well?
Yes, it's on the north side of the Peace River.
All right. I want to direct your attention to approximately 6:30 p.m. Were you dispatched to a certain location in Punta Gorda, Florida?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to?
It is called CSU. It's the Crisis Stabilization Unit of Charlotte Behavioral Center.
And what happens there?
This is usually where we bring critical Baker Acts.
Now, in this particular case, how was it that you responded to that location?
I was dispatched there. The call notes had said that I need to be there for a release of a potentially violent patient.
And did that end up being the defendant, Collin Griffith?
Oh, yes, it did.
Did you see the defendant back on the evening of September 19th of 2023?
I did.
Describe to the jury, when you pull up to the facility, where do you go? Do you stay in your car? Do you go inside? To tell them the process.
No, you don't go inside. You basically come in. It's kind of like a U-turn. You park under the portico. There's room for about 2 vehicles. I was on the left-hand side, and the entry doors are on the right, double doors. And when I got there was nobody there yet.
What is the purpose of you being there?
Basically providing a security escort. Somebody had a concern. I forgot who the initial complainant was on the call, but they had a concern that the patient that is to be released might has violent tendencies or might act out.
And if the release goes like smoothly and according to plan, what should have happened that evening? Like when the defendant comes out, what's he supposed to do or where's he supposed to go?
Basically, when he's released or any patient gets released from the facility, to go with whoever picks him up and leaves.
Now, did that happen in this case?
No, they did not.
Describe to the jury when you first saw the defendant. What happened?
Oh, I was standing there, or standing by my car on the left-hand side, and you can see into the facility, and people were starting to walk out. And when the doors opened, the young man came straight up to me and approached me and said I needed to be Baker acted.
Were you surprised to hear that?
Oh, yeah, because that is usually people want to lead.
Now, how would you describe his demeanor when he said that?
He was focused. He had a goal, for sure. He was somebody on a mission. He looked at me and said, I need to be Baker acted.
Were you in a marked vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And take it you had your marked uniform on?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him why he said that?
Yes, I did, because it's unusual. He said, I need to be Baker acted because I'm either going to go kill myself and he said his mother.
What did he say about his mother?
He said he was going to either kill himself or his mother. You know, he didn't name her by name, but he said it's either his mom or his mother.
When the defendant said he was either going to kill himself or his mom, were you surprised?
Yes, definitely.
Well, did you ask him any questions or respond in any way?
Usually when people do that, they have some sort of motive. And so I asked him, so how are you going to do that? And he stated, I'll find a way. I'll find a way. He named numerous methods, but unfortunately I didn't write them down. And so I don't recollect that, but there was several ways he was going to do that, and it was significant what he said.
Now, when he named the different manners in which he could kill his mom, was it like direct things that he could do to kill a person?
Yes, I don't remember quite exactly specifically what it was, but each one of those methods that he mentioned would definitely lead to death for sure.
After he said these things, what did you do?
We stood by the door with him, just kind of keeping an eye on him while other people were conferring what to do with him. I believe Deputy Welch was with me. They're from the Irish team. I believe that she took over the secondary Baker Act, because this is definitely a liability at this point. So
At that point, when the defendant says the direct things that he's going to do, is he a danger to himself and to his mom and perhaps anyone else he wants to kill?
yes,
You mentioned Deputy Welch. Is that Deputy Kerry Welch, also with the Sheriff's
I believe-
Office?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the term, the Iris team.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
They are called for critical care or anybody who's a mental crisis. They're specially trained. I don't know exactly what the IRIS stands for anymore.
And was the defendant insistent that he needed to be Baker acted because he would hurt himself or his mom or kill himself or his mom?
Yeah, he did not want to go. He basically stated that so he wouldn't have to leave.
So after you were concerned about his own safety and his mom's safety, what was the end result with what happened to the defendant?
He was readmitted to the facility as a Baker Act.
Did that conclude your involvement with the defendant that evening?
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant Snyder, I don't have any further questions.
Anyone else?
Sergeant Snyder, you weren't involved in the initial reason that Collin Baker was placed in Charlotte Behavioral Health, were you?
No, ma'am.
So you have no knowledge of what led to him being there?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And are you aware that Collin had been trying not to get released from that facility under his Baker Act before you were alerted and told to go there?
No, not until he told me.
Okay. And are you aware that his mother had done everything she could to get him released from that Baker Act.
No, I did not have any background information at that point. All I knew was potentially violent.
Are you
Patient.
aware now that his mother did everything she could to get him out of the Baker Act facility leading up to your interactions with Collin on September 19th, 2023?
I did not follow any of that, ma'am.
And are you aware that the staff at Charlotte Behavioral Health was insisting on releasing him to his mother on September 19th, 2023?
That I do not recall. I know his grandmother was, I think his grandmother was there to get him.
And you don't know what Collin had said to any of the people who were trying to make him go home before you got there, correct?
No, ma'am.
And basically Collin told you, I would rather go back into this facility than be sent home.
He didn't specifically say that. He said he wanted to be Baker Acted. He
Did not want to go home.
Apparently, yes.
Did he ever tell you he didn't feel safe at home?
I don't recall that.
He might have said that, but you didn't write it down, or you don't remember?
I don't know. What I remember is on the short notes.
Did you make those short notes?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's entirely possible Collin told you that I'm afraid my mom will do something to me and I will kill her.
I probably would have remembered that.
But you're not sure.
No, ma'am.
And you have no idea if he had said that 1, 10, 1,000 times in the hours leading up to your interactions with him.
No, I wasn't there with him. I only had a short interaction during the time.
But you said he was focused on getting readmitted to the Baker Act facility.
That's what the end goal appeared to be.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Is the witness released?
He is,
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Next witness.
State was called Deputy Alexander Sharp.
Stand right here, raise your right hand, just going in by the court.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. This way, please. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Deputy Sharp. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deputy Sharp. I work in the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Your first name, sir.
Alexander, sir.
Tell the jury about your education, military experience, and law enforcement experience.
Sir. Okay. So, education. I went to technical college for automotive. I graduated high school from the academy in Charlotte County. I have spent 4 years in the United States Marine Corps as an infantryman. I've also spent 3 years in the Fort Army National Guard as an infantryman as well. And I've worked for the Sheriff's Office in Charlotte County for about 2.5 years.
Now, at the Sheriff's Office in Charlotte County, what's your position and what are your responsibilities?
So I am currently a road patrol deputy assigned to District 1. Responsibilities are handling calls for service, traffic enforcement, and assisting other specialty units as needed.
Deputy, I want to direct your attention to November 13th of 2023. Did you respond to a house in Port Charlotte in your jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
And what type of call was that you received?
I responded to a call for domestic violence between a mother and her son.
Do you recall the general neighborhood? Was it single family houses?
Yes, sir. It was a neighborhood of single family houses in a residential zone of Port Charlotte.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
Well, when I first arrived, they made contact with the supervisor deputy, Corporal Moore, who had gotten on scene prior to myself, and the deputy who was my trainer at the time. During the time that this happened, I was still in PTO training as a deputy.
And who was your field training officer?
My field training officer was Deputy First Class Jankowski.
And you mentioned Corporal Moore. Is that Corporal Joella Moore?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was she aware of the defendant and his mom?
In what regards, sir?
Like, did she give, without telling us anything she might have said, did she give you any background of the family dynamics or the parties?
No, sir. I was just aware that this was a domestic incident between a mother and her son. There was no other context given.
So you had no prior opinions about any of the parties involved, is that correct?
Correct, sir. I had never met either one of them before, nor did I know anything about them or their any other history.
What did you do next, Deputy?
The next thing that I did is I went to go and make contact, I believe, with the individual and his mother to try and start gathering information, and his grandmother, who was there as well.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like?
I would say calm and collected.
And when you made contact with him, were you inside the house or outside the house?
I believe I was outside the house when I made contact with him, as he had left the residence initially when we had gotten there and then ended up coming back.
Now, did you have an opportunity to talk to him?
The defendant?
Correct.
Yes, I did speak with him.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
And what was her demeanor like?
She seemed nervous, quiet, scared. From what I could tell, just her whole demeanor, she was still kind of just processing what was going on. Definitely seemed teary-eyed, if you will.
When you say scared, did she appear to be scared of you or scared of what her son had just done to her?
She appeared to be scared of her son, as she had some injuries that were documented and photographed.
And what were those injuries that she suffered from her son?
She's had some redness and what appears to be the beginning of bruising and swelling on her stomach and abdomen area, as she had stated that he had kneed her in the stomach. And then she also had a small scrape with some dirt on it on her hand, as she said that he had taken his foot and kicked or stomped her hand.
Did she tell you why he did that to his own mom?
So, speaking with both the mother and the son, what we were able to gather was that she had told him that she was unhappy with his behavior at the time as a juvenile and was going to do some new parenting and wanted to take away his Xbox gaming system and his cell phone. And at the time, he did not like those consequences, so he grabbed his mom and threw her on the ground after kneeing her and then stepping on her hand when she went to get her cell phone.
Now, was there another lady there, the grandmother of the defendant and the mother of the victim?
Yes, sir. So the defendant's grandmother and the victim's mother was also present at the house as they were eating dinner together that night.
So they were having a family evening, the grandma, her daughter, and the victim's son, correct?
Correct. Those three individuals were the three people in the home that night.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to the grandma as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did her statement corroborate what her daughter was saying?
Yes, the grandmother's statement that she provided to myself and Deputy Jankowski was consistent with the statement given by the mother and the victim. Basically, they stated the exact same thing, that they were having dinner, and she told him that she was going to take some things away for disciplinary reasons, and pretty much gave the exact course of events the same.
Now, did you see any marks or bruises or injuries on the defendant?
On the defendant, we did not see any marks, injuries, or bruising on him at all.
Now, did EMS respond, or something like EMS, whether it was the fire department or EMS, respond to treat the mother?
Honestly, sir, I do not recall.
What happened? How was that case resolved that night? Who got arrested?
That night, Collin was placed under arrest for domestic violence against his mother for battery by strike.
And was he transported to the proper location then thereafter?
Yes, sir. He was transported to the Charlotte County Jail afterwards.
Was the mom or the grandmother arrested for anything?
No, the mother and the grandmother were not arrested.
Now, in addition to you and Deputy Jankowski, you mentioned Corporal Moore. Were there any additional law enforcement there you can recall?
I cannot recall.
Is it a fair statement that the three of you were doing multiple, multiple things, and were each doing your own part of the investigation, and not necessarily all three of you together at the same time?
Correct. We were all doing different things together. I was going and getting paperwork at different times to provide the victim, such as Marcy's Law paperwork, as well as victims' rights forms and things like that, while other deputies were doing other tasks on the scene at the same time.
Now, when you went to get that paperwork, you mentioned victims' rights and Marcy's Law. Did you or one of your fellow deputies provide that to the victim, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir. Yes.
What does that mean? What type of paperwork is that when you say Marcy's Law and victim rights pamphlet?
So Marcy's Law is paperwork that advises victims of what their rights are in the state of Florida as a victim, so that way that they know that they have the right to go to different types of trials and hearings, and then different paperwork to let them know if they want to know when the person that was arrested for battering them or whatever crime may be is released from the jail and things of that nature.
Without, okay. And then whether it's you or Deputy Jankowski or someone else, is that explained to the victim, Kathy Griffith, and certain questions asked and answers given?
Yes, sir.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor. When the victim, Miss Kathy, was sitting on the couch, how would you describe her demeanor?
I remember that I had asked her if I could get her an ice pack or anything like that, as she said that, the injuries that she had was sore, offered to help if I could. I was trying to be, as compassionate as I could be in that type of a situation. She just was very kind of closed off, if you will, and scared. She had advised me at one point that she no longer wanted Collin living with her or her mother, as she was honestly afraid of him.
Deputy Sharp, I have no further questions.
Cross?
Deputy Sharp, in your direct testimony, you made it sound like Collin fled the scene of what happened at his mother's house. But that's not really true, is it? He was the one who called 911.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
I don't recall exactly who the caller was. I know that I responded to the scene though, ma'am.
Are you aware now that Collin was actually on the phone with Corporal Rentis, one of your supervisors, when you arrived on scene?
Yes, he was on the phone with Corporal Rentis, and then also I recall that once he was placed into a patrol vehicle, he was also on the phone with Corporal Rentis as well, as they had had previous interactions.
Right. So Collin is reaching out to describe to a law enforcement officer what just happened.
I don't know what his conversation with Corporal Rentis was, ma'am.
Did you interview Collin?
When you say interview, do you mean did I get a sworn statement from him?
Did you just ask him about what happened?
I had briefly talked to him, yes, initially.
And he told you that his mom punched him before he threw her off of him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you and the other deputies who responded, it wasn't like you just went there, said, talk to you, everything matches, so we're arresting him. You were there for hours, right?
I don't recall exactly how long we were there, but it was not an in and out situation.
Right. And do you remember your supervisor on scene, Joella Moore, saying she never knows how to read Catherine Griffith?
I do not recall that statement.
But it's on body camera, right? Okay. Speaking of body camera footage, you had one on your person that night, correct?
Correct.
And it was running the whole time you were there?
Correct.
Have you reviewed it since you found out you were going to have to testify?
I reviewed it when I initially spoke with someone from the state's attorney's office.
Okay. So you interviewed Susan Detman, the grandmother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you know that her statement did not exactly match what Kathy Griffith told you, right?
Their statements seem to coincide with each other and align.
That's what your opinion was, right?
That is basically what I wrote in my report, ma'am, yes.
Right. But what about what's on body camera footage?
That she had told me that they were having a conversation at the dinner table, and that Catherine told her son that she wanted to take away his Xbox and his cell phone so that she could only send and receive text messages and make phone calls, and that they had pretty much both decided that he wasn't going to go on their family vacation.
And then Susan also told you that as Kathy was reading him the riot act, that Collin stood up and said, let's do this.
Correct.
Right?
They both told me that.
Okay. But then Susan says she didn't see what happened next because she was going for her phone to call Corporal Rentis herself, right?
So Susan had pretty much told me that once he stood up and said, let's do this, that she stepped away to go and get her phone. And by the time she came back, they were on the floor. And the only thing that I have between that time period is both what Collin had told me he advised happened, and then also what his mother had said.
Right. And Collin told you that his mother punched him in the face.
Correct. Collin had told me his mother had punched him in the face, but when we were on scene, I did not see any bruisings, marking, or swelling, or any indication that he had been struck in the face by any object.
It is possible to get punched and not have redness, swelling, bruising, correct?
I guess anything's possible, ma'am.
Right. You're not a doctor.
I am not, no.
So Susan did not tell you the same thing that Kathy did, because Kathy said, I never touched him. He's just being a brat because I took away his stuff, right?
Correct. The grandmother and mother had both pretty much told me, I'm sorry, ma'am, can you please rephrase the question?
My main point is that you made it sound like Kathy and Susan completely agreed on what happened, which would indicate to the jury that Susan supported what Kathy said about her not punching Collin. But Susan didn't tell you that, right?
Correct. Susan had told me that they initially got into an argument and their statements were the same up until Collin got up and said, let's do this. At that point in time, the grandmother advised she was not present and did not see what happened from the time frame that he got up and said, let's do this, until she came back and they were already both on the floor.
Both on the floor. Now, Collin was quite forthcoming with you, right? When you talked to him, your interaction?
So I had talked to him initially, briefly, and then when I went to go and get a sworn statement from him, he advised that he wanted to speak
I'm going
to
to stop you right there. He was talking on the phone to Corporal Rentis the whole time he was sitting in the car, correct?
Correct. He was sitting in the back of the car.
And anytime an officer walked up to him, they could capture his face and his voice and whatever he was saying on camera, right?
We had our body cameras on.
Right. So that's a yes?
Yes.
So Collin says his mom punched him and he defended himself by kneeing her and throwing her to the ground, right?
That is what he'd stated. Yes.
And that's on body cam.
Yes.
Okay. And then Kathy says, I never punched him.
Correct.
Right? And Susan says, I don't know what happened. She may have punched him because I wasn't there when that happened.
Correct.
Okay. You all chose to believe Kathy over Collin, correct?
Based on the evidence that we had seen to coincide with the two different stories and with what the grandmother had told us from the different points in time that she was there, it appeared that the mother and the grandmother had similar stories, or from what time periods they were both there together, that matched. And like I said, based on the physical evidence of injuries that the mother had and the son's lack thereof, that was where the evidence led us to go.
So your body cam would also show the alleged injuries to Kathy, right?
Yes.
And when you're, I know you were still in training, but I am sure you have learned, if not before then, that when there's a domestic incident and allegations from both sides about what may have happened, knowing the family history is important, correct?
The family dynamic between mother and son? Yes.
And maybe prior acts of violence on either side? Is that important to know too?
Towards each other.
Yeah, or towards anybody.
So once we had placed Collin under arrest, we did check to see if he had any previous arrests for domestic violence or battery, and we did not find anything.
Right, but you found some for Kathy, right?
For domestic violence?
Mm-hmm.
As the victim, I did not go into her background and check to see her criminal history, as she was a victim in this case.
So you weren't aware that she has been arrested for domestic violence battery on another family member before?
No, I am not.
Would that have made a difference to you in how you approach this case?
No, ma'am, it would not.
And are you aware that...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to anything further about subject matter like that. It's irrelevant to what he's doing.
So are you aware that Kathy Griffith had been arrested before for stabbing her then husband?
No, I am not.
Are you aware that she was also alleged to have burned him with a terrarium heat lamp in that same incident?
No, I am not.
Are you aware that Kathy Griffith was on videotape shown to law enforcement and a DCF investigator driving her car and pinning her then husband to the house, between the car and the house, in front of her children?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you're not aware that the incident where she stabbed her then husband and burned him with a lamp was also in front of her children?
No, I'm not. As I had said earlier, I have no previous interaction with either one of those individuals or knowledge about their previous history.
Are you aware that Kathy Griffith had threatened to kill multiple members of her then ex-husband's girlfriend?
I am not aware of that, no.
Are you aware that she was actually contacted by law enforcement on her way to their home in Homestead?
No, I'm not.
And you're not aware that she was on an audio recording saying she was going to kill all three of them?
I'm not aware of that, no.
With her gun?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware that she has pulled a gun and threatened Collin in the past?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
And that happened in Charlotte County just 2 months before this?
I'm not aware of that incident, nor did I have any involvement in that case.
And are you aware that Kathy Griffith had pulled a gun and threatened to kill her mother's husband?
No, I'm not.
Would any of those prior instances, if you had known of them at the time, would they have made a difference in how you treated this case?
So I would personally say no, they would not have made a difference to me, because I would have gone into this case as it is a separate incident from things that happened previously. And in this case, you have to treat in different cases, or any case, you have to treat different. You can't take other instances into account into how you look into cases.
Collin was taken to jail that night, you said, right?
Yes.
And you claimed that, or you said that Kathy claimed she was afraid of him.
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that the very next morning she insisted on taking him home with her, despite Collin saying, I'd rather stay in jail than go home with my mom because I'm afraid of what she'll do to me?
I was not on that call, nor was I aware that that call even came out.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
That's brief.
Deputy, are you aware that victims of domestic violence often want their abuser back in their lives?
Yes, that happens often. Usually with domestic violence, obviously it's going to be a family member, whether it's a spouse, child, or something like that. And people do have personal relationships. So after the fact, typically people want to try and reconcile issues and fix things.
Does that sometimes end up very badly for the victim being abused further?
It can, especially when it is situations where it's parents and children's or husbands and wives. You'll see situations where you'll have multiple issues of domestic violence, but because it's a family member and someone that they love, it continues to happen and they stay with that person.
Does it also unfortunately end in family members murdering each other?
It can end in violence in that nature.
Now, the defense attorney was asking you a lot of the questions. Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Do you know if any Do you know if all or any of the information she was asking about is true or accurate, or what source it's from?
I have no idea of anything that she was asking me because I've had no other involvement with Collin or his mother. And as I had said, I treat that case as its own individual case, as it has no reference to other cases or instances that we've dealt with.
Now, the defense attorney was inquiring about you a lot about when she talked about Susan Detman, the grandmother, about the content of her statement. Is it accurate that Susan told you that her daughter was telling Collin that she would be implementing new parenting rules?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And the grandma told you that Collin would be having his Xbox gaming system and cell phone and other items taken away as a disciplinary action due to his behavior.
Yes, that is an accurate statement.
And these are things that Susan said the mother was saying to her son, correct?
Correct. These are things that the grandmother and both the mother had told me in their statements, that she was going to take items away due to his behavior for parenting.
And they were so fed up with the defendant that they told him that the Thanksgiving cruise vacation he would no longer be going on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, according to the grandmother and Miss Kathy, the defendant's response was, Collin stood up and said, "Let's just do it."
Correct.
So did you take that to mean he was challenging his mom to a physical fight?
From both the statements that the grandmother and the mother had told me, yes, it sounded like he stood up and basically tried to show body language and intimidate his mother and say, okay, if you're going to try and take away my Xbox and my cell phone, then he wanted to have a physical interaction.
So because the mom was trying to discipline and parent her child, the defendant physically did what to his own mom?
So at that point, from basically what the mother had told me, is that he had kneed her in the stomach and thrown her to the ground. And when she went to go and get her cell phone, he stomped on her hand.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Is the witness released?
He is, yeah.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, it's about 10:20. We'll take our mid-morning recess of 15 minutes.
All rise, please.
And just waiting until to see if they have anything to deal after the jury gets out.
May be seated. If you don't need to go to the jury.
Anything we need to take up, Mr. Levine?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill or
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Hendry?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 15 minutes.
All right, 15 minutes. Let's start the count. So I think he said Mr. Henry. I need to write that name down just to make sure that I can do some research because I still can't find anything on this guy. Oh, it's all right. A young mustache guy. He was the officer that was involved in the DV case in September 23. So let me grab my notes because I've been taking notes all morning. I need to get a notebook because I tried to take notes on a computer, but this doesn't work with wanting to chat on the chat, taking notes on a computer. It is better to do it out on paper. The Henry guy. No, the Henry guy is the attorney. I don't think he's on the list. I don't think I have a Henry. I think the Henry is the male attorney that is in the defense table, but is not on a record. I need to investigate who he is because I've got to know because now I'm too nosy and I need another rabbit hole to go to tonight after court because, I need something to do. I'm joking. I need to get a proper notebook to be able to write down because I have 500 notes, bank notes all over my desk. So Yeah, I know it's all right. It's all right. I mean, well, this morning we started again with evidence being shown and introduced that we cannot see. So we had that forensic lady that we did not. I don't think she was though, Denise. I don't think there's any records of she getting arrested for TV. But you know what I can do? I can go to the Polk, because if she was arrested, was in the Polk County, correct? So what I can do is research to see if any information comes up under the surname Collin. Apart from, so I'm gonna put felony, misdemeanor, traffic, all the counts, just to make sure that I research all. So if I can search just by the last name, her last name was Griffith as well, to see if anything comes up. Because anything that is as a result of an arrest and she goes to jail, you have a record. So let me see if I can find anything on her name. So I want 50 entries to see if there is any, and I need a filter records. But I do know her name, but I don't want to misspell it. So see, Corey. There's nothing in the Polk County record search that shows up for her. Appears for Collin, because of the case that we are on at the moment. But let me try her name. So Catherine, I think that's how you spell it. Hopefully it is. See if anything shows up, because hang on. Does anyone remember what was her middle name? I need to know. Hang on. Because that way we could have found. Let me have a look. 1 second. Sorry, I need to approach my screen. That's why I'm going to turn off the camera, because short-sightedness. I need to be on top of the of the thing. So, oh no, this is 2013 anyway. It doesn't matter. So it was a big long time ago. Yeah, I think I'm spelling it correctly. But in Polk County, she doesn't has any court cases or anything, because even if it is closed, right, it stays on the system. So there is nothing on her name. So I don't think she was ever arrested. Collin was, because you can see the several times that he was arrested on the Polk County. So it's just yeah, she said it was, yeah. So she on this last witness, she said the Chicken Lips, the defense attorney, said that she threatened to unalive the ex-boyfriend's girlfriend or something. So what are the counties? I can say other counties. The Lincoln one, or Charlotte. Because I was thinking Charlotte was in Oklahoma, the one that it was talking about. I can see in Charlotte County. Is there a Charlotte County in Florida? Charlotte County, Florida court. Because of course I can definitely search on there as well in Charlotte, because he was saying Charlotte, wasn't it? So yeah, Lincoln County was in Oklahoma. Charlotte is. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you say Hardy, Highlands, and Polk. That's the three areas that this court is. But I can see in Charlotte again. I'm just gonna turn off my camera while I am searching, because short-sightedness and everything. I can't see anything. So, let me Griffith, and then her name. In 1 second, let me see. I need to prove that I'm not a robot, so I don't think I am a robot. So, I can't get into that one. I will check Lincoln County as well. I am on Charlotte. Again, does anyone knows what's her middle name? Because in Charlotte, there's two cases that are open, one from 23 and one from 24. but they remain open. But I can't get into it. So, but the thing is, it just interesting. Let me go to Lincoln County now. This is funny. Oklahoma, and on her name. Yes, yeah, you are correct, guys. So the case, the crime was in Polk County because on the gated community they lived. I have the where they lived. Actually, I could see because it is 2 hours away. Yes, they lived in Charlotte, Port Charlotte, Florida. That's where they lived. So if the incident happened at home, it could be in Port Charlotte, Florida. Was that where I was? I think that's where I was. The Port Charlotte one. Yes, that's where I was. In Port Charlotte, there's nothing about the mom because there's only one situation from 2014. From no, sorry, I lie. There's two, but I can't get into them. There is one from 23 and there's one from 24. The 23 could be the one that it was talking about the was November, September situation. But let's check Lincoln County because I don't think she's gonna have anything on Lincoln County, but we can check it. I mean, it is always good to check. How do I do this? Oh, calendars. Sorry, I'm just looking again. I'm just gonna turn off my camera again because I think it's with the E. At least that's how it is spelled on the Instagram that I've been stalking. I think one of these days I'm gonna go in. Oh no! Oh yeah, her middle name is Walantis, so it's neither of the ones that are in Charlotte. Well, one in Charlotte says Anne, but the other one doesn't say the middle name. So, but it says that she was the respondent on that case, the 23. So, it says her name is Catherine Walantis Griffith. So, on the Instagram, I don't know if it is the maiden name or not. I mean, I would imagine the maiden name would be the same as the grandmother. Was it the name of the grandmother? Deathman. So I would think that would be the maiden name. I don't know how things work in terms of maiden names and everything in America. So I couldn't tell you. Could search again. Catherine Walantis Griffith. See if anything comes up. Yeah, it shows up on Instagram. Oh, Ingan. Oh yeah, that's what Toxic was telling it yesterday about. Just before she wasn't alive, she posted Taylor Swift's lyrics on there. Oh, I found a Facebook one. Yeah, it is. Oh, I found a Facebook on her name. I don't know if it is. Well, it hasn't. January 28th, 2016 is the only post that I can view. I cannot view. Is there any photos? No, there's only one photo. Any videos? No. Any check-ins? No. Interesting. So nothing on Facebook because Facebook is basically empty. Let me see. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's do a research about that. Because his name was Charles Griffith. So I'm saying that she still had the married name. She never let go of the married name after the divorce. So that is interesting. Sorry, I'm still trying to understand how Lincoln County thing works because I can't find how to do. There, found it. Found the Lincoln. So let's search for all courts party name and we'll try Catherine and not. I'll just try Griffith because we can see if Charles Griffin in I'm doing a search right in the Lincoln County for anything about Griffith, like either Charles, Catherine, Colin, to see if what shows up with their names, to see what happens with in that search, because there's nothing in Charlotte that I can access. There's nothing in Polk County for the mom, Catherine. Let's see if there's anything for anyone else. So, or even Susan, because we might even get Susan in Lincoln County. We don't know. So Bailey, let me go through this. New. There's Oklahoma State from the whole state. I don't want attorneys. I want defendant case names. So let me see how to. Oh my days, 67 pages of case. Right. I think. Oh my days. I think I need to narrow down my research, because apparently Griffith, it's a very popular name in Oklahoma. At least for cases, and I don't know what the cameraman is doing. So what did Charles? I am searching now for Charles Griffith. Oh, there is violation of protective order against Charles Griffith, but I don't know if it is the same. Which is the year? Oh, 92. Sorry, stopping the camera again just to get a little bit closer. So there is a case from 1992, 32 years ago, because I was born. I know how long it was because I was born there, against Charles Griffith, a violation of protective order. So that is interesting. Are we coming back already? That can't be it. Did we literally just spend 15 minutes doing investigations? I'm gonna have to do some research on the background, or maybe in the next break we're gonna have to carry on with our research. So yeah, that has been interesting. Oh, sorry, I missed half of your guys' comments. Oh, the judge is ready. I don't think anyone else. Oh yeah, against 30, but it could have been. I can check. I can go into the case and maybe see who was against. Yeah, no, it is not our victim, because the date of birth of that Charles Griffith, it's 1934. I don't think. I don't think it's our Charles that we are looking for, because the defendant's birthday, it's 1934. So I don't think it would be. Yeah, definitely not. So I know, Lois, definitely. So I was like, yeah, it's not Charles. So moving on. I will carry on trying to see if there is any other information. Yeah. Could be. It could be the third, like Charles Griffin the third or something, but that shows that he comes from a long time ago. Ooh. There's a financial judgment against the Charles Griffith. Is this the same Charles Griffith, or is it different? It could be our Charles, because it's 2008. No, it couldn't be. No. Hang on, I'm confused on the dates. Yes, it could have been our Charles because it's from 2018. And I don't think the Charles from 1934 would be maybe still alive. Sorry, not trying to unalive, so. And the other Charles. So it could be the other Charles, our Charles. we have a Charles now. It is interesting that our king, the King of England at the moment, his name is Charles. So I'm just rather interesting that there's a lot of there's a that's probably. Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm not trying to unalive the other Charles. I'm just there's a DUI in 96 for Charles Griffith. I think the hang on. Uh-oh. I found something, but probably it is not. So there is a protective order. The plaintiff was Charles Griffith, and it was Griffith Charles Griffith against Catherine Griffith. So, and it was a dismissed protective order. So let me see if I can find anything else. It was a dismissed. It was in 2003. So, and it was dismissed. It was filed on the 8th of July. No, sorry, was filed on the 8th of July and dismissed on the 10th. That's interesting. That happening. There was a protective dismissed. Between them two, I think it would be our people. That's like interesting to know.
Lawyers are present. State's counsel is present. Are we ready for the jury?
Collin's present too. I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what this. So. No, yeah, but the thing is, it was dismissed. Ooh, hang on. There's a Susan Defman against Charles Griffith,
With
another
the Charlotte County
order.
Sheriff's Office. And I want to inquire from the court and ask permission for her to be able to say one of the things that she had mentioned before at the prior hearing we had. And that was the defendant telling her, as it pertains to the prior killing, he made a statement to her that when he was talking about killing his mom in the future, he mentioned that he's killed before and he could kill again. It would be my intention to ask Your Honor for her to be allowed to say that, as it would not be contrary to the court's ruling. She would not be saying, and she did not say that the defendant said that in the context of his dad, and she would not be able to say that anything about him killing his dad here at trial. But I would ask for permission to be able to ask that question. And I would say it would not run afoul of Your Honor's ruling and what has already come in regarding that killing.
And I would object to that, Judge. It implies something that it's a true statement if he acted in self-defense, right? But the statement alone, without getting into details such as it was self-defense, make it extremely prejudicial. And I think that the prejudicial effect of it would substantially outweigh any probative value. So it's a 403 argument.
Remind me what the context of this conversation was in which the statement was made. What was going on?
She was talking to him about, it was one of the times when he needed to be at home instead of somewhere else, and I don't remember which place it was, if it was the jail or the psychiatric facility or foster care. But it was him again saying, I don't want to go home with my mom, I'm afraid of what she might do, and I could hurt her. In response, basically, I've killed before and I know I could do it again. But once again, there's a whole host of interpretations that if it's allowed in, I would feel obligated to go into, that could mean self-defense too, correct? Which opens a can of worms.
Is it their characterization of the conversation that Mr. Griffith was talking about defending himself?
I believe so, yes.
No, the words themselves. I know there's been some talk about I'm afraid of what she'll do and then what I'll do. Is it that sort of give and take that's going on there?
I believe so, yes. But I could be wrong. There was one deputy who testified, and it might have been Welch, who said that it was not a conditional statement.
That was Welch.
It was Welch?
Yes.
Okay, so I remembered it correctly.
When was our hearing? I have notes.
14th and 15th, I think, of January, or maybe the 13th and the 14th.
Yeah, I think it was the 14th and 15th.
All right, so my notes reflect this was the incident at Charlotte Behavioral Health when he was being released. And I don't have verbatim notes, but she testified that the CAD notes said that he didn't feel safe to go home. When the witness got to the facility, Mr. Griffith approached, said he didn't feel safe to go home or how he'd handle it. She said initially he didn't seem to meet criteria. She asked him why he didn't feel safe or how he didn't feel safe. And he said he would do something to his mother or grandmother. She asked him what he meant. And he said he would throw them out of the car or shoot or stab them. He said he's done it before and would do it again. Asked what he meant. He said he shot his dad and he didn't want to go with either one of them. And then he was Baker acted again. So
the deputy knows that if Your Honor rules it admissible, she knows and understands that she will not mention that he killed his dad. I would ask Your Honor to allow me to ask that question, for her to answer that question, as it would be consistent with your ruling. And that's all I have to say.
Ms. Thornhill, anything additional?
Nothing additional. I have a transcript also.
Yeah, see that? I'm sure it's better than my notes.
Well, your notes sound pretty darn good. You're supposed to already be giving. It's not very long.
All right, so Ms. Thornhill, I recognize the statement can be interpreted multiple ways, but isn't that the point? I mean, it is a statement of future potential intent, action. that I think can be interpreted as self-defense, but it can be interpreted as not self-defense. Because nothing in there says anything directly about being afraid of his mother or his grandmother, because he speaks about his grandmother. It just says and specifically his statement is, I'm afraid of how I'll handle the situation. Not, I'm afraid of my mother. I'm afraid I'll be attacked and what I'll do in response. It's, I'm afraid of how I'll handle the situation if you send me home, which is probative on the issue of premeditation, intent, so forth. So I am going to allow it. And it is out there that he's killed in the past.
Right,
So.
right. I understand. And let me ask you this then. Would I be running afoul or opening the door if I asked Deputy Welch about one possible interpretation of that is I've acted in self-defense before and I know I could do it again?
Opening the door to what?
To any of the Oklahoma stuff.
Mr. Levine, what's your position on that?
I think it would be opening door, Your Honor.
I don't know why you would. I mean,
I don't think
that's a
it is.
question I think you would ask the jury during your closing argument. What does that mean? The witness's opinion of what that could mean is neither here nor there, is it?
I mean, we've had lots of opinions from officers about how they handle investigations and what's usual and things like that.
And the ones I've heard objected to have,
Yes.
if you notice, have been sustained.
Yes.
So.
That's fine. I won't go any further.
Right. I'm not saying it opens the door or what it might open the door to, but I just don't think it's relevant what they think that could mean.
Okay.
So.
And noted for future objections as well.
Now, sometimes those opinions might be admissible.
I understand.
If it's within their area of expertise and it's relevant to an issue in the case, but much of what I've heard, well, all of what you've objected to, I've sustained.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I may have just a
So,
brief moment to.
Let me ask a question though.
Yes.
Well, you're going to tell her not to say anything about that it was the father or a relative. I mean,
Yes.
that was part of my order.
Yes, I've told her I'm going to tell her again based upon the court's ruling. Will be updated.
All right.
All right, thank you. That'll just take a minute because she's outside.
Is that the grandma? Are we about to listen? The grandma side. Oh my days, so exciting. If it is, I need to get ready. Grandma's coming. Make sure that the grandma might be coming. Hopefully.
All right, thank you, Brian.
Please.
Case ready. For the record, I have advised the witness, Your Honor, she understands.
All right.
I've lost track. What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for witness, jury, both? Um, yeah. I don't know. I don't think yesterday they zoomed in a lot on him, but I know they are not zooming in a lot on Collin today because he's hiding behind the attorney. Probably scared that his face will be everywhere. Dude, your face is already everywhere. You're a national, international, well, not saying superstar, but yeah. You are kind of a little bit international there, so you're hiding now. But sometimes it's like people networks that they ask for zoom in on the attorneys, so that's probably what the cameraman is doing right now, is just zoom in on the cameraman. And probably if we get the other attorney Henry questioning, we might see a lot more of Collin during that period, because he won't have his shadow protecting him and hiding him from the camera's point of view, which I understand in a way. But I mean, he's being charged as an adult, so yeah. Yeah, true. That is true. Okay, but I mean, I guess we'll see. Okay, here comes the jury. All right.
Be seated, please. Next witness, Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Carrie Welch with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning.
Good morning, Deputy Welch. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name?
Yep, I'm Deputy Carrie Welch, Keriwelch.
And where do you work?
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education, training, and experience.
So I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 6 years. In that time, I do annual training with the Sheriff's Office, but I was also part of the mental health unit. So I did some crisis intervention training and extra training for de-escalation and things of that nature.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the defendant in this case. Did you have an opportunity to come in contact with the defendant, Collin Griffith, around September 19th of 2023?
Yes.
Describe to the jury how that came about.
So I was called to our Charlotte Behavioral Center, which is our Center for Crisis and Addiction Services. I was called there for the defendant being released from the facility, and they didn't feel that he was ready to be released. He was saying that he didn't want to go home.
What happened next when you arrived there?
When I arrived, I spoke with the defendant, and he made several statements about wanting to harm his mother and grandmother if he were to go back into their custody.
And those several statements that he made about harming his mom and grandmother, what specifically did he say?
He specifically said that he had, or something along the lines of that he had done it before and that he would do it again, and said that he would either push them out of a car, stab them, or shoot them.
Were you concerned when he said this?
Absolutely.
As a result of that, what did you do?
I placed him under a Baker Act for protective custody and sent him back to the facility.
And tell the jury a little bit about what does that mean that you placed him under a Baker Act?
So Baker Act is for anyone that has mental illness or mental instability, someone that can cause harm to themselves or others.
Now, when the defendant mentioned those 3 different ways in which he could kill his grandma and or mom, and he said he's done it before, what was he referring to that he had done what before?
If you,
Yeah.
do you need clarification?
Yes.
All right. Would you both approach, please?
All right, she needs clarification, and now this is where the door can be or not be opened because of the incident. I don't think she is understanding that they are referring to the what happened in Oklahoma and Lincoln County with the father. Obviously, she can't say with the father. They have to say that he unalived someone because he can't come in the dad. So yeah, so that's what he's trying to let it in, but that's where now the witness doesn't know what he's referring to and is trying to get it in. So we'll just see now the sidebar. It shouldn't be too long of a sidebar because they literally just discussed this before this witness got into the stand. But we need a nickname for her still. She is looking very serious. She looks like she's not a rookie. So yeah, she can't say that that was the dad or family member. She has to say that Ian alive and stay there. She can't go any further. Neither the prosecution or the defense can go any further than that because of what was ruled prior to the case happened. So we'll see what happens. Sorry. Oh, apparently the Mercy face in the Cochran trial is going wild. Here we go.
Thank you. Deputy Welch, when you said that the defendant said he had done it again, he had done it before and could do it again, was he specifically referring to he had killed before and could kill again?
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross-exam?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Back on September 19th, when you came into contact with Collin Griffith, that was at Charlotte Behavioral Health Center?
Yes.
And were you aware he had been in that facility under a Baker Act hold for several days leading up to your encounter with him?
I don't know how long, but he was in the facility prior. Yes.
And are you aware of what caused him to be placed in that facility initially?
No.
Collin told you multiple times that he didn't feel safe going home, correct?
Correct.
And when he said, I don't feel safe at home, you all kept saying, well, if you don't give me something specific, you're going to go home. I mean, he wanted to stay in the Baker Act facility, right?
Yes, he didn't feel safe. Correct.
And Sergeant Schneider was there with you?
No.
At some point? No? This is separate from Sergeant Schneider? What time, if you know, was Collin supposed to be released from the Baker Act facility to go home with his mom?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you responded to the facility hours after his release was supposed to happen?
I don't recall.
Do you remember going there at one point, finding that he didn't meet criteria to be re-Baker Acted and then having to go back at another point?
No.
No? Okay. It just, there's some times on your reports that indicates you responded at both 6 and at midnight. Did I misread that?
Yeah, I don't recall going twice, just once.
Do you have your report in front of you?
I do not.
Is it possible you went more than once?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So Collin is saying, I want to stay here. I don't want to go home. I don't feel safe at home. I don't feel safe at home. I don't feel safe at home. Because he said it multiple times, right?
Correct.
And y'all kept saying, you got to go home. You got to go home because you didn't think he met the criteria to be re-Baker Acted, right?
Correct.
And then finally he said the magic words that got him re-Baker Acted, right?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, once he said, I'm afraid I'll hurt or kill my mom or my grandma, you guys immediately put him back in the facility, right?
Absolutely. It's a homicidal statement.
Right. And that appeared to be his goal the whole time, was to get put back in the facility rather than going home with mom. or grandma?
I don't know what his intention was.
1 second. Thank you.
You redirect.
Deputy Welch, is it a fair statement that the defendant, in reference to killing his mom or his grandma, said, "I will kill my mom"?
Yes,
So it wasn't dependent on anything. It was, "I will kill my mom."
that's correct.
And when you asked him how that would happen, his response was throw them out of the car, shoot, or stab.
Yes.
And is that when he said that he killed before and could kill again?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing further.
Is this witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
The state would call Detective Lacey Zenoniani with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Right here, raise your right hand, just warning by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
There you go, watch your step. Good morning.
Good morning.
Detective, if you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Lacey Ziniani, juvenile detective with Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Could you spell your name for the record?
Zenioniani.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been employed in law enforcement for 5 years.
Tell the jury about your training and experience.
My training and experience started on road patrol for my first 3 years, and I have currently been in this position for 2.
And the position you're in as a juvenile detective, what does that mean?
So my position focuses on juvenile intervention and working with the youth within our county. My unit focuses on working with juveniles who are at risk. I also monitor our juveniles who are on probation and try to lead them into a successful pathway, as well as working with our runaways and just any juvenile who is experiencing issues or trouble at home.
How did you come into contact with the defendant, Collin Griffith?
I came into contact with the defendant after the initial incident that occurred. It was forwarded to me for intervention purposes.
What were your goals then when you got involved in the defendant's life?
Our goals were to implement intervention and work with the family to assist them with resources and guide them to a successful pathway.
Would you have interaction with not only the defendant, but also his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
Did you have any interaction with the defendant's grandmother, Susan Detman?
Yes.
And was that both in person and on the phone?
Yes.
Describe to the jury the accessibility part of your relationship to the mom and the defendant.
So I spoke with the mom and the defendant very often. My role was to be available to them, again, for resources. So we would sometimes speak daily, sometimes speak multiple times a day. Whenever they needed to call, I was there to answer and assist with whatever they needed.
On the day that Kathy Griffith died, did she contact you or try to contact you?
I had yes, prior to she contacted me via phone.
And was that a text message or a phone call, do you recall?
It would have been both.
And you responded to her at some point on that same day?
Yes.
Was she alive to answer that phone call?
Yes.
Or, I mean, did she answer that phone call?
Yes.
Towards the end of the day, did you ever call or text her and she didn't respond to you?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you give us kind of like a time frame, the general month and year to the general month and year of when you would have been in the defendant and his mom's life?
Roughly, we began intervention back in September of 23. And that would have ended September of 24, I believe.
Did the defendant ever make statements to you or in your presence that concern you about the violence he wanted to inflict upon his mom?
Yes.
And what do you remember him saying?
I don't recall specifics, but there were comments that if he returned home or back into the residence with his mom, that he wouldn't be able to control what had happened or that he would harm her.
When you say he wouldn't be able to control what would happen, do you mean how he would act?
Yes.
Did he say anything more than harm her? In terms of, did he say he would hurt her or kill her or anything specific?
There were comments that he would kill her.
And did he say to you or in your presence on more than one occasion that he would kill her?
Yes.
And did he make those statements that he would kill his mom on different dates?
Yes.
What type of time period do you think he made those statements in terms of how many days, weeks, or months of a time period did he repeatedly say he would kill his mom?
I don't know any specifics, but it was often that the comments were made.
It was the defendant made those statements often?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when he would make those statements, what would be your response?
We would just try to work through with him and mentor him about the opportunities that he had for his future and how to work through the situations at hand and the consequences that would result from those comments.
Did it appear that he would get angry when mom would try to take away his video games and cell phone and things of that nature?
Yes.
Was that a reoccurring source of discontent on the defendant's part?
Yes.
Now, besides providing help to Collin and attention to Collin Griffith, did you also provide that to his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, we did.
Was she receptive to doing what you told her to do?
At the beginning, she would act like she was receptive, but would go against what was being discussed.
And would she basically give in to cater to the defendant's desires?
Yes.
Do you think she was would give in too much and be too soft on him at times?
At times, yes.
Now, from those many months that you interacted with the family, was it clear to you that she loved Collin and wanted him to be around her?
Yes.
Did she understand the danger to her life having the defendant around her?
Yes.
Did she know that he had explicitly said he would kill her?
Yes, she made a comment to me that she was willing to accept her faith if that gave her more time with her son.
Meaning she was willing to die at the hands of the defendant as long as she had more time to spend with him?
Yes.
Now, getting to know the family a little bit, did you become aware that there were also good times between the defendant and his mom?
Yes, the family frequently went on vacations such as Disney cruises. They went on multiple cruises together and other family trips.
Would they both tell you about going to the movies or having movie passes to be able to go to the movies together?
They thoroughly enjoyed going to the movies together.
Whatever flaws Kathy might have had, was she trying to be a good mom?
I believe at the time she was doing her best, yes.
From your observations over that many month period, did the defendant have respect for his mom and her rules?
No.
All right, Detective, I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Detective Zanoniani, you talked a little bit about your role in the juvenile division. It's sort of a special role in the sheriff's office, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you're doing your best to intervene to help families make it through a difficult adolescent period often.
Yes.
And the resources that you provide, which is your job, right, is for both parents and the kids.
Yes.
So it's not limited to just the kids or just the parents.
Well, it mainly focuses on the juvenile itself, but taking it an extra step further to make sure the parents have what they need to follow through thoroughly, yes.
And sometimes problems that children appear to have are related to their parents or how they were parented.
Yes.
Is that fair? Obviously, you got to know Kathy and Collin Griffith pretty well here over the year that you were involved, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you need to answer out loud so the court reporter
Yes.
can take it down. Did you also get to know Susan Detman?
Yes.
And as part of your job in getting to know the family and the dynamics, because that's important too, right?
Yes.
You came to learn quite a bit about everyone's background, right?
Yes.
Okay, especially Kathy.
Yes.
And did you actually seek out information about Kathy's past in your efforts to provide resources to both her and to Collin?
In the beginning, yes.
So you became aware of some prior involvement that Kathy had with DCF, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in most, if not all of those prior DCF involvements, it involved Kathy being violent or aggressive towards other family members.
Yes.
And many of her actions that caused DCF to become involved were committed in front of her children.
Most of them that I recall, yes.
And in fact, her kids were taken away from her, were sheltered from her at times, correct?
I don't recall those specifics, but...
Would it surprise you?
No.
And you're also aware that Kathy had been arrested before?
Yes.
Specifically for an incident that involved her stabbing her then husband in front of 10-year-old Collin.
Yes.
And also, there were other incidences where Kathy committed violence upon her then husband in front of the children.
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware of the car pinning incident, which I call
Yes.
it, where she drives her car and pins her then husband to the house with her car still running. He can't escape, right?
Yes.
And her older son, Christopher, had to go and yell and beat on the car and tried to get a baseball bat to break through the windows to finally get his mom to release her then husband from
I don't recall those very specifics, but I do recall minor details of the report, yes.
And you're also aware that Kathy Griffith had, well, let me say it this way. The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office responded a lot to Kathy's home. Is that fair?
Yes.
And one of those times involved, didn't actually happen at her home, but she had threatened to kill her then ex-husband's girlfriend's family. Are you aware of that?
I don't recall specifics on those details.
Okay, so you don't recall a Charlotte County Sheriff's deputy contacting her and getting her, trying to convince her to turn around from going to Homestead to kill the 3 members of the family?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. What about an incident when Kathy claimed that someone had committed a crime upon her and called law enforcement? Are you aware of any of those instances?
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, you're aware that Kathy claimed that her then husband's paramour had strangled Kathy, and that she had video proof of this woman strangling her.
I believe I recall something similar, but again, I don't recall specific details on those.
But the takeaway from all that is that Kathy called police claiming that she had been strangled by someone else, but the video proof she had was clear that it was Kathy strangling herself. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Would you say that Kathy, in your interactions with her, definitely wanted her things to go her way, or she was not going to have it?
Yes.
Okay. So sort of her way or the highway?
Yes.
It's also fair to say that she really, really, really wanted Collin to stay with her.
Yes.
She knew that Collin did not want to live with her, correct?
Yes.
She knew that he had said he didn't feel safe with her, right?
Yes.
And she still wanted him there at all costs.
Yes.
Even despite the things that you all told her he said.
Yes.
In your opinion, as somebody who provides intervention for families either in turmoil or distress, or if there's been an arrest, do you think it was a good idea for Collin and Kathy to live together?
We did everything we could as far as intervention purposes, working alongside of our mental health unit and with DCF, and that was the decision that was made.
Who made it?
DCF returned him back to his home. We had resources we could implement in the time being to help guide them. I can't speak on who made it specifically.
But your personal opinion?
I'm confident that we did everything we could. I don't know that I feel comfortable giving my
If it
personal
had been
opinion.
your decision, you would not have allowed them to live together, correct? Correct. For both of their safety?
Yes.
Including Collin's safety from what Kathy might do to him?
Both.
Yes. And sort of along that same vein, Kathy, in just the year that you knew her, was suicidal several times.
There were several suicide incidences, yes.
So when you say instances, it's not just her saying she's suicidal. She actually attempted suicide several times that you are personally aware of.
Yes.
So overdosing on oxycodone, for instance.
Yes.
Mixing it with alcohol.
Yes.
Are you aware of a time when she had a gun in her hand but had become so incoherent from the pills that she luckily didn't?
Yes.
She even posted things sometimes about wanting to kill herself.
I never had access and or viewed her social media accounts to answer that.
But safe to say that at times she really wanted to die.
Yes.
and went beyond just saying it, but actually tried to.
Yes.
On September 11th or 12th of 2023, so right when you first became involved with Collin and Kathy, did you speak with Collin about why you'd gotten involved, about why the sheriff's office was, talking to them?
Yes.
Okay. And he told you that time that his mom had pulled a gun on him, right?
Yes.
And that she had pointed at him and threatened to shoot him?
Yes.
Or herself, or both?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And he gave you a lot of details about what all she said to him.
He gave a lot of details to the initial responding deputies who took the report, who would have had everything. I followed up the next day for intervention purposes, not mainly focusing on that, but figuring out how we can help them moving forward.
And I mean, what he said happened is not unfathomable given Kathy's past, right?
No.
And you're aware that Kathy actually had a gun in her home at that time?
Based on the information of the initial call, it was assumed there was a gun in the home, but she denied it being in there. There was no way for us to prove if it was in the home or not.
But you found out later that there had been a gun in the home, right?
Several months later, yes.
Yeah. And so she lied to you about that.
Yes.
And she convinced everybody that she had never done such a thing, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that she actually admitted to her own mother that she had pulled a gun on Collin?
No.
When you first became involved with Collin and Kathy, Collin was in the Baker Act facility, right?
Yes.
And Kathy was not being cooperative with the efforts that everybody was making to make sure that she was safe, that Collin was safe, that things were being done to make sure nothing bad happened to either one of them, right?
Yes.
So, for instance, she wouldn't sign medical release forms for people to be able to communicate about Collin's treatment if any was needed.
That's correct.
And when when Charlotte Behavioral Health Center wanted her permission to try some different medications with Collin, she refused, right?
Yes.
And at that point, he was only 16, right?
Yes.
So she had to make those decisions for him.
Yes.
And in fact, she was so desperate to have Collin back with her, despite everything that happened, that she hired a lawyer to get him released from Charlotte Behavioral Health, right?
Yes.
And that actually happened.
Yes.
But Collin kept saying, I don't feel safe going home. I'm afraid of what she might do to me and then what I'll do in response.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. And then another time, I think it was part of that same episode, Collin actually got placed into a place called Sandy Pines.
Yes.
And what do you know about Sandy Pines?
Sandy Pines is a residential facility on the other coast. Usually your local mental health facility will complete a packet. Our mental health team would be able to answer this a little bit better than I can. But they go through a formal process and send them away to this residential facility to obtain help.
Okay. And your understanding of it is that it's a 60 to 90 day program?
Yes.
And that's designed to get the maximum benefit from
Yes.
it, correct? As opposed to, say, Charlotte Behavioral Health and Baker Act, which is usually just a few days to get someone past
Yes.
whatever acute problem they're having.
Correct.
Kathy checked Collin out of Sandy Pines after 3 days, right?
It was very quickly, yes.
And against medical advice, right?
Yes.
And against your advice.
against all of our advice. Yes.
Everyone's advice.
Yes.
All right. So you're checking in regularly with the family on November 12th of 2023. So the night that Collin was arrested for battering his mom. Well, actually, this is the day before. I apologize. There might have been some contact between either you or Corporal Rentis, who is somebody you work with in the juvenile division,
Yes.
right? Okay. Corporal Rentis was also very involved with Collin and Kathy,
Yes.
right? In fact, I think you may have told me on another occasion that you had a really close relationship with Kathy in terms of you communicated more often with her, but Collin and Corporal Rentis would communicate most often.
Yes.
So Collin would reach out to Corporal Rentis more often than he reached out to you.
Yes.
But he did reach out to you sometimes.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought I heard something. So on November 12th, so the day before he got arrested, did you have any communication with either Kathy or Collin when he called Rentis and said, I don't feel safe at my home anymore. My mom kicked me out, but now she's calling me a runaway. I don't feel safe with her because she had a gun and she's threatened me before.
I don't recall specifics of our phone call because, again, we spoke almost daily, if not every other day, but they would reach out when things would escalate so that we could try to guide them through the process.
Okay. But that particular, you do remember an incident shortly before Collin was arrested for domestic violence battery where his mom kicked him out.
Yes.
And he said, then when she started calling him a runaway, he didn't feel safe going back home because of the gun incident. And law enforcement got involved that day as well.
Yes.
And nobody checked for a gun that day either, right?
I can't speak for who was there.
Okay. But you are aware that Collin actually went with Susan that night.
Yes.
To her house in, I think
Yes.
to her Auburndale house.
Yes.
Okay. And was the recommendation at that point for Collin to stay with Susan for some length of time, or was it kind of up in the air?
He had a good relationship with his grandma, so she was a good divider between the two to keep them separated. So we were just trying to keep them separate for a couple of days until things de-escalated.
Are you aware that Kathy demanded that Susan bring Collin home immediately the next day?
Yes.
On the 13th. Yeah. And were you involved in any of the discussions about that?
I recall speaking with Catherine and advising her to let them stay separate for a couple of days.
But she insisted that Collin
Yes.
be brought back to her home.
Yes.
Are you also aware that she punished Collin for not coming home quickly enough?
I don't recall specific punishment other than taking his gaming equipment away, if that's what you're referring to.
What about corporal punishment? Are you aware of any corporal punishment she inflicted on him?
No.
Really? So not a belt whipping incident?
I don't recall a belt whipping incident.
And speaking of that, if Kathy claimed to Susan, who witnessed the belt whipping, that when Susan said, hey, don't do that, and Kathy said, no, it's okay, Rentis told me I could do it, would that be something you would expect Corporal
That's not
Rentis
something
to?
Corporal Rentis would say.
It's not something he would say?
No.
Okay, so if Kathy said that to Susan, she would have been making it up.
Yes.
Then on the 13th, we know Collin is arrested for the domestic violence battery. And he said that his mom had punched him, and in response to that he kneed her and threw her off of him.
Yes.
Yep. And given Kathy's history, that's not, once again, unfathomable, is it?
No.
On the 14th of November, so the day that Collin got released from the jail, You're aware that he told jail personnel, I don't want to go home with my mom. Please don't make me go home with my mom. I don't feel safe with my mom. I'm afraid of what she'll do to me and then what I'll do in response.
I wasn't there for that specific situation, so I can't really speak on their behalf.
Are you at least aware that it occurred?
Yeah.
And jail personnel made him go home with his mom.
At the time, again, I wasn't there, so I can't speak on that behalf of what happened there.
Well, Collin's at home with mom when Charlotte County sheriff's deputies have to respond to the home because the jail, I think, realized maybe that wasn't such a good idea to make him go home with mom and asked them to go check. Were you a part of that?
No.
Going to check? Were you aware of it any?
Not at the time, not at the exact time, no.
But you found out about it later?
Yes.
And you're aware that as soon as the sheriff's deputies get there, that Collin is doing standing marches right in front of Kathy, holding weights above his head.
I remember a comment being made about it, but again, I wasn't there during that specific time.
Did you ever speak with any of the deputies who responded to the house that day?
No.
No? Okay. At any rate, you're aware that Collin ended up being Baker acted again on the 14th because he said, I'm afraid of what my mom will do to me. If she comes at me, if she abuses me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. I may hurt her. That same day, I know you're aware of this because you actually, I think, made the call. Kathy overdosed on medicine, right?
Yes.
Okay, so she ended up in a Baker Act facility on November 14th, 2023.
Yes.
Over the next few months, you're aware of the ups and downs between Kathy and Collin, right?
Yes.
And they went back and forth with who would be taking care of him, to the point where eventually Collin's lawyer, you know who Jeff Rapkin is, right?
Yes.
That was Collin's lawyer for the domestic violence battery.
Yes.
Actually, let me back up then. So on the domestic violence battery charge, it seems that Kathy was a little inconsistent in what she wanted to see happen with that charge. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So sometimes she wanted the book thrown at him, take him away, lock him up, whatever. But then other times she wanted the charges dropped completely.
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't always predictable what she would want.
Correct.
More suicide attempts throughout the next few months on Kathy's behalf, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, she got Baker acted several times, overdosed more than once.
More than once, yes.
Okay. So during this time, Mr. Rapkin is representing Collin in the domestic violence battery case, and eventually Collin gets put on probation. But that's not until several months later, right?
Yes.
Okay. But in the meantime, as Kathy's not sure what she wants to happen, you're aware that both Kathy and Susan signed an agreement to have concurrent custody of Collin, right?
Yes.
And that's called the 751 plan.
Yes.
So both people who are taking on the responsibility or the duty of caring for a child have to sign in front of a notary for that to happen, right?
Yes.
And they have to file the paperwork with the court system.
Yes.
And then eventually a judge either agrees with it and signs an order or says, no, I don't agree with the concurrent custody.
Yes.
In this particular case, you're aware that a judge did sign off on the concurrent custody agreement.
Yes.
So that meant that both Susan and Kathy at any time could be caring for Collin and it would be legal.
Yes.
They could each make medical decisions for him at any time.
Yes.
And enroll him in school, things like
Yes.
that. And neither one needed the permission of the other to do any of those things.
Correct.
So DCF got involved again in February of 2024. what incident I'm talking about?
Can you specify?
Well, it's the time when they actually found a gun in the home, the gun that Kathy claimed wasn't there, and DCF got called out, and Kathy actually claimed that Collin had attacked her and battered her again. Does that incident sound familiar?
I don't recall very specifics. She may have told DCF that, or admitted to DCF at the time that she had a gun in the home, but I wasn't there, so I don't remember specifics.
Actually, I thought maybe you were there. Didn't you find a gun at her home one time?
After the fact, yes.
After what fact?
After working with him for a while, she admitted and willingly gave us the gun to hold into our evidence for everybody's safety.
And when was that?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Specifics.
But after she had told you that she didn't have a gun in the home, you
Yes.
went and actually retrieved one.
Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea if she bought another gun or had another gun or...
No, I mean, I can't speak on what she did.
Okay.
Behind closed doors.
So I'm talking about the incident where Kathy claimed that Collin had battered her. She called law enforcement and tried to get him arrested.
Okay.
And the deputies looked at ring video from the home and determined that that did not happen. Are you aware of that?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And that DCF thought that Collin should stay with Susan or someone else for a while.
Yes.
But Kathy wouldn't allow it.
Correct.
Once again.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any other times when Kathy made false allegations?
I mean, she made false allegations on multiple occasions, but unless you ask specifically, I don't recall.
Okay.
Like, what are you referring
No,
to?
I'm just, it's okay. I think you've given the jury a good idea of how trustworthy she was, which is not very, correct?
At times, no.
Would you say that she was erratic in your experience with her?
I would say she was very undecisive.
So erratic is not a word you'd use. Well, what about the kicking Collin out and then turning around and calling him a runaway because she'd kicked him out? That's pretty erratic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
and she did that more than once, right?
Yes.
Including when she knew she had kicked him out and he was with Susan.
Yes.
She'd call him a runaway and...
Yes.
Would you say she was unpredictable?
Yes.
How about manipulative?
Yes.
She manipulated you or tried to manipulate you and other law enforcement officers, right?
I believe they both were, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. What about sort of self-sabotaging in terms of what she wanted and how to
Yes.
accomplish that? Yes?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about Collin's probation terms. So far as you know, he was complying with his probation terms, right?
He was compliant with probation, yes.
And those probation terms also allowed him to go out of county to stay with Susan, right?
Yes.
Okay, there wasn't any requirement beyond that other than letting his probation officer know that he was going there, right?
Correct.
And his probation officer was Monique?
Yes.
In all the time that you dealt with Collin and Kathy, Collin basically told you he would rather be in jail than with his mom, right?
He made a comment.
What about that he'd rather stay in a psychiatric facility than go home with his mom?
There was a comment made previously, yes.
And he also has said he'd rather be in foster care than with his mom.
Yes.
Okay. And that's because he felt unsafe with her?
That is because he felt unsafe and they just did not get along. They
Right.
didn't agree or respect each other.
Okay. But let's talk specifically about these statements Mr. Levine asked you about him, threatening to cause harm to his mom. Every single time you heard one of those, it was always prefaced with, if she attacks me, or if she harms me, or if she comes at me,
Yes.
I will harm her.
Yes.
Okay. So indicating that he would utilize self-defense if she attacked him.
Yes.
On September 8th of 2024, so the day that Kathy died, you were communicating, let's say on September 7th into the early morning of the 8th, you were communicating with both Collin and with Kathy, right?
I was spending time with my family during the day, so I did not have my phone until several hours after this had initially started.
But weren't you talking with Collin via text?
He had texted me the day before, but I didn't answer, nor did I have my phone.
Okay.
So everything was after the fact when I had called and checked in that
Okay.
next
I
day.
thought you said that you'd talked to Kathy on the phone sometime on the 8th.
I talked to her the day that it happened prior to, but I
Right.
wasn't available the date it started leading up to it.
I'm sorry. So on the 8th, you actually did communicate with Kathy.
Yes.
And you told her that she should let Collin stay with Susan.
Yes.
Which was perfectly acceptable, both legally under the 751 plan and under his probation conditions.
Yes.
And she just wasn't having it, was she?
No.
She was going to make him come home.
She was going to do whatever she wanted to do at the time.
You told her there was no need to go up there herself.
I told her to just give it a couple of days and let everything de-escalate.
Okay, but she didn't listen, right?
Right.
Kathy made some claims via text and maybe even to you, I don't know, on September 8th, like that Collin was a runaway. Did she ever claim that to you?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, was it?
No.
She also claimed that Collin had stolen his car.
Yes.
And that she was going to get him arrested for stealing the car.
Yes.
But that wasn't true either, was it?
No.
She made claims that she had sold the car. You aware of those claims?
Not specifics,
Okay.
but
I'll move on. What about that? She specifically made a claim that law enforcement, meaning your sheriff's office, had told her that if Collin was not back at her house by 10 a.m. on the 8th, that she could be arrested and that you all were going to get involved because Collin was a runaway, and it would have been 24 hours then.
I don't recall those specific details that she would get arrested.
Okay. So safe to say you never told her that if Collin wasn't at her house by 10 a.m. on Sunday, September 8th, she would be arrested?
No.
Okay.
No.
And that law enforcement gave her until 10 a.m. to get him back?
No, that's incorrect.
Had Kathy expressed suicidal thoughts to you in the days leading up to September 8th?
I don't recall suicidal thoughts leading up to the day. No.
Okay.
No.
One second. Detective Zanoniani, actually, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
I do have some now. All right, detective, would you agree that
Supposed suicide attempts are often cries for help?
Yes.
it's pretty easy to commit suicide. Would you agree? If someone's actually wants to do it,
Yes.
if you have a gun, you can put it to your head, pull the trigger, and suicide accomplished.
Yes.
All right. So Kathy had a gun. She could have killed herself anytime she wanted to, correct?
Yes.
But she didn't want to die, correct?
Correct.
She wanted to spend time with her son. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there was some mention about some prior allegations between Kathy and the defendant's father, her ex-husband.
Yes.
And you were asked if you were aware of a bunch of different things. Were you aware that the defendant's father / Kathy's ex-husband was very abusive to Kathy?
Yes.
Were you aware that he impregnated her when she was a mere child?
Yes.
Were you aware that he was physically and mentally and emotionally abusive to her?
Yes.
And were you aware that there was some incident or some allegation where she did something with a corkscrew to him?
Yes.
Now, violence, of course, is not acceptable, but would you agree that Kathy was the relationship with her ex-husband and what she put up with at his hands was atrocious?
Yes.
So that probably certainly didn't help her being a child, being impregnated, and then, living however long she lived until she died, correct?
Correct.
So the defense described her as unpredictable. Is that correct?
Yes.
But what was predictable was her love for her son and her wanting her son to be with her, correct?
Yes.
And she was cognizant of the fact that probably as soon as he turned 18, he was going to say, see you later, and basically
Yes.
ignore her.
Yes.
It was mentioned that she was manipulative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant manipulative?
Yes.
Who did the defendant show respect to?
His
What's- what-
grandma.
Okay. And what set of people?
Of higher authority, people who had a lot of money.
Would he respect people that would do things for him or who could do things for him?
Yes.
Like buy him things and do things like that?
Yes.
And you said he loved his grandma.
Yes.
Do you know why he threatened to kill his grandma and threatened to do her harm in addition to loving her?
No.
Did you see many instances of when things were going according to the way he wanted them to go, he'd be happy and fine with it?
Yes.
Did you see many instances of when somebody tried to discipline him or take something away or tell him no, he would get furious
Yes.
and be immature and lash out?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that he sure loved going on cruises with his mom?
Yes.
He sure loved going to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia and the Caribbean and all these different places with his mom?
Yes.
He enjoyed vacations. He enjoyed the food, going out to eat. Is that correct?
Yes, they took a lot of vacations together.
He enjoyed basically unlimited Starbucks drinks, coffees, cold drinks, sandwiches that his mom would buy him.
Yes.
He loved the fact that his mom bought him computers, correct?
Yes.
He loved that she got him an Xbox.
Yes.
He loved that she got him a cell phone.
Yes.
He loved the video games and all that stuff, correct?
Yes.
But he didn't like chores, right?
Correct.
And he didn't like weed eating the backyard or taking out the trash or keeping his room clean, correct?
Correct.
So God forbid he had to do any of those things. That would anger him, correct?
Yes.
So he would prefer to not have anyone telling him what to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sometimes our grandparents a little less disciplinarians than the actual parent of a child.
Yes.
And despite knowing that she might be signing her own death certificate, she still wanted to spend every moment with her son until he killed her.
Yes.
All right, nothing further.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
As long as you on standby, just in case.
You're not released from your subpoena, but you're free to go for now. You'll get a call if you're needed back.
Okay, thanks.
It's almost noon. We'll take our lunch recess now of 1 hour.
All rise, please.
Please report back at 1 o'clock.
You don't need to go to the jury room. You don't need to go back to the jury room. May be seated.
Mr. Levine, how many afternoon witnesses do you anticipate?
I have 3 witnesses for the afternoon, Your Honor. There are 2 more Charlotte County Sheriff's Office witnesses, as well as a little bit of Detective Danny Peters. A lot of his testimony will be tomorrow. So those will be the final 3 for today.
I heard you all whispering that it would be an early day today. Is that
It probably will be, Your Honor, yes.
any reason we're not filling the day up a little more?
Well, Your Honor, some of the testimony and witnesses have been moving quicker than anticipated. However, we're way ahead of schedule in terms of it's not going to be going the full 2 weeks at all.
Do you have some, if you continue at this pace, do you have some prediction as to when you might rest
Monday, Your Honor?
at the end of the day?
Yeah, I would think so.
And if you have a case, do you know about
I still think it would be about a day.
a day?
At least that's what I think right now.
Okay. Anything we need to take out before the break?
No, Your Honor, but in terms of based upon the court's ruling and the defense's objection regarding the CD for Deputy Jankowski this afternoon, those redactions or changes will be made. So that's about the only thing.
Maybe you could return just a few minutes early so
Sure.
you can view it or
Yes.
listen to it.
You got it, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Did you need to do something on the record? All right, hang on just a minute.
All right, so we're just waiting to see what else is going on because there's a lot of discussions of the length of the trial, which is good because I did not know that's going to be a 2-week trial. It might be a little bit less because we are flying through the witness list, but we have long witnesses. That's probably going to be the ME, the detective, lead
We'll be in a
detective.
recess, but would you remain for just a few minutes off the record?
No, okay, they're gonna go off the record, and we are not privy to that information. So
Cut the feed, please.
yeah, the feed will be cut, and yeah, we're not gonna be privy of that, which is okay. We can still see the head of the judge. Sorry. We're gonna see the head of the judge bouncing around. I'm sorry, that was very well. Oh, you probably can't see because of the thing of the banner, but if I take it, you can't see a little bit of the judge's head there. Sorry, my bad, but I can put that back up. But I was just saying that is a good insight because I was thinking this was going to be a 3-day trial and we were moving good, but not fast enough for finishing on Friday. So that's good. So that means that this trial is going to be like this week and then next week, 2-week trials, which is good because then the other week we have the other new trial starting out of Judge Boyd trial. So we might be catching that actually. So that is a good thing to know. Today is going to be another short day because apparently the Han Solo, I cannot forget Mark Levine, the Han Solo guy. He only has 3 witnesses for this afternoon, and if we are going to go by the fastness of the trial that is going right now, we're going to be done rather quickly today. So that is another point, which is good. So today's going to be short. I did not hear what he said about Monday because a certain person was coughing, aka Nightwatch was coughing, and I was like, I need to listen because they speak low, and my headphones was like not yeah, he did want, but because he said because he was moving a bit too fast, he did not know they was going to move too fast, that he did not prepare witnesses enough, so he only has 3 for this afternoon. And I think tomorrow is going to be a full day of witnesses, which is good. That today is going to be I always blame Nightbot, always. Anything that has happened, Nightbot's fault. You know, it is no, I'm joking. But this was actually Nightbot's fault, so not mine. So there you go. But I was gonna say, and that tomorrow's going to be a full day, and apparently from what our lovely Kay has said, that is they might rest on Monday. I think we'll find out more about tomorrow. If there is, I think I might take the day off as well and just relax and enjoy, because tomorrow Nightbot is working and I'm gonna have to be on stream with you guys, and it's gonna be a hard day tomorrow. I think I'm going to take Monday off. If court is off Monday, I'm going to take the day off as well. And we'll be back on Tuesday, of course, for court. But that's probably how things are going to go. And then Saturday, we're going to do the catch up of the... this is the thing. Now that I'm thinking, right? If Natalie is just today, we'll do Natalie on Saturday. If Natalie has today and tomorrow, on Monday we might have to catch up on Natalie. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So today, if it depends on how Natalie goes, the must-see face for Natalie. Louis, are you on this side? Everyone assumes that is on this side. Apart from case one I think is on my side. And then that's probably how we're gonna do it. I was just having to rethink that. So the plan is, if there's no court on Monday, we'll catch up on Natalie if Natalie goes into tomorrow. But if Natalie is just today, we'll do everything on Saturday. Because the thing is, we can even catch up on Natalie on 2.5 speed, or like not 2, but 1.5 or 1.3 like we normally do. So it will be rather quickly. And if the slow poke complaint attorney is the one talking, will be fine. So that's gonna be amazing. So this morning we Han Solo needs to pick up a little bit, in my opinion. I don't know what you guys think, but he's losing the jurors. Yeah, I hope it doesn't go into tomorrow either, because otherwise it's going to be a lot of catching up of court for a lot of people that are wanting. I want as well to watch the Natalie, but I want to watch this court live. I already know Natalie's gonna get life no matter what she gets. Mercy or no mercy, it's just the fact that she gets the possibility of parole. And the thing is, there's very rare that a defendant gets parole at the first time. So it's almost impossible that she's gonna get parole in 15 years. So I have interest in watching, but probably not live. So we can skip breaks, we can skip can do a little bit faster. So and then the thing is, it is going to be very emotional with impact victim statements. I'm going to be very honest right now. I love the watching trials and covering trials gavel to gavel, and I will be covering the sentencings, but it's not I don't like the victim impact statements. It just gets me too emotional. It gets me very emotional, and it is a very sad occasion. And it's not like we can make a bit lighter of that occasion. We have to be respectful. And it's just obviously during the trial the same thing, but it's different. I don't know why, but sentencings for me, I like to know how many they got and they're gonna go away for. But it's a lot of emotion. It's a lot of emotion, and it's very, very sad for everyone. The defendant, the victim's family, the defendant's family. There's no winners, and it's just it is very raw emotion. It is hard. So that's why I'm saying I don't really particularly like sentencings. But and the fact that we know that she's gonna get life and she's probably not gonna get out at the first try, because I don't see Natalie taking responsibility for the unaliving of her husband. She's gonna say she's innocent. She's gonna appeal for sure. So yeah, that's just my opinion. I mean, but we'll be covering sentencings. We're gonna be covering Natalie. We're gonna be doing all of those good stuff. If like, oh yeah. Oh, his parents yesterday did an interview right after the I think was either after the court finished. They did an interview, and they want her to get life without the possibility of parole. That's the position. They did an interview. I think it was Court TV or Law and Crime or someone. They did interview, and they were not happy. Well, they were happy that finally there was justice for their son. So I think yes, Willow. I think that's what case one means, and I think that's what I'm talking about. That they did some an interview, and I think, because I know that something happened and they couldn't the victim's parents, Michael's parents, they were not allowed to testify in court about, I think, something that happened. But I hope they are allowed to speak on his behalf, because I mean, someone has to speak on behalf of the victim, because I'm sure the kids are gonna speak on behalf of the grandmother. By the way, I haven't seen the morning session, so about the Natalie sentencing phase thing. So I'm just talking of what I think is happening, because I've only been getting notifications of the of X about this whole ordeal, and then about what Toxic and other people has been saying in chat. So my speculation is that the kids have spoken, or going to speak on behalf of the mom, saying, we've already lost our dad. We don't want to lose our mom either forever. And I'm sure her mom, the grandma, is going to be talking as well. Talking about whatever, and that Natalie deserves parole. But that's the thing. It's a chance of parole. I don't think she's gonna get, because we saw what happened with Susan Smith. She got parole and she got denied, because even though that she did what she did throughout the period that she was in prison, right? She was still not qualified. So it's only a chance at parole. It doesn't mean that she's gonna get parole when she comes to it. So oh, Mom was a train wreck? No, I want to watch it so badly. Oh, I might have to go back on my word. I want to watch. I want to watch this trial. Now, we're gonna keep, like I was saying, we're gonna watch Natalie on Saturday. We're gonna hang tight until Saturday. Not seeing spoilers or anything, because it's only going to probably, hopefully, being today. Has the defense case one? Has the defense, does the defense rest? Has the defense finished with their portion, or are they still going? Because I know the defense goes first. Because the defense has the burden of proof now. It's on the defense and not on the state. The state. So, I can imagine. She does look like someone that would be all over the place. So, and that is hilarious. No, yeah, don't say anymore. Okay, no more spoilers. No more spoilers. But has the defense rested? You can spoil that if the defense has rested or not. And then no more spoilers, please. And thank you, with the cherry on top. But yeah, we're going to watch Natalie on Saturday. Monday if needed. We have an extra day if needed, if this trial is not going. I was actually saying earlier, next week, next Friday, for sure and 100% sure, and Nightbot is listening to it. So you are guys gonna have to hang out with Nightbot, because I have a concert to go to next Friday, and I've booked the concert a while ago with some friends. So I'm gonna go to a concert next Friday. You're gonna hang out with Nightbot during the trial. You might have a verdict, his first verdict watch to see. but don't worry, I'm gonna have to teach him how to do all the clocks and everything. He will be fine. I'm sure, I have 100% confidence in him. You're gonna hang out with him while I'm at my concert. I might try to pop it into chat if I can while I'm at there, but we'll see. I'm saying we might be on uh we might see what's happening. And Nightbot might be unalived even before that because he's texting me. But I need to sort things out with him. But I am almost 100% sure that Nightbot will be live streaming. Any changes, I'll let you guys know. So we've done a bit of a recap. But what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have my dinner now as well while they are on break. I'm trying to have my breaks while they're on breaks as well, at least the lunch break, not the middle of the afternoon breaks. I'm just talking about the lunch break. So I'm gonna leave the stream up. Everything's gonna, we can stay in chat, we can still chat because I'm gonna eat, but then I have some research to do about this trial during break as well, and I'm gonna take advantage of that. We will be back shortly before court is gonna be back, so about 40 minutes will be out. I'll be out of the screen, but then I'll come back and interact with you guys a little bit more, and then we can watch the afternoon session, and then we can go from there. I have to say that word very carefully because my accent, it sounds like I am saying something else and will not mention it. So, oh yes, it will be okay. If you can send me a picture, I would love to see them. I'm sure they're gonna look amazing, and I really, really hope you will like them because I'm so excited for you about that. And but so I'll see you guys very soon. I'll see you in about half an hour to 40 minutes. Okay, I'll put the email in chat. course starts. Hello, everybody. I'm back. So I am going to be doing some research, and I can be talking to you guys at the same time because, yeah, I literally just finished eating, and I still kind of digesting food. But we were in saying that Charles, it again, this has been dismissed. The protective order against the grandma Susan was dismissed. Oh wow, this was in 1999. So this family has been having a lot of problems for a very long time. Um, I mean, I need to research grandma now. Apparently, there was a lot of fines. Well, a lot of fines. She had to pay $20 fines. And then there was a hearing, and then that same day the case was settled and then dismissed. But the thing is, right? The date filed, it does say 99, but completed and resolved was in 2012 and closed. So I don't really understand that. Again, there is no documents in this one. I need to see if I can find any documents. One second. I forgot where. What did I put to the bookmark? As I have a bookmark of the document thingy that I use, and I cannot find it now. Yeah, I need to find it another way anyway. But yeah, so it's just my results expired since I've been, but it's just been interesting that Karama was naughty too. I mean, she had a case against her, so that is not good for Grandma. It's not looking good for her. All right, okay, it got expired. Can I research again? Okay, let me go back. If they will let me go back. Come on, internet, just work with me today. I know you're gonna be replacing. Okay, so we're back. So we were in Susan. Oh, there is another Nancy Griffith. So, and that's a divorce. Not, oh yeah, that is 87. That's probably before our Charles Griffith. So I'm just state of Oklahoma. Oh, versus again 89. Wow. The past Charles Griffith, he was naughty too, because he had a lot of felonies on his things. I don't think Charles Griffith might be a bit good of a good name, because Charles Griffith has a lot of cases. There is violations of protective order, and then custody. There we go. 2012 custody battle between Kathy. Ooh, because she goes by Kathy, and I've been searching for Catherine. There's some movement in court. I think they're getting ready to go back. I need to search Kathy, because she a lot of the things that I've been saying, it's been Kathy or Catherine. So I'm gonna search Kathy to see if anything comes up in her name in Oklahoma. That's where we are at the moment. And then there is quite a few. So, and they are quite recent. So there's protective order. Oh, hang on. So I found the name of the girlfriend or possible girlfriend or family that says that the plaintiff, it's a completely new name to the thing. The defendant is Chuck Robert Griffith. I don't know who's that. And then as well for Kathy as the defendant. Yeah, and it was again a protective order. So that's a lot of juicy. There was a lot of protective orders in this family. I think that we can call this family the family of the protective orders. And then there was a foreclosure order as well against Kathy in her name. And then, a money judgment? order, but again, everything gets dismissed or just closed and settled. So nothing really comes to fruition almost ever, like gets to court. So that is interesting because now, I mean, I'm wondering if in Charlotte, Polk, was it Fort Charlotte? What was the name where they lived? I forgot now. Hang on, let me. My brain after food gets a little bit troublesome. Hang on. Port Charlotte. That's where they lived. Port Charlotte. So, because now I'm thinking, yeah. Thank you, Lois. Appreciate it. Because now I'm thinking if Port Charlotte was also considering her as Kathy and not Catherine. So let me grab that. Oh no, it's fine. It's okay. I understood what you said. I thank you very much. Appreciate that. So I'm gonna go search for Kathy and not Catherine because that's apparently sometimes how they were spelling her name, and that's why I couldn't. No, there's nothing Port Charlotte with Kathy, but there is in Lincoln, Oklahoma. A lot. Well, not a lot, but there's quite a few cases. Um, but the thing is, I'm looking as well as a statewide in Oklahoma to see if there's anything else, because obviously there is a lot of other stuff. There's a lot of Griffiths, that's for sure. Like that is a very common name apparently in Florida and in Oklahoma, or maybe you should say U.S. thing. That it's a very common name, but so yeah. So now I want to search the grammar because I need her name. I think it's Defman, but I need the spelling the correct spelling. There you go. I've got it. The last name, and then her first name is Susan. Sorry, I still have the camera wrong off just because I'm a little bit close to the camera. And sorry, my throat gives. Oh, what happened to the feed? There's definitely movement, so I think they're gonna come back. Okay, so against Susan in Oklahoma, she only has the protective orders against her. Now let's go to Port Charlotte and look for Grandma too, because I'm sure she might have some stuff in Port Charlotte. Because Grandma is not going to probably be as innocent as she seems, because that family is crazy. No, she doesn't have anything in Port Charlotte, but oh no, yeah, because she lives in Polk County though. Right? Yes, Grandma lives in Polk County, not in Port Charlotte. So, yeah, let's search, check all, and then last name. I'm just now searching the whole family. This is fun. Sometimes it might be a little bit creepy that I'm doing this much investigation, but it's fun. I like it. Ooh, hang on. Grandma does have something against that. 2024. Oh? Hang on, let me go into the case. And it's from last year, 2024. I don't think it's a criminal case, though. Let me see what's... Oh, Grandma might be a naughty grandma, too. See, this is what I mean. No one is truly innocent all the time. Like, you never know. Grandma might be... If my internet cooperates with me and doesn't crash on me, we might be able to see this. Which would be very interesting to see. The fact that Grandma had a situation ongoing last year. Let me close something. So just I might have to change to my phone. Where's my phone? Because to search this in the Polk County, it's right there. Yeah. Polk County. Oh, opened. Hang on. Okay, so it's a case closed. Was Joe G. Tether as Polk County tax collector? Oh, that is not good. Oh wow, it's quite a long case. Oh wow, I'm scrolling quite a lot. We're just doing some research. Oh, hang on. I think that's a company that put a lot of like a suit against people because all the name is yeah, it's a lot of like random, like not random names but different names in the court docket. That's interesting. But I only want Susan. I don't care. I'm sorry, I don't care about anybody else. Let me see if I can search on screen. Susan. Susan. No, not this one. The next one. Susan. There we go. There is Susan Deathman. Yeah, it's available for viewing. I want to view it. Let me open. Court hasn't started yet, so we just. Okay, there is the receipt. Oh, it's back tax that she did not pay, and then a case was filed against her. So, yeah, a petition for validation of tax warrants issued of unpaid 2023 Polk County personal property taxes. Okay, it was property taxes that were unpaid against the company that apparently collected the taxes from, that she did not pay of 2023. So grandma was naughty. She was not paying the taxes. It was about $296. I mean, she was paying for all the trips, all the cruises, and everything, and then she did not pay for the property taxes. Really interesting. Okay, I'm going back on camera now. Okay, there you go. Oh no, wait 1 second. I forgot to. I forgot to put the jacket on. Oh dear. Well, it's not like I don't have clothes on. I do, but it's just I. Dumb it is. Good thing there's only me in here, me and Lois, and no one saw. No one's seen anything, and hopefully no one will go back, and no one will ever see anything and re-see this. Oh, this is very good. Didn't. So 1 second, sorry. And I know it is not a striptease act, but it's just I forgot to put my jacket on. I forgot to put the jacket on, and then just. Good thing no one was here to see it. Oh, Judge is back. Wow, we are on. Well, kind of on time. Hang on, Judge, hang on. I'm not ready. Oh my days! Come on, Judge. You being too fast. We're not used to this. I'm still trying to button the jacket.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Griffith is present with both lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Anything before we bring in the jury? You've had an opportunity to review the exhibits that have been modified.
It's just one exhibit, and yes, because the other one you said isn't coming in. Remember?
That's right.
Because I did the same thing. So I think we're good to go.
All right. Anything, Mr. Levine?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I feel like I'm all over the place because I was not ready for the judge to come back. So well, it was not on time, but it was shortly after he said it was there. It was only late 2 minutes, so we'll still not count that. But it's just I feel so unprepared, and it's like I feel like now I'm like I don't have my notebook. I'm still everything is all over the place. But no worries, never mind. I do have a drink this afternoon, which is good because I can have a drink while court is going. So I've got my lovely squash, and we can. It's going to be a quick afternoon because it's only going to be 3 witnesses, and by the witnesses that we've been having, it's been so quick that I'm assuming that it's going to be what, and that 2 hours probably of testimony this afternoon, and then that's going to be it. I'm expecting, I don't know, I'm just assuming yet again, because this is the assumption channel apparently, that we assume that it's only going to be 2 hours with 3 witnesses. The jury's coming in. I've lost my blanket, and it's good.
You may be seated. Welcome back. Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, the state will call Corporal Joella Moore with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Step right here, raise your right hand, we'll vote for you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
What was that? Have a signature, right?
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Corporal Moore, good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
I'm Corporal Joella Moore, Joella, last name Moore.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement 24 years. I've been with Charlotte County Sheriff's Office a little shy of 23 years.
And what are some of the different units that you've worked in law enforcement?
I worked in corrections as a correction deputy. I worked road patrol. I was a school resource officer. I worked our street crimes unit. Then I was promoted, and I went back to road patrol. Currently, I'm a corporal over our juvenile unit, and I also worked intel as a juvenile intervention detective.
So tell the jury a little bit about your kind of specialty or specialized knowledge about interacting with juveniles as it pertains to criminal justice system and in life in general.
So the majority of my adult life has been working with at-risk kids. Prior to law enforcement, I worked in Oregon under the Special Education Department, working with at-risk kids, severely emotionally disturbed, ages 13 to 18. I moved here to Florida to take care of my grandparents and came into law enforcement. Quickly ended up as a school resource officer. Like I had said, did that for the majority of my career at Charlotte County. And then went to the juvenile intervention detective, which works with the most at-risk kids. And currently now I'm back overseeing the juvenile unit where I started.
Now, how was it that you first became acquainted with Collin Griffith and his mom, Kathy Griffith?
We were in a transition as I got promoted to the juvenile, from the juvenile intervention detective position to corporal for road patrol. I worked with our new juvenile intervention detective Zanioni, and Corporal Rentis. So we were still in the transition of, they would ask me questions about kids and some resources that we have that they may not have had knowledge to. And Collin came up in that.
Did the defendant appear to be comfortable talking to you and to Lacey and Rentis?
Yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity to respond to the Griffith household in Port Charlotte, November 13th of 2023?
Yes,
in
sir.
relationship to the domestic violence battery investigation?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you and your fellow deputies have body cam footage? Or excuse
Yeah.
me, body cam on so that it produced footage?
Yes, sir.
And is one of the deputies that also responded with you at different times, Deputy Jankowski?
Yes, sir. I was his supervisor.
And I understand he has a SUV, is that correct? Or he did back when this happened, law enforcement vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And in the back, is there something called an in-car camera?
Yes, sir.
And does that basically record video and audio of whoever's in the back seat of a car?
Yes, sir.
And on the specific date, November 13th, including 10:26 p.m. of November 13th, 2023, as well as after midnight, November 14th, 2023 at 2 a.m. And thereafter, would Deputy Jankowski's in-car camera just be continuously running?
They're activated when we turn them on, or they can be activated. All of our body cameras will be activated if our firearms are pulled, if our tasers are utilized, or in that general facility, if another officer's equipment has been pulled. That way we can capture everything. So we have these automatic safeguards that'll signal the activation of our cameras on the lights on our patrol car. Right, if we turn our lights on, they automatically kick in, or we can manually turn them on.
At some point during the night, was the defendant arrested for TV battery on his mom?
Yes, sir.
And at some point during the night, was he put in the back of Jankowski's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And did Jankowski's in-car video capture the defendant talking in the back seat of the car?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's been a name mentioned, Corporal Rentis, who's now Sergeant Rentis. What was his relationship to the defendant?
He had a close relationship with the defendant and the family, and would frequently speak to him or have communications if they were having trouble to try to resolve or give resources to the family.
And on the in-car camera, is the defendant have access to a cell phone on his lap?
Yes, sir.
And describe to the jury how that came about.
I had received a phone call from Corporal Rentis, who was actively on the phone with the defendant. Rentis had told me that there was some type of disturbance over at the house. So I responded over there, notified Central that I had just received a phone call from Corporal Rentis. At the time, he's since been promoted. I'll refer to him as Corporal Rentis so it doesn't get confusing. And so we responded over there, and Corporal Rentis maintained phone contact with Colton.
At certain times, would you appear at the side of Jankowski's SUV and interact with the defendant?
Yes, sir. So whenever we have a person in the back of our patrol car, we monitor them, keep them within ear and eye, so we can hear what's going on and see them in case there's some type of an emergency or if they need assistance. So we don't have to stand necessarily right there all the time, but we have to be able to hear them if they need assistance.
And in terms of the state exhibits 191, 192, and 193, all being in-car videos from Jankowski on November 14th. Actually, it looks like they're all from the early morning hours of November 14th. Have you had an opportunity at some time to watch the in-car camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state would move State Exhibit 191, 192, and 193 into evidence.
Any objection?
We'll start with 191. And before, as we get that queued up, was there some subject matter in which the defendant was talking about kind of two different personas, Collin 1 and Collin 2?
Yes, sir.
I'll say it to you like this, if you want to know. Collin 1 is, I guess, he's who just wants to survive, help people, and do good things in the world. And Collin 2 is the one that protects Collin 1 in situations where he can't escape from. And Collin 2 is the one that killed someone. But you're talking to Collin 1. You're talking to Collin 1. The one who just wants to help people and just wants to.
So is that the cell phone that's visible on the defendant's lap?
Yes, sir.
And he's talking to Corporal Rentis?
Yes, sir.
Next, we'll segue to 192. Oh, and for the record, that was, if you could turn that back on, John. Thank you. So we can see the time and the date. So that clip appears to be from November 14th, 2023 at 1:59 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. The state will next publish 192.
I need to figure out exactly what you're scared of without having you descriptive and you giving me some sense of stuff.
Scared of going back in there, Rentis. Jesus, how many times do I gotta say it? That's all I'm scared of. That's it.
I'm fucking scared of that call.
Yes, I am, Rentis, because what's it gonna come down to next time?
I don't think you're a pussy. I think that you are capable of killing your mother, but I don't think that you will.
No, why would I?
I will let you get to that. Do you think Collin will let you get to that? I can't hear you, sorry. Why Collin, you're strong in that visual, why would you submit in a roundabout way to Collin? When we talk about,
It's the strongest version of me.
Did you hear Corporal Moore, the defendant, saying, yeah, he would, as it pertains to Collin 1, allowing him to kill his mom?
I did, sir.
And that is on November 14th, 2023 at about 2:21 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And for the final clip will be State Exhibit 193.
I don't know how I'm gonna react if she does, when she does that again. If I can control myself, or how that's gonna happen.
What do you think you might do to her
If she tries to hit me again, I might hit her back really, really hardly and badly.
You're gonna hurt her?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the record, that was not November 14, 2023 at 3:22 a.m.
Yes, sir.
So at the end of that investigation, is it a fair statement the defendant was arrested?
Yes, sir.
Corporal Moore, I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Corporal Moore, every time that Collin said, either in your presence or on the camera footage that you've reviewed, that he might hurt his mom or he was afraid he would hurt his mom, he prefaced that statement by saying, if she hits me, or if she comes at me, or if she attacks me, I'm afraid I'll hurt her. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So he never said, I just want to kill my mom for no reason whatsoever.
No, ma'am.
Don't think I have any other questions. Oh, Collin told you that night that his mom had punched him before he threw her on the ground, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Deputy Joseph Jankowski of the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
This one. Step right here, raise your right hand. If you don't anybody else.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did. This one.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Deputy Jankowski, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Deputy Jankowski with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
So I went to the police academy. I've done multiple specialty classes like speed and measurement, as well as narcotics and dangerous drugs. I'm a pit instructor for the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. I currently work on the road patrol. So you call 911 in my area, I'm the one showing up.
I want to direct your attention specifically to this case as it pertains to the defendant.
Did you have an opportunity to respond to address in Port Charlotte as part of a domestic violence battery investigation?
I did.
And at the time, were you a field training officer of another one of the deputies who was present?
I was.
And who were you supervising?
I was training Deputy Sharp.
And were you basically overseeing him and allowing him to do his part of the investigation?
Correct.
What was your role in the investigation?
So I was overseeing, so he was in his final phases of training. So I let him do his investigation. I'm there to guide him if he has questions or to help him along if he gets stuck in a certain situation.
Now, while you were doing that, did you have your body cam going?
I did.
When the investigation was kind of coming to an end, were you inside with Kathy Griffith and her mom, Susan Detman, in the living room area?
I was.
And were you asking certain questions that pertains to domestic violence within the household?
I did.
Your Honor, the state at this time would move State Exhibit 189 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be received.
I just need one moment, Your Honor. Thanks, John. And before we play it, would this is it a fair statement that the defendant at this time is outside, either in the back of your patrol vehicle or somewhere else?
That is correct.
So the only two people present, civilian-wise, would be the victim, Kathy Griffith, and her mother?
That's correct.
A couple of quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
Does he have access to a firearm?
No.
And all right, any other questions before we leave? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
So when you asked, do you think he's capable of killing you, was her response yes?
Yes, it was.
And then in the back of your patrol vehicle, and for the record, that was from around November 13th, 2023 at 10:26 p.m. Excuse me, at 10:20 p.m. This next video, 190, from the back of your vehicle will be at November 13th, the same day at 10:26 p.m.
That's not in evidence yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right, Your Honor. Let me ask you a couple of questions about that. Now, as you return to your vehicle, did your body cam capture a little bit of a conversation between Susan Detman, who was standing outside of your patrol vehicle as she spoke with her grandson, the defendant?
It did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 190 into evidence.
No objection.
It will be received.
And with the court's permission, we'll play it for the jury. Thank you.
Why did you stand up? And why did you say?
So I'm sure how to this conversation.
No, you didn't. You stood up and said, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, you did. I was there.
I was saying, well, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer. I'm just trying to peacefully coexist and just figure something out. She kept telling me to shut up and shut up, but when I wouldn't shut up, she hit me.
No, that's not what happened, Collin. That's not what happened. You never said you wanted to peacefully coexist.
I've been saying that.
You said that in the car, but not there with her.
Deputy, towards the beginning of that clip, did you hear the defendant say, "I'm not a psychopath"? Mom, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer.
I did.
Deputy Jankowski, I have no further questions for you.
Cross.
Deputy Jankowski.
Good afternoon.
Colin was in the back of, was that your car or was that somebody else's car?
That was my car.
For over 5 hours that night, wasn't he?
I don't know the exact time frame. That doesn't sound right.
Well, one of the camera clips we've seen was from like 10 p.m. on the 13th. And then the last one from your car was 2:30 or so on the 14th, 2:30 a.m. So sorry, 4.5 hours. Does that sound about right?
I couldn't say for sure. It sounds like a long period of time for someone that was arrested for battery to sit in the back of a car for 4 hours to me.
Is it fair to say that this investigation took a long time?
It did take a reasonable amount of time.
I'm not saying that anybody
Yeah.
delayed anything. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that it wasn't a quick, we can determine exactly what happened right away kind of thing, was it?
No, because people had conflicting stories.
Right. That last little bit, that clip that showed part of a conversation between Susan Detman and Colin, Colin said that his mom had called him a psychopath and a murderer, right?
I know Collin stated in that clip, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer, if I'm quoting it correctly.
But he said that I told my mom that I'm not that, correct? Implying that she had called him those things.
I know he said the word mom before he made that statement.
Did you ever ask Kathy whether she called him those names?
No.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
The witness released.
Yes.
Mrs. Thornhill? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Danny Peters with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Danny Peters, Danny Peters, detective with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
And what division do you work in?
I'm with the Homicide Division.
In this case, are you the case agent, the lead detective?
I am.
Tell the jury about your education, training, and experience.
In 2010, I went to the Basic Law Enforcement Academy. Upon graduation, I was hired by the Polk County Sheriff's Office, where I've spent 14 years, most of them in investigations, and led me to this point.
Now, when you investigated this case, had you been in the homicide division for a certain period of time?
Just several years.
And have you investigated countless homicides?
Yes.
How did you first get called out to this case?
We were notified by supervision to respond to a death investigation.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
7:25 approximately.
And was that actually to the crime scene, the residence?
Yes, sir.
And that's in Polk County?
Yes.
Describe to the jury kind of your mentality as a homicide detective when you get to a scene. What's it like?
Well, initially when you get to a scene, it's a little chaotic. You make contact with deputies on scene and you learn what they responded to and what they heard upon their arrival.
Now, about how many detectives might be working a case like this case particular? How many detectives were working at the same time you were, or was it multiple detectives?
Multiple detectives. We had more than 5.
And do each one of you kind of have multiple things that you're investigating?
Yes, we have different tasks when we're on scene.
And then how do you get updates from each other to see where the investigation is at or where it's headed?
So through the course of the investigation, we tend to come together and brief each other in reference to what we've learned, any evidence we've obtained. We call each other on our cell phones and explain where we're at and what we're doing.
What's the crime scene / forensic investigators' role at a scene?
They're to arrive and preserve evidence for us, document evidence.
And I take it they were present the night of?
Yes, sir.
And do they kind of work on their own, or are you as the lead detective telling them what to do or what to look for? How does that work?
No. So as a detective, I give them direction in reference to stuff that I'm looking for or things that I need, as well as the other detectives on scene also give them instructions.
So when you show up on scene, do you know where the defendant was?
From what I was told, the defendant was in the back of a patrol car.
So is it a fair statement you were not interacting with him at that time, but rather were then surveying the scene?
Correct.
Describe to the jury what you did.
So upon arriving, I made contact with the initial deputy who briefed me of what he encountered upon arriving. And then once I learned that information, we made contact with the medical examiner to explain exactly what it was that we had on scene. And the grandmother arrived on scene, and then we began to do our interviews.
Did you have an opportunity to actually speak and interview the grandmother, Susan Detman, that evening?
I did.
And was that a one-time thing, or did you interview her any additional times after the night of September 8th?
Yeah, I interviewed her again after the initial night we were on scene, yes.
Now, and she was / is the owner of that house, correct?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to go inside the house to see what was going on inside?
I did.
And was Kathy's body still there when you were there?
It was.
Now, you mentioned that you spoke to the medical examiner. In this case, did you speak to Dr. Garavan?
Yes, it was Dr. Garavan that was the on-call medical examiner, yes.
And explain to the jury about why you called him and what you were hoping to learn from.
So I explained to him the manner in which we found the decedent and the severity of her injuries. And he was giving me an explanation of the probability of what may or may not have happened.
Would the medical examiner then the next day do an autopsy?
Yes, he did.
What did you notice that caught your attention about the crime scene, both outside and inside?
Well, I noticed it was well organized. It was clean. Outside, the victim and the defendant's vehicles were parked at the residence. And then inside was very organized.
Did it appear that there had been a long, drawn-out fight of any type?
No.
Now, as part of any homicide investigation, do you obtain evidence from cell phones?
We do, yes.
Now, when there's a cell phone of interest or that may be relevant for a certain investigation, do you have professionals who are able to do forensic downloads?
We do. We have detectives that work for the Polk County Sheriff's Office that handle the downloads for us, yes.
Tell us a little bit about what they do to accomplish that.
So they use programs such as Cellbrite to hook the phones or devices up that we take into our possession. And then once they hook these devices up, it starts to download the data off of those devices. And then they are able to attach it to like a USB or a CD and provide it to us. And then we are able to see what's on that device.
Sometimes are there limitations to what can be obtained from a cell phone?
Yes.
Sometimes are you guys able to get basically a full copy for copy, meaning whatever was on the cell phone, you can get all the information off the cell phone?
Yes.
Sometimes are you able to only get partial information from a cell phone?
Yes.
And does that basically just have to do with technology or some type of impediment to getting further information from a cell phone?
Yes. It depends on whether or not the program has downloaded or has reached a certain spec for that phone or computer.
Now, can a similar logistics be taken care of on a computer as well, downloading information off of a computer?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, did you obtain cell phones from the defendant?
Yes.
You or somebody from your agency, of course?
Yes. I had another detective on scene with me that was able to get that cell phone.
And the defendant's cell phone came from his car, is that correct?
His car, yes.
And were you able to obtain the victim's cell phone, Kathy's cell phone?
Yes, we were.
And was that from the island in the kitchen?
It was in the kitchen, yes.
And then were you able to obtain the grandmother, Susan Detman's cell phone?
Yes.
And did she basically consent or allow that to happen?
Yes, she provided full consent to search her cell phone, written permission as well.
Now, were you able to get information / the downloads from Susan's phone?
Yes.
What about from the defendant's phone?
Yes, I was.
And what about from Kathy's phone?
Catherine's phone, not so much. It was a newer type phone that the program was not able to do a full download. So we sent that cell phone off to Homeland Security, where they have more advanced equipment, and they are in the process as we speak of attempting to download that cell phone for us.
At some time during your investigation, did somebody bring you Kathy's computer?
Yes.
Personal computer.
Yes.
And who brought you that?
That was her oldest son, Christopher.
And is that also the defendant's older brother?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many years older Christopher is than his brother, the defendant?
A couple, maybe 4, I believe.
Now, as it pertains to this case, it was Christopher Griffith, not totally irrelevant, but was he kind of had nothing to do with this case?
Yeah, he didn't have anything to do up to that point.
Now, when you obtained the computer through him bringing his mom's computer in, did you have your people attempt to get a download from the computer?
Yes.
And what happened?
We were not able to access the computer.
Do you know why?
Based upon the passwords or the protection it had on the computer, wouldn't allow us to do a full download.
Sometimes our computers and/or cell phones difficult or impossible to get into?
Yes.
Sometimes does it have to do with whether you have a password or what make of the technology it is?
Yes.
So even though you weren't able to get into Kathy's phone, is it a fair statement that you were able to see a lot of her activity through the defendant's phone and Susan's phone?
Yeah, I was able to see all activity that she had through the defendant's phone and her mother's phone. Yes.
So, for instance, if Kathy texted her son or texted her mom, you'd be able to read those text messages as if you had Kathy's phone, correct?
Correct.
And any photographs sent back and forth or call logs or things of that nature, you'd be able to see on other people's phones that communicated with her?
Yes.
So was that helpful?
Yes, it was.
Now, during your investigation of the different cell phones, did you come across photographs of the defendant and his mom and Susan?
I did.
In terms of the positives of the family dynamics, what did you learn about from the photographs? What did you learn about that relationship between the defendant and his mom and Susan?
Well, just by the photographs, they appeared to be a happy family. Looked like they traveled a lot, visited a lot of locations, Disney World, cruises, the White House. It looked like they were happy.
Detective Peters, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs in the form of, we'll start with 171, 171A, and 171B?
Yes.
And what about photographs 172 through 178 and 178A through 178I?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move those mentioned exhibits into evidence. And with the court's permission, we'll publish those photographs. We could go first to 171. What did you learn from that picture?
Looks like they took a selfie, the victim and the defendant, maybe on a cruise. Looks happy.
171A.
Looks like a mother and son happy taking a photograph.
171B.
Selfie, mother and son happy, smiling.
And in that photograph, does it appear that Kathy has AirPods in her ears?
Yes, it does.
And they're white in color?
Yeah.
We'll continue on to 172.
It's a nice photo. Looks like a mother and son happy there.
And through the Cellbrite report, were you able to determine some of the dates of the originations of the photographs, that being in 2023 and 2024 throughout the different months?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on, 173. Who's pictured in the middle between Kathy and her son?
That is Susan Detman. That's the grandmother and the mother of the victim.
Would she periodically travel with them as well, do you know?
Yes.
174. 175. 176. 177. 178. 178A. And 178B. So far, these pictures, is it a fair statement that it's showing different locales and different places that mother and son had been together?
Yes.
178C. And it looks like they're in some type of courtroom or courtroom setup. Is that correct?
It looks that way, yes.
And this circular seal there, maybe you can see it on your computer. What is this?
This is on.
No? All right, no worries. It's not working. Looks like it says, well, it does say Stetson University College of Law. And once again, when there's a third person in these photos, is that Susan?
Yes.
178D. Does that look like it's at Disney or outside of Disney?
Yes, it does.
And for the purposes of the record, in a lot of these pictures, both the defendant and his mom appear smiling and happy. Is that correct?
Yes.
178E. 178F. 178G. Where does that look like it's taken?
Looks like it's taken at the Capitol in Washington.
178 next, H, and then 178I. All right, thank you, John. So some of those photos were from, according to the Cellbrite report, correct me if I'm wrong, were from as early as April of 2023, looking like it went until June of 2024.
Yes.
Now, Detective Peters, did you find out that Kathy had Ring video capabilities inside her residence?
I did.
Was it both inside and outside?
Yes.
And describe to the jury some of the camera locations and what vantage point that would provide.
So there were 4 total Ring cameras that I gained access to. One was the doorbell that was outside. One was in the living room that encompasses the whole entirety of the living room. One was in the kitchen. One was in the victim's room, her bedroom, and one was in the defendant's bedroom.
Did you find that a little bit odd that there were so many cameras in so many locations within someone's private residence?
Initially, I did, yes.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine why there were cameras inside?
Yes.
And what was the reason?
His mother was a.
Are you, without answering the question, but are you speculating or do you know from your investigation?
Judge, I'm gonna object. I think I know where this is going.
Approach sidebar.
All right, that is getting spicy. She doesn't want that in because she knows probably gonna. But the thing is, I'm still mad. Is like, why can we not see all of this evidence? We can't see the Ring videos. We can't see the photos. It's like it's not that they're showing something bad, and it's just. It's not fair that I want to see it because I want to be able to see the Ring cameras videos and the footage and everything. So sorry, I'm doing noise with with the mic. It felt like the attorney was telling me to quit thing, and I noticed that I was doing the pending. I have that bad habit. But it's just, and it is very fishy. It's like, I wonder why. It's like, I understand cameras in the kitchen and in the living room. Okay, that I completely understand. Why did she had cameras inside of the bedroom? Both bedrooms, not just hers, but also Colin's. I'm sorry, but I mean, he could have been everything that he was and everything and did what he did, but he also still has right to his privacy in a way. But having a camera in his room, I don't think I agree with that, to be fair, in all honesty. But we back.
All right, thank you, Honor. During your investigation, were you able to obtain Ring camera footage from the interior of the house?
I was.
And is that like a consistent 24/7 recording, or is it something else?
It looked like it was based on movement, and a lot of the times and the stamps were based upon movement.
So is there plenty of times when people are doing nothing of significance, such as moving around the house or just having regular conversations, things of that nature?
Oh, yeah. A lot of the times it was like that.
If the jury, if during this trial I put on every single minute of Ring camera footage in existence, would we be here for hundreds of hours?
Yeah, days.
All right. Now, was one of the rooms that you were able to get camera footage from the camera set up somewhere in the kitchen?
Yes.
And would that point out to capture both the kitchen and then the living room that's behind the kitchen?
Yes.
And then was there a similar camera in the living room that pointed out to the living room and then behind the living room, the kitchen?
Yes.
And is there a lot of, like, audio wise, is it a fair statement that there's a lot of things that you can hear clearly?
Yes.
And then are there some things that you just can't hear too clearly?
Some things are muffled, yes.
Have you had an opportunity to, of course, provide all that Ring kitchen video footage?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Let me repeat that. The Ring video footage that you provided, have there been 2 exhibits prepared by me?
Yes.
All right. And do those represent September 7th of 2024 and September 8th of 2024?
Yes. It does.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's State Exhibit 197 from the September 7th, 2024 date, and exhibit number 198 from September 8th of 2024. What's the significance of September 8th, 2024?
There is a lot of dialogue back and forth between the victim and her mother and her attempts to make contact with the defendant.
And was that the date that she was ultimately killed?
Yes, it was.
That would be a Sunday.
Yes.
And on the September 8th video clips, is it a fair statement that the defendant is not in them because he's not present at the house?
Correct.
Were you able to determine the last day that he was at the house?
Yes.
Go ahead. What day was that?
It was September 7th.
Does September 7th capture some of his interaction with his mom?
It does.
Now, during your investigation, did you come into contact with the name Jeffrey Rapkin?
I did. Yes.
And who was that?
He is the attorney for Collin.
As it pertained to the DV battery case and maybe some family law logistics?
Correct. I learned that he was appointed his attorney. They hired him for the domestic violence case from November of the previous year.
And was there many conversations in text format between the defendant and Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
Was there also conversations between Susan Detman and Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes, there were.
Now, at some point, did you come across what was basically kind of like a photo icon of a business card of Jeffrey Rapkin?
I did.
And do you recall how the surrounding circumstances of how that came to your attention?
Yeah, looking through the grandmother's phone download, I observed it in her photographs.
All right, so when you click on it, it basically blows up in size to look like a business card?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 187 into evidence.
No objection.
I'm not sure if it's on there. Now, based upon that, were you able to determine that the attorney was based out of Port Charlotte?
Yes.
And also Port Charlotte is the city where Kathy resided with her son?
Yes.
Also, were you able to figure out that the phone number 941-916-4096 was the cell phone number of Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
And was that number the number that the defendant would communicate with via text message?
Yes, it was.
Was there a certain time, Detective Peters, when that phone number of Jeffrey Rapkin was in the defendant's phone, and at the top of the phone where somebody's either phone number or contact would be, it was the actual 10-digit phone number?
Yeah, just the phone number. Yes.
And then at a certain point, was that phone number saved into the defendant's phone so it said Jeff Rapkin or Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yeah, it appears as if it was saved. The number was saved to a name.
But either way, it was always the same phone number, that being Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And were you able to determine that through the many, many conversations that there would be points when Jeffrey Rapkin would address the defendant as like, Collin, blah, 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 or he would make comments and then say Collin to make it explicitly clear who the two people communicating were?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the relationship between Kathy Griffith and her son, Collin Griffith. With a yes or no response, if possible. Was there an extended period of time, like approximately 3 years or so, where the defendant was living with his dad out of state?
Yes.
And at that point, did Kathy have limited or basically not much at all contact with her son?
Limited contact with her son, yes.
And did it appear from your investigation that she wanted to have a lot more?
Yes.
But that the defendant's father was difficult, to say the least?
I don't have proof that the defendant's father was difficult. I have conversations between Collin and his mother while he lived in Oklahoma, and it did not appear as if it was a difficult situation to communicate with him, no.
All right. Now, at a certain point, did the defendant come to live with his mom?
Yes.
Now, at that point, had she basically missed out, and the defendant had missed out on about 3 years of relationship, mother-son relationship?
Yes.
Did they live in the Port Charlotte house basically up until this incident happened?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine that did the defendant have his own bedroom at his house?
He did.
And did it appear that he knew the defendant, that there were Ring cameras in the household?
It did appear that way, yes.
And tell the jury about the things that indicated that.
When he would walk in a room where there was a camera, he would look directly into the camera.
And the cameras themselves, are they like hidden in something?
No, they're in plain view.
What cell phone service did Kathy and Collin have?
They had AT&T.
And in order to have AT&T cell phone service, how old do you have to be?
18 years or older to purchase your own line or plan through AT&T.
Judge, I'm going to object to the foundation. I'm not sure how he has this information.
Same if you lay the appropriate predicate.
Now, how were you able to determine that Kathy had AT&T?
We have analysts that work with us through the course of our investigation that are able to determine through their programs that they utilize, phone numbers that we give them that provide them with that information.
And during the phone forensic investigation, are there various screenshots that Kathy sent to, at least to Susan, maybe to the defendant as well, that basically said AT&T.com phone records with call history?
Yes. Yes.
Now, in the Ring video footage, is it apparent sometimes that the defendant is walking around with his cell phone that his mom provided?
Yes.
And then that
Object
self.
to the statement about that his mom provided, there's been no evidence.
Did his mom provide him a cell phone?
Object as to knowledge, foundation.
Well, he either knows or doesn't know.
You're gonna lay the predicate.
Okay. Are you aware from your investigation that the defendant's mom provided him a cell phone?
Yes.
Now,
It's the same. It's the same.
how,
We have this discussion.
could you explain how you determine that?
Through the video, she has access to a cell phone and advised in numerous videos that she was cutting off his service.
But Judge, that still doesn't approach.
So this attorney is fixing on the fact that of the mom did provide or not provided the phone. Well, it's easy. Who paid the bill? Mom. Who bought the phone? Mom. So the mom provided the phone. That equals, honestly, she's just being a bit thing. But very, very quickly, and we can divulge this later. So if there's ring cameras all over the house, inside of the house, in the kitchen, in the living room, in the bedrooms, and outside, there must be a footage then of Collin hitting the mom, or mom hitting Collin. Because you're not going to tell me that mom was that smart that she was going to hit him outside of the camera, and there's no footage of that. So if there is, I want to watch it or see it. Oh, well, watch it or see it. That's the same thing. Watch it or hear it, because apparently we can only hear things and not seeing it. But anyway, but it's just interesting, right? That I'm not privy to see that. Our count is going up, which is good. It's good to see him going up. It's getting exciting, but it's just interesting. I want to see it or hear it or know about it, or someone asking the question then if there is footage of Kathy hitting Collin, because if that was testified and said a lot about it and everything, I want to be able to at least see if that comes into evidence, because otherwise is a mute point, and if there's no evidence, it didn't happen, and it's just hearsay and it's speculation that actually happened. If you don't have proof in a court of law, it's you speculating that it happened, that she hit him, that Kathy hit Collin. And if she had that many cameras inside of the house, one of them would have got, because those cameras are very sensitive. The minimum thing of motion in those ring cameras, it starts recording. So, and it was very calculative as well of Collin going to the grandma's house now, right? And a live mom there, and not at their home. Because he could have very easily done it at home, right? But no, he did at grandma's house, because he knew that there wasn't cameras around grandma's house, but they were at his house. So he was calculating that. He knew he would run away to grandma's house, because he knew in grandma's house there wasn't cameras looking at every single move. So then he went to grandma's house, and the mom followed him, because he knew mom was always going to follow, because he knew mom wanted him to stay with her and everything, even though she was probably about to kick him out. And then he unalived her, and then he's calling self-defense, and then she doesn't say because she's not here anymore. So it's just very interesting. I'm sorry, my mind is working overtime. Just very interesting how this all planned out. Kind of almost in a favor to Collin, and sadly, definitely not to Kathy. Apparently, they are having some issues that he can't see things in his screen. With like, I really wanted to see this evidences. It's just feel a bit like unfair that we can't. Well, that's a big shot of that gentleman. That's interesting. It's just, that's like my theory, because if there is footage for days and hours, and we could have been here for days looking and listening to footage. Okay, is there any footage in those days and hours of mom hitting Collin? That is the question. I want the Han Solo, the attorney for the prosecution. Yeah, everything is fine. Okay, we're good. I want Han Solo to ask that question. I want him to ask if there is any footage of a Kathy hitting Collin in that camera. I want to know, because we should know. The jury should be able to ask questions, because I'm sure someone in the jury has this question. And if when they do go to deliberation, right? Well, it can't be a question they can ask a while, because if it hasn't been in a record, they cannot ask to listen to again, and they cannot ask, I don't think, the lead detective again. But just interesting. Here we go again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room for a few minutes while we get some electronic equipment fixed, and I address the matter with the lawyers.
All right, please.
Oh wow, that worked out quite quick, quite good. So there's an electronic problem with the equipment. But also that objection about the foundation of the phone ownership, or if mom gave the phone or not, going on. So I think like Chicken Lips, the defense attorney, she's focusing on the wrong thing. I mean, there's bigger fish to fry that she has than now be debating about the ownership of the phone. Um, that is just, I don't think, yeah. So we'll see what happens with this discussion between.
All right,
the
Mr.
attorneys.
Levine, if you would conduct a proffer.
You said to go ahead, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
And sorry, we're going to try to get him to fix that while we're doing this.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Detective Peters, were you able to establish that you were mentioning earlier about your analysts can pull up the phone number and then see the corresponding who the phone provider is. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had access to the defendant's phone number and to Kathy's phone number, correct?
Yes.
As it pertained to that.
Yes.
And were you able to determine who the provider was?
AT&T.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but before the break, what was it that you were answering, subject matter wise?
How I knew that Kathy had purchased the phone for him.
All right. I'm going to ask you some specific questions about that subject matter.
Okay.
Now, the judge has heard at a prior hearing earlier this month, but so the record's clear during this trial. Do you recall that there were 3 photographs that were sent from Kathy to her mother Susan that were related to this Jeffrey Rapkin text message between the defendant and Jeffrey Rapkin subject matter?
There were.
And was the date February 19th of 2023 that it showed up on Susan's phone?
Yes, that's the stamped date in her photographs.
And those photographs, were those photographs of what appeared to be the defendant's actual phone?
Yes.
And in order for that to happen, that would mean that Kathy would have had the defendant's actual phone and the phone was open, correct?
Correct.
So the defendant's cell phone screen was visible with the defendant's content open, correct?
Yes.
And in those 3 photographs, is it a fair statement that Kathy has taken a picture of the defendant's open cell phone?
Yes.
One of those photographs has to do with the subject matter that the judge heard middle of January as it pertains to the defendant talking about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind routine.
Correct.
Another one of those photographs has to do with Jeffrey Rapkin talking about how well versed in the law the defendant is, correct?
Correct.
And Jeffrey Rapkin addresses the defendant by saying his actual name, Collin, correct?
Yes.
On one or more occasions in those 2 text messages, correct?
Correct.
The third photograph that was also sent on that was also showed up on Susan's phone on that same February 19th of 2023 date. Was that another photograph of the defendant in text messaging Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
And those 3 photographs had Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number at the top, correct? So it was clear. I mean, the phone number that the defendant was communicating with was Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number, correct?
Right. The first one had his phone number, and then the other 2 had just Jeffrey Rapkin's name.
And when somebody initially calls someone, if they're not saved under a name, it'll be the phone number that they call them at, correct?
Correct.
Or text them at.
Correct.
And if someone takes the time to, over the course of a relationship, take the time to type in the person's name, it's still the same phone number, but now it'll be associated with just a printed name.
Right, you're an established contact at that point.
But other than the established contact, the phone number remained the same. It was Jeffrey Rapkin's.
Yes.
And he and the defendant would communicate, and and Jeffrey Rapkin would say Collin a lot, like either Collin and then make a statement, or make a statement and say Collin, correct?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that from the content, it was clear that it was the defendant and it was Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
Communicating. Now, on one or more of those 3 photos I'm talking about here, what did you notice about where Kathy was when she took a picture of the defendant's open cell phone with the defendant's open visible screens with the text message at issue here?
Well, the last text messages I observed, it appeared her to be holding the phone, and then I could see past the cell phone in the background. It looked like her rug on the floor of her bedroom.
And you were able to actually visually see that rug, and correct?
Yes.
And you knew that from being at the house?
No, I knew that from observing the Ring video that was in her bedroom.
Now, was there multiple text messages, and we'll get into some specific references, but were there multiple text messages where the mom would be talking about turning off Collin's cell phone part of the plan?
Yes.
And that would be specifically related to his number on her plan, correct?
Yes.
Would she make that statement to the defendant sometimes?
Yes.
Would she make that statement to Susan sometimes?
Yes.
And did she make that statement then? And those were like in text message forms, correct?
Yes.
And she also made that statement to her, and Susan made that statement to a Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputy on the night of the domestic violence battery, when they were explaining that the mom was telling Collin that she was going to be instilling some new parenting and was going to take away his cell phone privilege and his Xbox, correct?
Right. So I've read, yes.
Were there also multiple occasions where she told the defendant through text message and perhaps other forms he was going to be changing his phone service so he could only receive phone calls and text messages?
Yes.
Were there multiple text messages where the mom and the defendant were talking, or the mom and her mom were talking about the defendant's phone service actually being off so that he would have to use Wi-Fi to try to use anything?
Yes.
Were there multiple text messages where the mom told the defendant to give her back the phone that she bought for him?
Yes.
That's the phone that he was using, correct?
Yes.
And that's the phone that was found in the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
In addition to that, did the mom buy the defendant a MacBook for college courses?
Yes.
And could that MacBook, or was that MacBook mirrored with his cell phone?
You can do that, yes.
And when that happens, what happens?
Your text messages will display in your MacBook like they are in your cell phone.
The defendant at the whole time during this case is a juvenile, correct?
Yes.
And is it a fair statement that it's the mom's responsibility to supervise what he's doing?
Yes.
And it would be common and even encouraged for a mom to monitor and know what their child is looking at or doing on a cell phone?
Very common.
And in fact, the defendant was aware of that, correct?
Yes.
How would he know?
In terms of the mom supervising the defendant in many or all aspects of his life, was the defendant aware of that? I'm talking about the phone specifically, but other, like the Ring camera footage, her parenting him, her providing the phone for him. Was the defendant aware of those things?
Yes.
On September 7th and 8th, in the Ring videos in the house, the defendant, he has a cell phone in a black case, correct?
Yes.
Which appears to be the same cell phone in the black case that was found in the defendant's car on September 8th, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
Which appears to be the same cell phone in the same black case in the photographs that Kathy took of the defendant's cell phone when it was open and in her possession, correct?
It appears to be, yeah.
And that has to do with the old knife to the neck from behind text message, correct?
Yes.
And there's approximately 35 pages of a Cellbrite report where the defendant is texting with Jeffrey Rapkin about different subject matter, correct?
Yes.
On pages 3 to 4 of that, the defendant texts to Jeffrey Rapkin, "This is Collin, I am 17, correct?"
Yes. Yes.
And did it appear that the mom actually had the ability and did turn off the defendant's phone and control the service?
Yes.
And when mom had the defendant's phone and it was open, it's quite clear that the phone was open. So she didn't need to do anything, correct?
Correct.
And if it's her phone, she can do whatever she wants with it in terms of getting into it or using it, correct?
Yeah, sure.
From the defendant's phone, did you find a conversation with his mom on September 7th, 2:15 p.m. when she said, "Please return my cell phone and MacBook that were purchased for your education"?
Yes.
On page 1 of the text messages between the defendant and his mom, did the Miss Griffith text him, "I'm turning the phone off"?
Yes.
And I understand you might not remember the pages and whatnot, but
I remember the text message.
Okay, I'm mentioning these page numbers based upon what I saw. On page 4 of 8, did the mom text her son, "Your phone service is disconnected"?
Yes.
On page 8, did the mom text her son, "You have 5 minutes before I deactivate your cell phone"?
Yes.
On page 1 of 29, did mom text the defendant, "I'm turning the phone off after this. Please return my cell phone and MacBook"?
Yes.
And regardless if she was going to follow through with her threats, the defendant obviously knew who controlled the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to that statement because there's a difference between the service and the actual phone.
On page 1 of 29, Kathy texted him, "I can see everything you're doing from your phone. Try calling Detective Lacey again or my mom." Is that correct?
Yes.
On page 14 of 29, the mom again says, "Your phone service is being turned off." Correct?
Yes.
On page 5 of 29, the mom texts her son, "Close in your BOA account." I don't remember if it said BOA or Bank of America.
BOA.
Okay. Indicating that she had joint custody or joint control of his account since he was a minor, correct?
Or access to it.
Or what?
Or access to it, yes.
Access to it, okay. So that's another indication of something she had access to besides his phone?
Yes.
Page, I don't remember if I just said this, but page 14 of 29, your phone service is being turned off. Another statement
She
made
said
there.
that multiple times.
Okay. Page 16 of 29, I'm still tracking you and your location, Collin. If I don't see your dot moving on a map towards home, and then whatever else you said.
Yes.
Indicating that she's able to track him through the phone that she so graciously provided.
Yes.
17 of 29, you are reading each message I send. I keep seeing read next to each text I send. I'm shutting your service off.
Yes.
Page 18 of 29, I'm looking at your phone records, correct?
Yes.
Page 22 of 29, your call records with AT&T, you didn't even attempt to call Monique.
Yes.
And then is it a fair statement that Kathy attaches ATT.com screenshot of the records/phone calls for September 6th through September 8th of 2024 that the defendant was either making or not making?
I do remember seeing that, yes.
Page 24 of 29, continuing with the text message conversation between the mom and the defendant. And you are at her house on Wi-Fi because your service is disconnected. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Page 23 of the Cellbrite report from the conversation between now Kathy and Susan Detman, her mother. Do you recall Kathy saying, "Collin's phone will not be turned back on given that he lost his phone privilege when he hung up on me"?
Yes.
Coming in the home stretch. Page 29 to 30, the same Cellbrite report. Do you recall mom sending Susan Detman screenshots of the defendant playing video games, kidnapping and killing people?
Yes.
The mom was monitoring what the defendant was doing in various aspects of his life.
Right.
And is it a fair statement? Didn't she also text the defendant, I can see what you're doing, playing the video games.
Yes, she said it on the Ring camera as well.
Okay, so that's captured there as well?
Yes.
During your investigation and your interview of Robert Willantis on page 7 of 16 on one of the two interviews, Robert Willantis told you Kathy did get Collin a phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Page 3 of Amanda Friends' 6-page report, she annotated that the mom took the defendant's phone away, and the defendant also told his dad that his mom took his phone away.
Yes.
Page 3 of 6 of Amanda Friends' former DCF CPI investigators noted or commented that mom took Collin's phone away.
Yeah.
Is it true that the mom would take away the defendant's cell phone and AirPods as punishment for being disrespectful to her?
It appeared that way, yeah.
And from your review of Deputy Alexander Sharp from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, who he actually testified today, page 4 of 6 in his report, he indicated that the mom told Deputy Sharp she was telling the defendant she will be making changes to his phone so that he will only be able to make phone calls and send/receive texts.
Yes.
Is there any other information or evidence that you have to show about the inquiry of that the mom provided the defendant his cell phone and the defendant was aware of the monitoring that pertains to, obviously the whole relevance of this is the defendant sending Jeffrey Rapkin the text about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind routine if she comes up with a gun or something like that.
Right. Just everything we've gone over.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing further for the proffer.
Detective Peters,
Let's start with the photo of the phone that appears to be the defendant's phone because it's an iPhone in a black case, right?
Yes.
But you didn't look at a serial number. That's not in the picture, right?
Yeah,
That
through the
Kathy-
photograph? No, ma'am.
Right. And there's no other distinguishing marks that indicate that it is the same phone that you collected later that belonged to Collin.
Other than it's very similar in size and the case.
You know how many of those kinds of phones have been sold?
Countless.
Yeah. Okay. So you also mentioned that the phone was obviously open when somebody took a picture of it.
Yes.
But you don't know how it got open, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know if Collin was asleep and mom crept in and took the phone from his room to take that picture,
No,
right?
ma'am. No, ma'am.
And you don't know if it was password protected, but she somehow figured out his password against his wishes.
I don't know that. No.
When Kathy texted all these things on September 7th and September 8th about cutting Collin's cell phone service off, she was referring to the AT&T service, correct? At least so far as you know.
Yes, yeah, I would assume, yes.
And Mr. Levine has pointed out throughout the trial that minors cannot open an AT&T account on their own. Are you aware that that's true or not?
From my understanding and experience, yes.
Okay. But does Kathy opening an account for Collin prove that she had allowed access to every personal thing on the phone?
I don't know the circumstances in that household. I can tell you I have the same service with my children, and I do have access to all of their stuff.
Right. And you can agree that some families are more privacy oriented and some are not, right?
I don't know. Based on age, I would say no.
Do you know of any families whose parents don't go through their kids' text messages?
No.
Really?
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
I'm going to testify right now that I never went through my son's text messages. At any rate, you said that the photo of the, actually, never mind about that. The text message from Kathy saying, give me the phone and MacBook that I bought for your education back. You have no idea where the funds for those things came from, do you?
No.
You're aware that Collin had a trust as a result of the probate from Oklahoma, right?
I am aware, yes.
And that was the source of almost everything that Kathy provided for him of substance.
I don't know that.
Okay. You saw texts between Kathy and Susan regarding getting Shelley, the lawyer in Oklahoma, to
Correct.
send money to an
Correct.
account to pay for things, right?
Yes.
Right. Including for the computer that she was supposedly going to buy. They were talking about how much it costed and that they needed to get the money from Shelley.
Yes, ma'am.
So for all you know, that phone was bought with money from Collin's personal trust.
I can't testify to that because I don't know how
And
that was purchased.
And you're aware that Kathy made things up all the time.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
including from the text messages around the same date and time that you were just discussing.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else, Mr.
Yes, just so I can read the text messages which Your Honor has seen at the prior hearing into the record. It's very short. And for the record, it will be, if Your Honor rules that.
Why do I need to hear those again?
What's that?
You're talking about the actual text from Collin and Mr. Rapkin?
Allegedly.
Yes, Your Honor. I just
I
wanted
don't
to
need to hear those for purposes of the proffer.
Okay.
The proffer was to determine this preliminary issue.
Okay.
But Ms. Thornhill, it occurs to me in this hearing, we're focusing a lot on who pays for the phone or what are the source of the funds for the phone. The real question, the basic question, is whether your client knew or should have known under these circumstances that what was in his phone will stay in his phone and would not be accessible to anyone. And what I'm looking at here is what appears to be, the Griffith household looked like a surveillance state to me, and she was definitely surveilling everything he did, not just actually, but constantly on his back about what he's doing, what he's not doing. A parent has a right, even if the object is purchased by the child and owned by the child, stolen by the child, whatever it is by the child, to examine those items. A child doesn't have that kind of right to privacy. The child has a right to confidential communications with his lawyer.
Right.
But under these circumstances, could I actually say, even if she hacked into his phone, knowing what he knows about his mother, that he had no reason to think she might go snooping in his phone, especially given the animosity is not the right word, but the tumultuous relationship that he had with her and the heavy hand that she had on his shoulder.
Judge, I don't think there's been any proof one way or the other. And the burden is on the state to overcome the attorney-client privilege, which is presumed. And while I agree, ring cameras in every room, there's still nothing other than these text messages from months later that are not between lawyers and clients saying, I'm watching what you're doing. And then after she said that, and I don't remember if it was this time or another time, he blocked her to prevent her from looking. So that to me says
I
that.
haven't heard that evidence.
I thought I presented it at the hearing.
Can you really block your parent? They can just take your phone.
Except if he's with.
What legal significance is a child blocking their parent? When it comes to the parent's right to inspect the contents of their child's possessions.
But and I don't even concede that there is a right to inspect private communications.
a parent,
Does that,
you don't think of, I know you've chosen that route. I might be somewhere in the middle, because I do think it's important to let your child have some privacy, but it's also important to know what your child is doing. But the bottom line is, what matters is what the law says. Are you telling me that the law affords a child some right against unreasonable search and seizure by their parent? You just leave attorney-client privilege aside. But I come home with some object that they didn't provide to me. They don't have a right to come in my room, look at it, see what it is, open it up, read it if there's something inside.
well, Judge, I think that cell phones are innately different. And I don't have the case sites for all of the Supreme Court decisions talking about how uniquely private cell phones are.
Children's cell phones, you have
Children have a right to privacy.
from their parents.
Yes,
Show me
I
the
believe they
case.
do. I don't have one right now. Oh, yeah, okay. Mr. Hendry is dead on, and because he's practiced family law and I haven't, but even in family law cases and custody cases, sometimes parents are actually explicitly banned from looking at communications between their own child and the other parent.
That, Mr. Hendry, I think has to do more. I mean, at that point, a court has intervened because there's an issue that needs to be resolved regarding the best interests of a child. And those orders are typically not put in place unless you have parents who are interfering with the other parent's time sharing and rights to the child. So that's not so much to protect the child per se, it's to protect the relationship between that child and that parent, to prevent the other parent from interfering. That, I don't think that's the same.
But Judge, isn't the relationship between a client and their attorney sacrosanct?
That's the second question. The first question, I mean, it's analogous to talking at the restaurant to your lawyer at a volume where someone else can hear. You knew or should have known someone else would hear that. It's today's version of that. If you're texting under circumstances where you knew or should have known someone else is going to read that.
And that's where I think we differ. I don't think that Collin knew or should have known his mom would be reading messages between him and his lawyer. Period. No.
I think that has absolutely been shown in this case that that is exactly the type of person that she is. But you're telling me there's a case that says a child just blanket has this right to privacy as against their parent.
Not a blanket right, Judge. We're talking about very specific circumstances where she is the alleged victim in the case. And this lawyer was hired by his grandmother to represent him in a case against his mother. So even if she is someone who looks in his phone now and then, Collin had every right to expect that the communications that were privileged between him and the lawyer that is representing him against his mother, that those would be protected. And I don't know how much more simply I can say it. I think we're making a mockery of the attorney-client privilege if you allow this in, but I understand if that's your ruling. I don't think the state has established the ownership and control to the extent that she could invade, and he should expect that she could invade his.
Well, I'm sort of receding from that because it's occurring to me during this hearing that I think parents have those rights as against their child, even if it's not their property.
And even if she's the victim, so that's like saying.
But that's a double-edged sword. I mean, you have to take this in the context in which it's arisen, which is he lived in a surveillance state with his mother.
Therefore, he doesn't get to have.
No, therefore he gets to walk down the block, take a jog, call his lawyer, where she can't hear it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, we obviously disagree. I don't think this is the same as speaking in a loud voice in a public restaurant. I think that there was an expectation of privacy and privilege that the state has not overcome. But I don't think there's much more argument to be made about it.
Sorry.
Under
the
the circumstances where we're operating, where he has no right to make a phone call within his home, but his mother also controls all of his assets and all of his belongings, how is he? I mean, we can set the hypothetical where he goes on a jog and makes a call, but if we're also conceding that mother has the access to turn off his account, how does he ever get a confidential communication if he's a child? If he's stuck inside of his home with his mother controlling every aspect of that life, and then we're to say, well, anything he does inside of that home cannot be confidential because he's in the home and he knows that it can't be confidential, then we just become, it's a circle where we're never allowing Mr. Griffith any privacy.
And he would have to rely on his mother to take him to the office of Mr. Ratkin.
He couldn't make a call in his room under these circumstances. She had a Ring camera in his room, which would be an invasion of privacy. But
And I didn't realize that there was a Ring camera in his room because I haven't gotten any footage from that. I thought we just had the kitchen and the living room. And the doorbell, sorry. It was clear from one of the body camera footage things that it says something you can tell she has a Ring doorbell.
So, Mr. Levine, what I'm hearing is I'm looking at this in too narrow of a view that what is a child to do in the circumstance where confidential communications with their lawyer either happen at the whim of the parent or not?
They don't, Judge. Your decision, and obviously you make the decision, but where you were headed and what you were saying makes complete sense. I haven't said a word over here. The more the defense just keeps talking doesn't mean they're making more of a point. You shouldn't change where it appears you were going to, because you're supported by the law, you're supported by the facts, the proffer, the law, and what you've been saying is justifies you allowing this to come in. But you're on your side of yourself. The first thing, he wasn't held as a prisoner. This guy went out all the time. He could go wherever he wanted to. He had his phone all the time. His mom, despite all these threats, very seldom did she ever cut his phone off or turn off his service. So he could do whatever he wanted to, whenever he wanted to. It's ironic because on the day when he ended up leaving the house, he was too lazy and disrespectful to do some simple chores because he wanted to go take his walk, which is exactly what he did. So he could have done that at any time. Another thing that I didn't mention, but I did mention at the hearing, is that so I think you're spot on. I think the evidence is spot on. My arguments and the evidence as presented would justify you allowing this in. To do anything to the contrary would seem to go completely against what your gut instinct and the evidence is showing. Furthermore, one of the things I mentioned at the hearing was, it sounds like, the attorney's making the argument for the defendant. And of course, she has the right and she should do that. But what I cited some of the case law and some of the propositions are, it's what was the defendant's intention and belief about, if this is one of many things. This is just another thing that would support you allowing this in. But one of the things is, what is the individual's belief or thought process when they're having a conversation with an attorney? And you have to look at that through the individual, not some educated attorney who's been practicing law for decades and legal arguments and things that they're making and how their mind works as a seasoned attorney. But you have to look at it from the defendant, a 16-year-old who's talking about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind, which is how he killed her. When he's having a conversation with Jeffrey Ratkin, he's not sitting there thinking, "Oh my God, this is definitely going to be protected as the attorney-client privilege. No one's ever going to see that." He could care less about that. What he was thinking was getting information from his attorney and what he might do in the future, which was he would be happy when he had the chance to kill his mom and set it up, just like he did the same thing with his dad. But when he sent that text, I guarantee you, when I would say the evidence supports this, and it's one of the considerations you should make, that Collin Griffith, the 16-year-old or 17-year-old, wasn't even considering the attorney-client privilege and wasn't thinking this will be protected, nobody will see this. So that just goes to support what Your Honor should do, which is allow that to come in. There's nothing more humanly possible I can do.
Well, you're
under these
asking me,
circumstances.
you're asking me to let it in under crime fraud exception.
No,
And
I
we've
don't-
talked about that.
No, I don't. No, I don't. You've already addressed that.
That is much less clear in this case.
That's not and that's not what I'm asking to let it in under, because you've already made that ruling. That should have said a long time ago.
I mean, it is, I cannot say to a level of, that you've shown to the required level preliminarily that the crime fraud exception applies based on the context in which this lawyer was representing him and what appears to be eerie, and we've all recognized that, appears to be a discussion about what can I do to protect myself.
No, and the way I'm thinking about it, you've already made that ruling last time, so I'm not arguing that today. But what I'm saying is you can and should consider it in terms of when he's making this text to his attorney, he's not thinking, Collin Griffith, the 16 or 17-year-old, is not thinking this will be protected by the attorney-client privilege. I feel safe in doing this. Whereas if Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Henry wrote the same text or a text like that, then their adult, intelligent, educated minds would be thinking about this. This would be protected. But you have to look at it through the defendant's point of view. And the last thing on his mind was the attorney-client privilege.
Thornhill and Mr. Henry.
I mean, under that logic, then we're providing less protection to a child for attorney-client privilege because they're less sophisticated and less smart than an adult. That goes contrary to the law. That goes contrary to how we treat children in this justice system. We give them more protection and we give them more leeway. To say that they're not sophisticated enough for an attorney-client privilege it's wrong.
I'm not persuaded by that, but I mean, I think there's probably a lot of adults that's not what goes through their mind when they're talking to their lawyer, and typically lawyers will tell their clients, what you tell me is confidential. But Mr. Levine, all right, we're going to take 5 minutes.
All right.
Right, so the judge needs 5 minutes to ponder. He doesn't know what he does. I think he needs to call a friend to get an opinion on this. So at the same time, there's been some technical difficulties in court, I think, with the witness screen or whatever. So yeah, the judge gave up. So the thing that he's talking about, right, is the right of a parent have a look at a kid's phone. I mean, if the dad or the mom in this case wants to have a look, make sure that the kid's not doing anything that he shouldn't and is behaving and everything. If they check their phone, it's because they're checking their phone. If they don't check their phone, they are arrested because the kid brought a pew-pew to school. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just like you are done because you're not doing something, and you're done because you did something. So in this case, the mom is trying to make sure that the kid is safe, the kid is doing things that he should do, and not the things that he should not do, that is behaving and is doing things right. And she got unalived in a process of that because the kid did not want to do what he was supposed to do. And now they are saying that because she was a helicopter parent, basically, that she was in the wrong, and that evidence should not come into the trial of her unaliving because she was a helicopter parent. But then again, if she wasn't a helicopter parent, then she was the worst parent ever. Where was she when the kid did something? So it's like the judge was saying, it's a double-edged sword that you can't win. So you can't win if you look into kids' phone, and you can't win if you don't look into the kid's phone. So they just need to, it's like, and sadly, this is a situation that there isn't a common ground on. There is a way that you can't check the phone and check the phone. You either do or you don't do it. It's not, oh, check once or twice and like then they can say, oh, she did not bother. She did check but did not bother doing it regularly because she did not do every day. But now because she did every day and she had cameras throughout the house to make sure that he was behaving and he was and everything. And that's another fact. I don't blame her actually now having cameras everywhere. I don't, because I'm sorry. She took the son after he unalived the dad, because basically she had no choice. She's the mom. Probably she had the choice, but she's the mom. She wanted to take care of after him, and I understand that. But probably she was scared as everything after what he did to the dad. I'm sure she was very scared. No self-defense or not self-defense, I would be scared every single day of my life. And yes, I would have put cameras everywhere. Even in I'm sorry, I would even put cameras in the bathroom if I could. Because I'm sorry, it's like my kid or someone that I have to live with has just killed and unalived someone, and now he has to live with me, and I am not gonna have cameras just in case. That would have been dumb from her. But it wasn't. She was smart enough and she put cameras. And I agree with that. I'm sorry. Call me whatever you want to call, but I agree with her. She should have put the camera even in the bathroom for her. And like, I understand, like, yeah, in the bedroom it's a little bit too much, a little bit too far. But to be fair, I don't blame her. Because every time you was in the bedroom and you would make a move and you would get out, I'll probably be wide awake in the middle of the night. Because, never know. Because, yeah, he killed in self-defense. I don't think the mom believed that. I don't think that the mom believed, and there is evidence that the mom did not believe that he unalived his dad self-defense. That he unalived the dad, like she was scared that he would unalive her. But it's mom love that she had, and no matter what, he was her son, and she wanted to protect him and to make sure that she was trying to do something to make sure that he would still be able to have a good life. Yes, she probably did not provide half of the stuff, and he was the grandmother, but still, he never had anything missing. He always had food in the table. He had a car, a brand new car. He had Starbucks Unlimited. He had everything that he could possibly imaginable. So yeah. Exactly, you have to do things to your kids, and you have to discipline to train them to be good adults and to be productive members of the society, and not expect everything to be handed out to you. But that's how Collin was behaving, and that's how he thought it was like he could just ask mom for anything. Mom would give it to him, but mom was making sure that he would work for it. So yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with that. It's violation of our privacy. But I'm sorry, they're minors. They don't know what to violate privacy and what they want privacy for. Privacy is something that you have to earn, and that you have to basically earn. And sorry, just getting a response. But it's just, sorry, Kai, I don't agree with that. Like, first of all, who is school to tell you how to parent your kid? I'm sorry, huh? No school is going to tell me how to parent my kid. It's my kid, and I will discipline it as I see fit. I'm not gonna let a school. Oh, you can't take, for example, in your case, if you don't mind me using it, tell a door. It's like, you want a door, fair enough, earn it. The fact that you want a door, or you want one of one. I had to prove my mom that I was responsible enough to have a cell phone. And when I proved my mom that I was responsible enough to have a cell phone, she gave me, well, this was many years ago, she gave me the oldest brick that probably she could find it, and I had to take good care of it. Any damages, she probably wouldn't trust me with a better phone. Eventually she did. But it just irritates me that kids nowadays expect things given to them, and that is not it. You have to work for it. And it's just like social media and everything just tells you that parents should just give anything and everything to the kids, and that is not it. That is, I don't agree for that. Well, Jed, it wasn't about 95, the year you were born, 96. So, but as and yeah, he had a brand new car. He had a brand new car. He had unlimited Starbucks, and Starbucks is quite expensive. He had unlimited everything on the phone. Anything that he wanted, the mother or the grandmother would buy for them, and then and petrol or diesel or gas or whatever. So yeah, but he's very young and so it's just irritates me that kids did nowadays, and starting with this Colin, that they expect to to get everything handed to them and not having to work for it or any responsibility, and then if they don't like it, they unalive someone and then call it self-defense because the mother did not give them what they wanted. Excuse me? That's not how the law is written. And he asked attorney-client is privilege. He could have gone to the grandmother's house and called the lawyer that grandma was paying for. He had other solutions. He knew how to go to grandma's when he needed it, right? To get away from mom because mom was beating him and everything. But he did not knew how to go to grandma's when he needed something and when he was contacting the lawyer. So if he was so preoccupied, he could have went to Starbucks. So this really grinded my gears.
Maybe seated. Losing my voice, so just a moment. All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Griffith is present with both of his lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. You know, there's a bigger question here that I don't know if there's any law on that occurs to me based on the arguments made by the defense, aside from the more specific question of what the defendant knew or should have known. And the question in my mind is, does a parent, in the context of the attorney-client privilege, or just the attorney-client relationship of their child and the child's lawyer, have some obligation to facilitate attorney-client privileged communications? Meaning, yes, let's just assume that he had some expectation of privacy. Well, strike that. You have said, how is he supposed to communicate with his lawyer if mom can take the phone away? I guess my question to you is, does she have to facilitate it? Is that part of my analysis, that children should have a right to use property that their parents would otherwise have every right in the world? I mean, they could bring a locked chest home and the parent could cut the lock off if you ask me to see what's inside.
If the lawyer's in there and they're trying to communicate.
That's different. Once that relationship has commenced or is in action, the lawyer can prevent that.
Judges, 35
But
pages of text messages with the defendant had no problem communicating. He didn't need any help from anyone over many, many months, kind of proving that he had no problem getting to talk to his attorney or seeing his attorney, and Susan would have taken him there every day of the week.
I think you're missing my question. The communication we're talking about here occurred on a telephone. And so, is that what you're saying, Ms. Thornhill, that I want to get this right, and you're telling me children should be allowed to talk to their lawyers on their phones without having been found to, and imputed knowledge that their parents can get in there and see what they're saying? You're asking me to rule that way.
Yes.
And would that be contrary to the case law that we discussed at the last hearing, and what the court is supposed to analyze in terms of what we've been discussing about?
No one showed me a case about a cell phone and a parent's right to look in there even when it, and to use confidential, otherwise confidential communications. What would be a confidential communication if you were an adult?
No, but as it pertains to the defendant having no right to, no thought process that would even be confidential. And the analogy that Your Honor was talking a little bit about today, but we talked much more in depth about at the hearing, about if you send an email on a company computer, even if it has to do with lawyer-client privilege, and I cited a case, I don't remember the case, but I cited a
But
case.
what's different is that person is an adult and has other means of communicating. This person's means of communicating with his lawyer was a cell phone.
He wasn't locked in a cage, Judge. He was at Susan Detman's house all the time. He was using that cell phone as much as he wanted. His mom made a million threats, but never followed through basically on any of them. He's running around enjoying doing his walks. He was not held captive. He had almost like an adult. He could do whatever he wanted to. He had a driver's license. Susan Detman would take him.
he sent that message.
All right, fair enough. I didn't remember that. Susan Detman could take him anywhere. And all, like what I was saying about the 35 pages of text messages, time-wise, like he had his phone and was using it anytime he wanted to. So it wasn't like he didn't have the opportunity. And I don't think that inquiry that Your Honor is talking about most recently changes it one way or another, unless there's some case, which none of us have seen the case that would support what the defense is arguing, case law-wise. So I think I understand that question might be interesting to Your Honor, but that shouldn't change your mind.
Well, I'm kind of thinking just the hypothetical circumstance. Suppose you have a child who has no other way to talk to their lawyer
But you don't have to worry about that because that's not the
other than
situation.
on a cell phone. Well, I think that's the starting point. What do you do in that situation? Does the parent have an obligation to provide a means of confidential communications with their lawyer?
And it's clear that question could be interesting, and it's definitely interesting to you, and I know you want to make the right decision, but that's not the situation that the defendant was in. And when you analyze that thought that you have, but under the defendant's situation, he's not in a situation like a hypothetical teenager might be.
I appreciate that you think I think certain things are interesting but irrelevant. It's more than interesting to me. It is, I think, the fundamental starting point, and then we break it down from there. You can't answer the question, though. Is that correct? Does a parent have an obligation? Does a parent have an obligation to facilitate, not this defendant, just as a matter of general principle, does a parent have an obligation to facilitate confidential communications between their child and their lawyer?
I haven't seen a case that says that, but by the same token, a parent could do or not do anything they want to. So if they want to be a bad parent and just not help their child in any way, shape, or form, there's no law that I'm aware of that would require a parent to get the child an attorney, or to get the child to an attorney's office, or to help the child in any way, shape, or form. As we've seen with a bunch of deadbeat parents who don't do anything, not in this case, but just in general. A parent could sit back
Nope.
and be
In my
completely,
opinion, no.
uninterested in their child's life, and that might not be against the law in the context that you're asking about, if they have an obligation or a legal requirement to help their child have confidential talks with their attorney. So I would say no. I don't believe that there's a legal requirement. I certainly haven't seen a case law, and if there's some legal precedent to the contrary, I would learn something new if that was the case.
You've worked in juvenile. I've never sat in juvenile, but do you know? I mean, I know the parents are, I don't want to say parties down there in criminal cases, but they're always called up to the podium. They're always asked questions, and I think the judge has some jurisdiction over them.
Well, it's the duty of the parents to make sure their child gets to court to deal with any criminal charges or delinquency charges. I don't know that any of our judges have ever punished a parent for not bringing their child to court. So I think there is an obligation of a parent to at least not impede. And concurrent with that, not impeding should also be respecting the attorney-client privilege. Like I mentioned this at the hearing. If I'm meeting a client in the lobby of the public defender's office, a child, and I do that all the time, and a parent says, he's a minor, I've got to come in there with them. I explain to them that no, you don't. Anything that I say to your client, to your child, and the child says to me is confidential and protected. The minute I let a third party into that, it waives the privilege. 99 times out of 100, the parent stays in the lobby, and then that 100th time, I say that I can't talk to your client. To your child. Sorry, I'm getting client and child mixed up. So I don't see how you can recognize that a child does have the attorney-client privilege, the protections that exist.
Well, that's interesting. In that 100th case, then you are recognizing some superior right of the parent to say, no, you're not going to have confidential communications with my child because you say, I'm not going to talk to your child.
No, what I say, and it doesn't usually last longer than this one visit, I say, I can't talk with your child about the case in the way that I need to be effective with you present. I will
So
be
you're not ceding to them. You're just saying, we're not going to do this here.
Yeah. And I also explained to them that I will be happy to answer the questions that I can answer after I've talked with them privately. I don't know how else other to say it than a child had, well, the case law does. I provided that case that talks about how children have the attorney-client privilege. It's not superseded by their parents or somebody saying, we need to know where this child is right now. Attorney, tell us where the child is.
I'm not disputing a child doesn't have the right or the privilege. So can you respond to Mr. Levine's suggestion that we're talking about Collin Griffith,
right,
who had other means, had a car.
He didn't have a car at that point.
Had a grandmother.
Who lived in another county.
Who he had a relationship with, though,
Absolutely.
correct? A positive relationship.
Absolutely.
And
but if he's got a lawyer who says, I am your lawyer, I work for you, anytime we talk, it's confidential because the lawyer also doesn't know that Kathy maybe is intrusive and hacks accounts and things, and assures Collin.
Well, I don't have that evidence of what the lawyer told him.
You don't have a lot of the evidence that Mr. Levine is talking about either, the claims he makes, and yet the privilege exists, and it's their burden to overcome the presumption of that privilege. I don't know how else to answer the question. If Mr. Levine is trying to say that Collin Griffith knew that this was not a privileged conversation, like he specifically did it knowing his mom was going to look at it, I think that's absurd, and he hasn't established that.
I don't know that I would agree under the circumstances I've heard about this relationship that it's he would have no reason to think his mom wouldn't be snooping around. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that, but Mr. Hendry, you've risen. Do you need to be heard?
Just a thought occurs that if we're dealing in these hypotheticals, if there was not this screenshot, if they have Collin's phone, Collin is a child, mother has access to this phone, they've done a Cellbrite download of this phone, well, the message exists on the phone. He doesn't have confidential communications because somebody else has access to that device, couldn't they have just gotten it in without the mom?
I think there are some cases that talk about that particular circumstance.
But
I think it's what's in the mind of your client that's important in terms of whether he knew or should have known that another person would have access to it.
But if the access was the same, if mom hadn't actually taken that picture, but he knew that she had access to that phone, even if she hadn't taken that screenshot, would that still not be a confidential communication? Are we saying that anything that happens on those devices for children, they can never be confidential?
Well, that's the question I'm asking.
I just don't think that. I think that's an unreasonable position to take in 2025 when the bulk of communication happens not face to face. There's nothing that supports the state's position that I'm aware of that a phone cannot be confidential. The only thing that seems to be unique in this case is that somebody took a screenshot of a device and then sent it to a third party who, if we didn't have this warrant, I mean, it's not like these things, it's not like Ms. Detman's on the stand right now testifying to this. We are using a detective who accessed this through a cell-right download and a search warrant.
It wasn't well, I think it's beside the point, but it wasn't a search warrant. It was a consent to search from Susan Detman herself. But be that here nor there.
But this is still, we are not in a situation where somebody was told something and then that person is on the stand saying, hey, I know this information. This is law enforcement gaining something from a search device. And I think that's different. And I think that this is still, to the extent that the child has, confidential communications, child has a right to privacy, but also there's parents' rights, and it's all kind of murky here. I don't think that this communication has been breached from Collin's perspective. And I don't know that Susan or Kathy have the right to breach that on Collin's behalf without him doing it. And that's the ultimate issue here is, did Collin give up his right by putting this communication on his device? Because he didn't give it to anybody else. But somebody went through that.
The question I have is whether he knew or should have known that it wasn't going to be, whether he knew or should have known others would have access to it, AKA his mother.
That is one of the hugest, of course, inquiries, which we've been talking mostly about. The other thing I mentioned, which I know you said you weren't impressed by, but you still have to consider what was the person's intent when they sent the message from that person's mind. And I would ask yourself, I would ask you to ask yourself, when Collin Griffith sent that text message, was he thinking this is a confidential communication between me and my attorney? And I would submit to you the answer is no. I would submit to you that the other inquiry that we've been talking about, the evidence that I've presented is evidence to support you ruling this admissible, Your Honor. If your answer is no to the question about whether Collin thought that was a confidential text when he sent it, not now after his damning evidence, and he knows that, oh dang, it's going to be used against him, and his attorneys are obviously bright to know that they don't want this in. It's not how they feel now or how it might look, but when 16-year-old Collin sent that text message, there's no reason that he would be thinking about the attorney-client privilege and that this is protected. So I think those two inquiries are of paramount importance in your analysis.
It's interesting that Mr. Levine talks about how 16-year-old Collin couldn't have been smart enough to figure out that this is a privileged communication when they turn around and also argue that he's got this mock trial paperwork that's somehow informing him about how to make this whole grand plan to lure his mother to Auburndale. So I think that's ridiculous. I think you start with the presumption that it's a privileged communication. The state has not overcome its burden to establish that Collin did know or should have known that he was not making a confidential communication because his mother might be able to someday look at it.
All right, Mr. Levine, you're recalling this detective.
Yes.
Do we have to do this today?
No,
Because I want to
No, we don't.
make sure there's no cases on this issue and would ask a related issue, analogous issue, other than just the general proposition that a child has the right to the attorney-client privilege. I recognize that. But it is, as Mr. Hendry said, murky when you're talking about parents' rights and children's rights. And just the basic reality, I think that kids know their parents can look in their phones.
Can, but should.
But the question is,
Or would a child say, okay, there are certain things that my parents should look at, like my internet activity, things like that, to make sure I'm not communicating with sex predators or buying drugs or things like that. But when Kathy sees that it's between Collin and his lawyer, why is she looking at that anyway?
Because she realizes that he's gonna kill her, and he's talking about how he's gonna kill her.
I'm not in any event, you know, the issue that concerns me,
Yes.
which is a parent's right. I think it's sort of almost an absolute right of a parent to inspect their children's belongings,
But once again,
and
we added-
the right of a child to communicate confidentially with their lawyer, and those two are intersecting here. And then what a reasonable child would understand under those circumstances when they send a text to their lawyer. You know,
I'll do
I can't
something.
believe that question hasn't been presented to a court before.
I did a lot of research before we even came to the hearing on this. And there are, unless I was using search terms that were incorrect, but I used the 90.50 whatever that talks about the attorney-client privilege and the admissibility or inadmissibility of privileged communications. I did attorney-client privilege with child, juvenile, adolescent. I did it with cell phone, electronic device. I mean, I tried everything to come up with something, and the only things I came up with that were even remotely related were cases that I provided at the hearing. But I'll try again.
There must be some other areas where children's rights versus parents' rights intersect in some more general sense that at least can give us an appropriate framework to talk about.
From an impediment standpoint, this comes up a lot in family law where you have things that are ordered the child to do, and then one parent says no. And then what does that, at what point does the court get to step in and say that's something that we can do something about? So, I mean, that family court is the only area this really comes up a lot.
I think
But
we
that's
have to
even
be
slightly
careful of
different.
family court because you're really talking about parents not getting along and then having to figure out what's in the best interest of a child. And when parents disagree on things like privacy for their child.
Right.
Because as you say, you and your family, you've decided your kids are going to get a pretty hefty, serving of privacy. My family, they get kind of a moderate serving.
Detective Peters.
Some families, though, I could see taking the position that you don't have a right to privacy in this house at all. I have the right to come in your room, rifle through your drawers, look through your papers, take your phone to the sheriff's office to see what you've been doing. So.
But I think we have an absence of that here. I realize that there are tons of text messages with her saying she's cutting off his service or I'm tracking him. But that's very different from looking through his communications on his
He's
phone.
got a camera in his bedroom, Miss Thornhill. I think that cuts against that argument. I mean, that is the biggest intrusion on his privacy, if you ask me. So when that's your situation at home and you've got that cell phone and you're texting about putting a knife in your mom's throat, you shouldn't have thought twice about that in terms of, is mom going to see that?
So now we're putting the burden on a child to go above and beyond what anybody else would be required to do to keep their communications with their attorney privilege.
That's my question. Where does the parent's right intersect? And that's why I asked this question. Does a parent have an obligation to facilitate that? So we're not going to answer it today. I'm going to ask that you save that for when you recall him. I'd like to hear something in the morning, either just point like, yeah, I stayed up all night and found 0, or see something. And I'm going to research it as well. Because the question in my mind has changed from what it was initially, which initially it was just ownership and control. I really don't think that matters. I think it's just the child's right to inspect I mean, the parent's right as against the child's right.
And I will, also see if any of my colleagues
All right.
some ideas.
All right.
Because I will recognize my limits in my research skills.
You have some other line of questioning for the detective for the rest of the day, though?
Well, Judge, and another thing that would go into would be the ring videos, but then those are kind of time consuming. So I don't know if you want to stop now, but I think logistically it would make sense to stop now.
How much footage is there,
I was
time wise?
It's long.
So more than an hour and 15 minutes.
I just don't remember. I can pop it in and answer that, Your Honor. If you can give me 1 minute, I can pull it up and we'll see.
Yeah, we might get through September 7th and not September 8th. September 7th is long.
Judge, there's 50 clips, and then each clip.
It's between 3 seconds and 2 minutes.
I mean, we've spent a lot of time doing this. I'd like to sort of catch up a little bit if it's not going to seriously interfere with how you're presenting your case. I'd like to fill up a little more time this afternoon.
Whatever Your Honor wants.
All right. Does anyone need just a quick bathroom break, anything like that? Madam Court Reporter.
I'm good, thank you.
All right. Let's have the jury.
Toxic. I had exactly that rant earlier about privacy is earned, and I had to earn it, the privacy in my house, and it's just, it was a whole thing. This subject is one of my points is just, it goes, privacy is earned. You have to prove that you are responsible enough to have privacy and have trust, that I trust in you. And especially she should probably was more afraid that he would unalive her. That's why she had all the cameras around the house and in the bedroom, and they were motion activated, because every time that he would move, I would move too. If every time I would hear my phone buzz that there was a movement in the camera at 2:00 in the morning, I would be up from bed like that, because I would be scared, because like the mom might have like not believed that it was actually self-defense that what he did to the dad, and we lived in fear. But yet, because out of love, that she still loved him and still wanted to care for and try to give him a good still childhood, teenagehood, or whatever, she still took him in and was trying to provide for him. But I'm sure she deep down, she was very scared of taking him in. So it's just this whole thing, I do not agree, and I honestly hope that the judge does deny this yesterday, because yeah, it's exactly, he wouldn't help her around the house. He would only want things out of her, not give her. Yeah, he was a good student at school. Okay, good point. You graduated early. You were doing college classes. All right, that's good. But what else were you doing? You could do whatever you wanted. You went to Starbucks more often than than everything. You wanted coffee, Starbucks, sandwich, Starbucks. Mom took it, or you could drive yourself on his brand new car that mom would buy for petrol, because even not a job at Domino's he could hold, because he was fired from a job at Domino's. I mean, I'm sorry, you make pizzas. You charge the client for pizzas. You don't need to be a brainiac for working at Domino's. And I'm sure he could work or get a job if he don't work at Domino's. They'll work at McDonald's, working in and out. So, and exactly, he planned this out, because that's why he did at Graham's house. Court is back. I will shut up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for that delay. Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Peters, we're going to next segue to September 7th of
2024. We were talking earlier about the ring video footage. Has an exhibit been prepared that has dozens of clips from that September 7th date, the last day when the defendant was at home with his mom?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 197 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It is received.
And we'll start playing the clips, Detective Peters. If there's any questions that I have as the clips play, I'll let you know. Starting with number 1.
Hold on.
Detective Peters, in clip 1, did it appear the defendant was coming home from his job at Domino's Pizza?
It did.
Clip 2. So we can see how much on your side. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna go to clip 3. Detective Peters, in that clip, did it appear that the defendant was holding a cell phone in a black case?
It appeared so.
Next clip.
Did you not eat your food that I paid good money for? Oh, did you eat it? Okay, good job. Oh, and by the way, I stole your candy. I ate the candy that was in your room, some of it. Not all of it, but those little weird things that are like little half-inch squares. There are a bunch of different colors. They're green and red and yellow and blue. Those things are pretty good. They said they were sour. They weren't sour at all.
Is that Kathy Griffith?
Yes, it is.
Oh, and Colin, you have definitely got there and we got to get it longer than ever. I don't think you know how to scout the yard. I think you're like weed whacking it instead of like mowing it. You need to use the weed whacker as a mower, dude. You get that? But I know it's never gonna happen, mother.
Was that her wanting her son to weed whack the backyard?
It was.
I'm putting your work shoes in the garage. I don't have time to clean them today, so I'm just gonna have to like dust them off or something. I really don't know. But I'll wash them.
Did it appear that his mom would do his laundry and clean his work clothes and shoes?
It appeared so, yes.
I've been up since 7:30. Reading since 7. Finished one book a month then. The book is there. Yes. Hold on, I have to let the dog back in. I have to start the laundry sometime soon, but I can't start it until I have the closure ring. Yes? Are we canceling Saturday? Has Saturday not started yet? Yes. Do I need to start the clock back over? What? Hold on, I have to put this stuff away. I'm gonna put a bowl on the bottom, which I know is fine. I've never seen a bowl. Yeah, it's telling Riley Griffith. Your mother is here. I can help you.
Is that corner back room where the mom came out of? Is that where the laundry room is?
Yeah, so straight ahead appears to be where the laundry room or the room where you can even exit the home.
So I'm close these windows because I want it to get too hot in here. Turn this side off. Turn this fan on.
Did it appear that the mom did a lot of cleaning and laundry?
It did appear that, yeah.
Oh, and I love you, but in case you'd like to know, my fucking ice maker is broken because of you. You put the goddamn ice cream tub up there. The ice cream tub broke that little gold piece off. There's a gold piece broken inside of my freezer that's supposed to stick into the fucking thing. But you put ice cream tubs up there and it knocked it off. I've never put ice cream tubs up by the ice maker.
What? What? It's working manually where it's not compatible. No, it's not. They said it's not. I forgot to say. Sorry, going. What is this? Alfie? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's burnt. I aren't my back anymore. What the fuck?
I said, don't talk. Only got dinner. I was gonna come out of girl get railed. Railed? Okay. No. Oh. Not that light. Hey, it's okay. I'm busy. I'll just sit there, okay? Like, right on.
Yeah. I'm acting surprised that I speak on fast as fuck.
I was gonna tell you to hang out with me. So your coins?
Yeah.
Listen, I used this, my father So, our work is from $200.
Sounds good.
There's 4 of them.
What? What do you need? That's gonna take until I go to the hospital. No, never mind. Yeah. You think we got an hour right now? No, we can take fucking 2 hours.
It's not gonna take that long. Is it even with this? Yes or no?
No fucking idea.
What if a gutter that I put is gonna fall off, you pull it down, and now you're gonna put something that doesn't even have studs that's up against the wall? No studs. It's gonna fall off and rip the wall with it. Oh, what are we doing? Are we gonna have it fall off, and break, and rip the wall?
Right. I need the keys to the house. So, put that shit in your car. You need to change your clothes? Well, you're not coming home tonight unless you're like your dad, and you're gonna need to fucking ball in your eyes out, telling you not to touch the you're talking to me like this and doing this shit.
Like, you wanna kill someone by putting that thing up your.
It's not gonna
It's
kill
gonna fall
anybody.
down, there's no studs, you even did it with me, there's no studs.
There are studs, that's why they're
You
mine.
did it with me, there's no studs.
There's studs, that's why they're mine. Put the keys here. Send a text message to Collin Griffith. I put your Starbucks and your sandwich outside because you decided to forget those too, which I paid for this morning before you decided to throw your temper tantrum. So you can come and pick those up. They're sitting outside the front door.
Detective Peters, what was the subject matter of the argument between Kathy and her son?
It appears to be she was requesting some help hanging something in the home, and he didn't want to do that.
Did she later, after the defendant left the house, did she later put up the bookshelf herself?
I believe so, yes.
Now, it appeared that she was taking food and a drink outside. What can you tell the jury about that?
So he entered the frame with what appeared to be Starbucks at the beginning, and then she just set his portion of the Starbucks outside.
And is this the clip in which the defendant leaves and doesn't return to the house?
Yes.
She was holding a phone and she said, send a text to Collin or something like that. And then she spoke the words that she spoke. Did that text message then show up in the text messages?
It did in Collin Griffith's phone. It did.
All right, continue.
And so also, gets up. I started going through his room. It was a complete and total fucking mess. He had shit everywhere. Okay? He didn't even go to sleep last night until 1 o'clock in the morning. I was asleep by 8. I was fucking out. I took my gummies. I was asleep before he even got home. I had dinner for him waiting that I had bought for him at a fucking Mexican restaurant that delivered. And he still decides that this morning when I was like, hey, we need to get this last bookshelf up so I can get everything going. He said, no, Mom, that's just gonna fall on somebody's head and kill them. I'm not gonna help you do that. And I was like, Collin, I told you for the past week that we were gonna get this done. And he was like, no, I need to go on my walk. And now I'm not gonna be able to go on my walk because this is gonna take 2 hours to get done. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well then maybe you shouldn't have slept in. Because I've been up since 7:30. Where have you been? I didn't say that to him. I said to him, I said, Collin, you know what? You have a great life. The fact that you don't even do your own sheets, you don't even clean your own bathroom. All of the things that I've told him to do for wife, he doesn't fucking do. And he just looks at me, right? And he wants to live on his own. And he's able to, he thinks he's able to live on his own. Mom, I have cockroaches coming into my house because Collin leaves candy and food in his room. Just leaves it in his room. Out. No, and I told him that. I even said, because I showed you how I had everything in those little containers, those glass containers or the plastic ones that seal everything. I said, you can have candy in your room if it's this, because they can't get into that. And then like last night, there was an ant on the doorknob. He hadn't going from the house to the garage on that doorknob. I could tell, and then I looked, he hadn't closed the back door all the way, the back sliding glass door. And there were ants. He's like, Mom, everybody has ants in their house. I said, Mom, nobody has ants in their house. Nobody has cockroaches in their house. And the first time you see them, you kill them, and then you start spraying your whole house with bug spray. Because once you see one Starbucks with his drink he drank, he was mad that I was making him go with me, like, stand here with me and hold a bookshelf while I mount it to a wall. And he didn't want to stand there and hold it. He said, no, this is going to take 2 or 3 hours. There's not any studs back there. I said, I've already shown you where the studs are. I marked them, Collin. I said, why else do you think I put 1, 2, 3, 4? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 areas this thing is being bolted in, and it's not going to hold books. It's going to hold pictures. It's not going to fall on anybody's fucking head. Even though he went to school, he didn't get his shit figured out with his math class with his class I told him to. He was like, no, my computer's going to be here by October 12th. And my professor said it's fine, and I didn't do the proctorial. And I was like, you can hook up a webcam to that computer. The fact that you haven't figured out how to do that is not my fault. And I'm not going to sit here and do it for you because I'm not going to do your college work. And so he's mad at me that I'm not doing his college work, but he doesn't want to help with it. I'm not talking to anybody because I'll just get upset. No, he doesn't. I get zero shit. He has money. He can't. He's 17. They won't give him one. He can buy a prepaid one. He knows how to do that. I love you. Okay, I love you, and I'm telling you right now. I already told Colin. I said, you leave, you do this, I'm cutting everybody off. So I'm changing my phone number. So I'm changing my phone number. I'm cutting everybody else off because I'm fucking sick and tired of this. This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. I try to let him sleep in, try to be the nice mom, try to do everything. I've had my identity stolen. I've had all this shit going on. My own, and he can just fuck himself with his little AT&T phone and figure out what the fuck to do with life. He has a trust fund. He has a lawyer. He can figure that out. What's he gonna do? Call DCFS and say that I kicked him out? Okay. Fine. He has a car. He has a brand new car he's driving around. He has a book bag with his stuff. Okay. Okay. No. No. No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions regarding this subject matter for today.
Judge, we discussed previously that Detective Peters is going to be coming back, and I will reserve my cross-examination for when he's finished with his direct and total.
Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end here for today. It's about 4:15. This leaves enough time to do chairs. Thank you for your service today. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All rise, please. Maybe see it.
Anything before we break for the evening?
No, here.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll see you at 8:30.
I can speak again. You guys did not see that I was struggling saying a word. Thank you very much. Okay. So that was the end of day 2 of the Collin case. I was just saying that the prosecution did not. No, it's not you. It's just me. It's me. Not yeah. But the sound is good now, right? Right? Is the sound good? Can you hear me? Now I'm scared. Yes. Oh, Nightbot is doing me a thumbs up. So yes. I was just saying that that was not a very good start for the prosecution today. They did not have a good couple of witnesses. They was not very good. Um, so that beginning of the case was not, but now this is actually, if you guys did not caught just yet, but this is the lead detective of the case, so is the one in charged of the whole case. Yes, there was like another 5 detectives on it, but is the lead detective of the case. Oh, sorry, I was just trying to do something. So he is the lead detective, so we might be coming to like halfway the state's case, because if we already on the lead detective, yes, it is going to be a very long witness because he's going to go over 2 days, because he's going to come back tomorrow. Or no, he's going to come back when the defense calls him again, because he's going to be called again by the defense. So they're going to cross-examine him at that point. But he might still come back tomorrow for the issue that we had earlier. So, explaining the issue of Alia, the prosecution, I keep calling him Adam Levine, and he's not the lead singer of Maroon 5. It's Mark, the Han Solo. So he was asking a question to the detective about the ownership of the phone, and Chicken Lips refute, like object to that, and she was saying you can't prove of the ownership, and then they were talking about that outside of the presence of the jury, and then they went into the privacy issue. One second. Sorry about that, I nearly choked myself on screen. So they were talking about the privacy issue of the phone, if the mom had the rights or not to look at the privacy conversations that Collin had with the attorney and everything, and then the judge is gonna rule on that hopefully tomorrow, because people are gonna do investigation. I'm gonna do some investigation as well, just trying to see if I can find anything that the lawyers find or something completely different. So oh, that is weird. That is very very. But yes, by the way, talking about that, Nightbot is not AI. Nightbot is a very human. You can see us both in the same place if you would get up and come here, but I don't think that is gonna happen because he's way too comfortable over in his chair. Am I unmuted, right? Yes. So it's just yeah, so that was not good for the prosecution, but then things got don't bet that much money on my investigation, okay? Because yeah, um it's the spirit of sorts. Yeah, he definitely floats. So the videos, I think the videos are gonna be, in a way, the nail in the coffin for Collin for this case. That's and the ME expert. I think now Adam took a little bit of time. Oh, I can't keep calling him Adam. Mark Han Solo. His name is not Adam, but I keep calling him because the lead singer of Maroon 5, his name is Adam Levine, and I keep calling him that now. Mark Levine. Han Solo. I need to get this straight. He's starting to warm up, I think, now. So it's just gonna be, I think it's gonna be good from now on. So I think tomorrow we might have the ME after the lead detective. But the thing is, if he's already calling all of this like key witnesses, is he finishing already his case? Do you think? Because no, we might have as well the Cellbrite expert to say about the phone, the text message. We still have the text messages to come in, maybe social media posts to come in as well that we went through yesterday. Probably we're still gonna have all of that to come in, so we might have about 2 long witnesses tomorrow: the Emmy and the Cellbrite experts. Probably Grammar, yes, but the thing is, you know what? Um, okay, is that grammar is only on the defense list. But to be fair, they both been using each other's lists, witnesses, because there was witnesses on the defense list that I have that is being called by the prosecution and is not in a prosecution list. So I just, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. The grammar is for the defense, unless this been called by both, because one of the neighbors, and I think is it church lady or porch lady. One of them are coming back, because she was on both lists for the prosecution and for the defense. um so one of the, I don't know, I need to see which one is which one, because I thought I wrote which oh, thank you, so it's not Lanai lady, so then it's church lady that is gonna come back. um it's gonna be Sally Bell. She was there. She came yesterday. She is one of the witnesses, the neighbors. I think it's church lady then. Yeah, church lady is the church lady that is gonna come back. So, um, yeah, definitely for sure. I think the second lady for that's, yeah, was not a good witness. He didn't. I don't think Adam. I think every time I say Adam, I should put a pound in a swear jar, because I'm still gonna call him Adam. I'll as well just go wrong with it. If you guys hear me saying Adam, I'm talking about Han Solo, about Mark Levine, and not anyway. So it was a. $5. That is a lot. $5 into the fund. Can we put $1, please? Like, I can't afford that. $5. That is a bit much. Um, yeah, I think you should find me for every time I call him Adam Levine and not Han Solo or his own name. So it's just I don't know why I'm doing this. I think I'm tired. It's been an awesome day, but it's been a long day again. Well, yeah, but 8 hours of court, so it has been an awesome day again. Not very good for the prosecution to start, but a very good strong finish. And sometimes that is what is more important now, even though yes, they can take notes in this case. Sometimes what you finish with can be the big thing, and I think we saw that in the Nathalie Cochran case, because that closing of the prosecution, I think, did the case and that give the jury the final thing saying that she was guilty, and they found her guilty. So probably that strong finish, that maybe was his strategy in a way. So, oh, nice. With 7 tweets for as the gavel drops. Let me highlight that. Oh, I need access first. I need to talk to Zia. But make sure also, I haven't said that you follow the Discord server. Hang on, let me put the Discord. Is that how you spell Discord? No, I don't know how to spell Discord. The Discord. And then if you like the Discord, obviously you will gonna like it, because it's an awesome thing, an awesome place to be. Make sure that you follow Discord on X as well. It's all right. I mean, we just for those that are here, then they're probably just like watchers and can always follow, and it has a lot of information. Nightbot needs a translator. Oh, that's dangerous. He barely speaks English. So tomorrow again, quarter past 20 past 8. Yeah, the thing is, there is in a grave pipes law is that there is gonna be hopefully soon enough um I keep forgetting. I keep reading chat at the same time that I'm trying to talk, and I cannot multitask in my mind. I get in physical, I can multitask, but not in my mind. I was gonna say there is in a works collaboration between me and another creator about the Discord. It's still gonna happen. We just need to figure out some issues and how we're gonna do it. But hopefully soon. I don't want to say a timeline, but hopefully very, very soon there's going to be a video or stream with about how to navigate specifically the as the gavel drops Discord, but we can have a look in terms of how to set up an account, how to get like verified type thing. But again, that still is in a works with between me and the another creator and a lovely Toxic. But we'll see. So yeah, so we are expecting who to like. Obviously, we know that in a self-defense case, the defendant has to testify, correct? Because we saw that in Sarah Bourne's trial. But are we? Who is looking forward for the Collin testifying? Put your hands up in the air, like you don't care if you are looking forward to Collin testifying. I am. I want to see what kind of lies he comes up with, and it is going to be a self for example, is he going to just a narration, or is it going to be questions? So yeah, that's the thing. Well, we can show you, and I need to work on that video to like work around the, I mean, there is a lot. It's a bit complicated not showing with without a proper with a proper Discord, but I have a kind of different Discord than people do, so I need to figure that out a way to like how to show you and everything, and that's why I want to make a video with the other creator that to be able to show people how to navigate the specific server that we're talking about. That's the gavel drops. It's rather easy when you know what you're doing, but then until you figure it out, it can be an issue, and I do understand that, but we'll need to like figure it out so slowly. Yeah, so definitely I can try to help you out. Okay, I will try to find you there, and then probably I'm able to help you out there as well, to how to navigate the server. But I was gonna say I am looking forward to him testifying, because he has to, because in the claim of self-defense in Florida, and I need to do some more research about this as well, that in the claim of self-defense, you have to testify to tell your side of the story, because you cannot just say claim self-defense and then prove through witnesses that it was, but because those witnesses weren't there at the time, you guys to come from someone that was present at the time, and only two people present at the time of the unaliving of the crime was him and the mom. The mom is not here to tell her side of the story anymore, is she? So she can't say anything. So he has to testify to tell his side of the story, and then the jury decide what it is true and what is not. So I am very looking forward to that. It is going to be amazing, and I'm telling you right now, if he decides to testify at the end of the day, and I'm not on screen anymore, I'm going to be very angry. But I'll be in bed watching it for sure, because next week I get back to work and we get back to our normal routine. That after 4 o'clock Eastern, if court is still ongoing, I'm gonna swap with Nightbot, and Nightbot does the night shift while I go sleep for work next week. This week I've been able to stay up until the end of the court later, because I'm not working in the morning is in my job, because I'm on vacation. So that's why I've been able to do this week the longest streams and being longer on camera, even though past my bedtime basically. So but sadly next week I have to get back to normal life, and I have to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So exciting. I'm actually excited. I do like my job, and it's only 4 days a week, so I can't complain. I have a very good job that allows me to do this as well. So I am very grateful and very appreciative to do that. But before we do finish this stream, don't forget that you can play our new game. You can either play it on here on the Google Forms, or you when we are about to be on Verdict Watch, I can take your guys' opinions and still include it in the in the prize draw, let's call it. And the verdict is just to see if you want to like guilty, not guilty, or anything. So the form, it is on the link now, and then we'll be there. Don't forget, tomorrow 8:20 in the morning EST Eastern, we'll be back for another day of court, day 3 of the Collin case. And it is Friday, guys. We've made it. It is Friday Eve. Have a great evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are, or when you are watching this stream, and have a great day. Thank you. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.